Chapter 901 Turtle Tomb. When Zhou arrived at the Lu family residence, the Lu family warmly welcomed him. However, when Zhou mentioned the dimensional creature, the Lu family members, who received him, only gave him a general summary of the situation. Then, they told Zhou that they hoped he could stay with them for 2 days. After everyone arrived, the Lu family's patriarch would personally take them to the place where the dimensional creature appeared. After inquiring, he learned that the Yin family wasn't the only one that had accepted the Lu family's invitation. The Xia and Zhang families had also sent people. There were also many famous freelance hunters. The Lu family planned on taking everyone over together. When the time came, whoever had the ability to kill the dimensional creature on the spot would receive the Lu family's offered conditions. Zhou felt that this was fair. The Lu family only hoped to resolve the problem. As for who killed the dimensional creature, they didn't care. However, Zhou didn't plan on staying in the Lu family residence. Since they would set off in 2 days, he left the Lu family and planned on visiting the nearby dimensional zones. He might be able to find the tiny palm symbols. There were 4 or 5 famous dimensional zones in Sea Gazing City. The most famous one was half on land and half in the sea. That dimensional zone was named Turtle Tomb. In fact, Turtle Tomb wasn't a tomb, but a dimensional zone with countless turtles. It included a large area of beach and shallow sea. The reason for the name Turtle Tomb was related to an ancient myth. As ancient people didn't understand the principle of the water cycle, and only saw rivers flow into the sea day and night, as the seawater never overflowed, they therefore believed that there was a huge abyss to the east of the sea. All the seawater eventually flowed into the bottomless abyss. This abyss was known as the sinkhole by the ancients. Above the East Sea, there were 5 immortal mountains: Daiyu, Yuanqiao, Fanhu, Yingzhou, and Penglai. Due to the impact of the water, the immortal mountains constantly drifted in the direction of the sinkhole, making both humans and deities worry. One of the sea gods was afraid that the immortal mountains would slip into the sinkhole, so he sent 15 gigantic sea turtles. 3 sea turtles formed a group as they held back the 5 immortal mountains, preventing them from sliding into the sinkhole. Everything was originally fine, but after countless years, a few giants came to the beach and used bait to capture 6 of the turtles. They also untied the ropes on the turtles' back. This resulted in a huge disaster. Daiyu and Yuanqiao lost the pull from the sea turtles and eventually sank into the sinkhole. Only Fanhu, Yingzhou, and Penglai remained. Legend had it that Turtle Tomb was where the giants had cooked the 6 sea turtles. Furthermore, they had thrown the turtle shells into the seaside. At high tide, the huge turtle shells would be submerged. And when the tide receded, the turtle shells would be revealed. Zhou didn't know the veracity of the legend, but in Turtle Tomb, large swaths of reefs would appear after the tide fell. They were like tiny islands numbering a total of 6. On each island, there were many different types of dimensional sea turtles. All the sea turtles in Turtle Tomb had one companion form, armor. It had extremely strong defense. Among companion beasts of the same level, the sea turtle's defense was considered top-notch. Some special types of turtle armor had insane defense. Furthermore, it produced a very famous essence energy skill, Turtle Breath. It was available from the mortal stage to the epic stage. After cultivating Turtle Breath, one could temporarily stop their heartbeat and breathing. The higher the level, the longer Turtle Breath could last. It was a necessary skill for faking death. Lu Yun had faked his death before. He had used Turtle Breath, and it was at the epic stage. Of course, the true use of Turtle Breath wasn't to feign death, but to converge one's aura. It prevented dimensional creatures that relied on aura to determine where humans were from detecting humans. The effect was equivalent to invisibility. As for the mythical Turtle Breath, legend had it that someone had once had it drop, but no one had seen it. It wasn't even noon when Zhou arrived at Turtle Tomb. From afar, he could see many people fighting the sea turtles on the beach. And not far away, he could see several huge reef islands. There were fewer humans on them. The sea turtles on the beach weren't of high levels. They were basically at the mortal stage. Most of the people who came here to hunt sea turtles were people who hadn't cultivated for long. Zhou wasn't interested in the sea turtles here, but he continued walking slowly along the beach as he searched for the tiny palm symbol. Before coming, Sheng had told Zhou a legend. Some people said that if the islands formed from the 6 turtle shells floated away one day, they would definitely head to the sinkhole to continue fulfilling their mission. Following them might lead to the Daiyu and Yuanqiao immortal islands that had sunk into the sinkhole. On the beach of the Turtle Tomb, 2 men saw Zhou. One of them said in puzzlement, "Why is he here? The Yin family likely sent him to hunt that dimensional creature and help the Yin family obtain the rights to fiend dust." Another man said. These 2 men weren't real men. Instead, they were Yasuji now, and the female guard, who had used body transformation. It wasn't convenient for them to use their identities to visit Sea City, so they could only use body transformation to change their appearances and come to Sea City incognito. Just like Zhou, they had to stay in Sea Gazing City temporarily because of the Lu family. Since they had nothing to do, they came to Turtle Tomb to take a look. This was an open dimensional zone. Anyone could come here without any identification. They naturally didn't fancy the sea turtles on the beach. Just as they were about to head to Turtle Island, they unexpectedly saw Zhou. Yusuji now rolled her eyes and said to the female guard, "Let's go over and greet him. Why invite trouble?" The female guard was somewhat unwilling. "He's our competitor by coming here. Isn't it more advantageous for us to find out more about our competitor? Don't worry, I have a way to obtain information from him," Yusuji now said as she walked towards Zhou. Although the female guard didn't agree with Yusuji Nao's actions, she still followed. "Hello, are you Zhou?" Yusuji now approached Zhou and greeted him with a man's voice. Zhou had already sensed that someone was looking at him. He had discovered Yusuji Nao and the female guard, but he didn't recognize them. He only felt that one of them had a somewhat familiar gaze. Seeing them come over and greet him, Zhou looked at them in puzzlement and said, "I'm Zhou. Who are you? You're really Zhou. That's great. We are your fans and especially admire you. I never expected to meet you here." Yusuji now pretended to be excited as she took out a notebook and pen and handed them to Zhou. "Can I have your autograph?" "No." Zhou turned around and left. His explosive fiend man had the death list skill. By signing it, it was equivalent to giving his life to the explosive fiend man. Ever since he learned of such a skill, Zhou basically stopped signing autographs, much less giving autographs to strangers. Chapter 902 Black Iron Gold Thread Turtle. Zhou quickly left without looking back. Yusuji now stood there in a daze with a notebook and pen. From Yusuji Nao's point of view, Zhou's reaction was clearly unreasonable. Even if he wasn't willing to give his fans autographs, a normal person wouldn't have such an attitude. "Forget it. Let's go," the female guard said to Yusuji Nao. "I know the reason. Go back now. I have my ways," Yusuji Nao said to the female guard as she walked in another direction. When she reached an empty spot, Yusuji now returned to her original appearance and changed back into female clothes before heading to the beach again. Although Yusuji now had never liked men who treated women as accessories, she had to admit that women had a huge advantage in certain aspects. Ordinary people might be impatient with male fans who clamored for autographs, but they would be much more patient towards female fans, especially beautiful and cute ones. Yusuji now was very confident in her appearance and figure. It was much better than her transformation as Su Ai. "Since I have the qualities, it's not a bad thing to occasionally use them," Yusuji now thought as she walked up the beach and walked towards Zhou. Zhou was still strolling on the beach, his main goal to search for the tiny palm symbol. As he walked, he felt someone watching him. He turned around and looked at the source of his gaze, but he realized that it wasn't the two men from before. Instead, it was a beautiful girl who looked less than 20 years old. There was a hint of charm in her beauty. She was a rare beauty. Seeing Zhou staring at her, Yusuji now revealed a charming smile. From her point of view, it was a very advantageous weapon. Zhou stared at Yusuji Nao's eyes, and found them somewhat familiar. However, it was difficult to tell with just one look. He wanted to take a closer look to determine where he had seen a woman with such eyes. Yusuji now thought to herself, indeed, men are all the same. With this in mind, Yusuji now walked towards Zhou. Her beautiful hair fluttered under the sea breeze, as her thin clothes clung tightly to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. Such a style was comparable to a model on the runway. It was more natural and delightful, something that models lacked. "My name is Hire. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. Can you tell me your name?" Yusuji now came in front of Zhou, tidied her hair, and said to him with a smile. "You remembered wrongly. I don't know you." Zhou thought carefully, and indeed, he didn't know this woman. With that said, he turned around and left. Yusuji now was slightly taken aback. Seeing that Zhou had already turned around and left, she calmed herself down and chased after him. She stood in front of him and said, "It's fine if you don't know me. I think you're very special. Can we get to know each other?" "No, please make way." Zhou brushed Yusuji Nao's hand aside, and glanced at the reef behind her before walking to the other side. Yusuji now stood there in a daze for quite some time. By the time she snapped to her senses, Zhou had already walked far away. Is this guy a woman who used body transformation? Yusuji now thought with a strange expression. Zhou circled the beach, but didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Instead, he killed a few sea turtles that crawled out of the sea. Unfortunately, they were all at the mortal stage, so nothing dropped. Zhou summoned the great Might Vajra bull and rode it towards the islands in the sea. The 6 islands in Turtle Tomb could only be seen when the tide receded. According to the information Joe had obtained, there would occasionally be mythical sea turtles on the 6 Turtle Shell Islands, but there were very few of them. Instead, there were quite a number of legendary and epic sea turtles. Joe wasn't interested in ordinary sea turtles. He mainly wanted to head to the island to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. There were also people hunting sea turtles on Turtle Shell Island. These people were clearly much stronger. Most of them were at the legendary stage, and occasionally, epic existences could be seen. Joe wasn't interested in them. He circled the first Turtle Shell Island and didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a behemoth rush out from the seawater beside him. It was a sea turtle that was the size of an elephant. The turtle shell looked about the same as the typical iron armor turtle. It was black, but it looked darker. Furthermore, the patterns on the turtle's back were golden. They were like golden threads that outlined a strange pattern on the turtle shell. Mythical black iron gold thread turtle. Not far away, someone exclaimed. His shout attracted the attention of the people nearby. Some people retreated the moment they saw the black iron gold thread turtle, while others rushed over. Those who dared to rush over were basically at the epic stage. As the black iron gold thread turtle wasn't fast, epic creatures had the chance to dodge. Furthermore, with several epic entities attacking from different directions, it made it difficult for the black iron gold thread turtle to deal any damage. The sea turtles in Turtle Tomb had very strong defenses, but their combat strength wasn't very strong. This was probably the only mythical creature that could be bullied by a few epic entities. However, the epic human's offensive strength was useless against the black iron gold thread tortoise. All sorts of essence energy skills and companion beasts' abilities struck it, producing metallic clangs, but they hardly left a mark. Joe watched from the side for a while, but didn't immediately attack the black iron gold thread turtle. Yusuji now also went to the island. When she saw the black iron gold thread turtle, she had an idea. I can use the excuse of competing with Joe for the black iron gold thread turtle to test his strength. After seeing Joe's sword technique, Yusuji now didn't dare underestimate him despite believing that she had the great Skyfiend Guardian that made her better than Joe. Yusuji now felt that Joe might be a key opponent if she wanted to obtain the Lu family's Fiend Dust rights. Furthermore, Joe represented the Yin family. It would be best if she could think of a way to get Joe to quit before the dimensional creature hunting began. I might not be as good as you in sword arts, but you might not be able to beat me in actual combat. As Yusuji now thought about it, she approached the black iron gold thread turtle. The epic humans clearly didn't have a good way to deal with the black iron gold thread tortoise. Their attacks couldn't penetrate its defense. After watching for a while, Joe gained a general understanding of the black iron gold thread turtle. This mythical creature basically had all its talent in defense. It was very weak in other aspects. As long as he could break through its defense, it would be very easy to kill it. Chapter 903 Fighting Yusuji Now. Joe summoned the golden battle god halberd that had recently dropped and stabbed at the black iron gold thread turtle's head. The black iron gold thread turtle's turtle shell was the hardest. Comparatively speaking, its extended limbs and head didn't have such strong defense. The golden battle god halberd also had unstoppable. With this strike, it was very likely that it could pierce through its neck. However, just as the golden battle god halberd was about to pierce the black iron gold thread turtle's neck, a blade beam suddenly slashed out and struck the golden battle god halberd. The blade beam was fast and ruthless. It actually sent the golden battle god halberd in Joe's hand to the side, preventing him from stabbing the black iron gold thread turtle. Joe turned his head and saw a beautiful girl from where the blade beam flew over. She held a strangely shaped narrow blade in her hand. Joe remembered that Sagasakai had used a similar blade. However, they also called such a blade a sword. Why did you attack me? Joe asked with a frown when he saw that the girl was the girl who had spoken to him previously. She seemed to be named higher. Yusuji now held the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and said, It's rare to chance upon a black iron gold thread turtle. Of course, it belongs to whoever has the ability. Is that wrong? The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was also known as the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. It was formed by Orochi. That's true. As Joe spoke, he suddenly thrust the golden battle god halberd at Yusuji now. Yusuji now was delighted, as she didn't hesitate to welcome him with her Kusanagi no Tsurugi. She thought to herself, Joe, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. Just as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was about to collide with the golden battle god halberd, she suddenly heard a bell ring. Yusuji now immediately felt her head buzz as she felt dizzy for a moment. Joe wasn't in the mood to deal with Yusuji now. The golden battle god halberd stabbed into the head of the black iron gold thread turtle and killed it. Then, it lifted its massive body and threw it into the air. The golden divine light at the tip of the golden battle god halberd quickly streaked across the turtle's abdomen, slicing it open. A dimensional crystal dropped and Joe grabbed it. It was an Essence Energy Skill Crystal. By the time Yusuji now recovered from her dizziness, the black iron gold thread turtle's corpse had landed on the ground. As for the people who had been attacking the black gold thread turtle, they had also recovered from their dizziness and were dumbfounded. A young-looking youth had actually killed the black iron gold thread turtle in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. Yusuji now was alarmed and furious. She was alarmed because if Joe had attacked her while she was dizzy, he might not have been able to kill her, but he would have made her suffer quite a bit. She was furious because Joe didn't seem to treat her as an opponent at all. He had only used a feint to kill the black iron gold thread turtle. He had been fooling her from the beginning. Leave the dimensional crystal behind. Yusuji now didn't dare underestimate Joe again. She slashed at Joe with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi at lightning speed as the blade beam tore out like a wheel. The great Might Vajra bull beneath Joe rang the bell again. Almost at the same time, the golden battle god halberd in Joe's hand stabbed at Yusuji now's heart. Yusuji now was once again stunned, but the moment the golden battle god halberd stabbed her chest, her body vanished. What the golden battle god halberd stabbed was only her robe. Having escaped her clothes, Yusuji now was wrapped in white clothes. Only her eyes were exposed, making her look like she was wearing an ancient ninja costume. Yusuji now held the blade with both hands and slashed down with astonishing speed. The blade beam descended like a wheel. Clang! Joe brandished the golden battle god halberd and blocked Yusuji now's blade beam and blade. Yusuji now's blade left a mark on the golden battle god halberd. What a sharp blade! It's probably even sharper than the golden overlord sword. Joe was somewhat interested in the blade in Yusuji now's hand, but he didn't know that it was transformed from Orochi. Yusuji now landed on the ground as white fog emitted from her body. She suddenly vanished, and when she appeared again, she was already behind Joe. She slashed down again. The great Might Vajra bull's cooldown was up. It rang the bell again. Yusuji now had already predicted the bell's ringing. At the same time the bell rang, her body suddenly exploded, turning into a mist that vanished, preventing Joe from attacking her while she was dizzy. By the time she appeared again, she had already appeared beside Joe. She slashed at the great Might Vajra bull's leg with her Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Joe brandished his halberd to block Yusuji now's blade. Yusuji now did a roll and disappeared into the sand. Suddenly, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi stabbed out of the sand, straight at the great Might Vajra bull's abdomen. An escape technique? It's a little similar, but it's also a little different. Joe put away the great Might Vajra bull and leaped into the air with Yer in his arms. He dodged Yusuji now's blade beam and retracted the golden battle god halberd. The golden battle god halberd blocked twice, but it had 2 blade marks left on it. If it was slashed a few more times, it would probably have snapped. Yusuji now swept her blade upwards. The blade beams were so fast that they seemed to have no shadows. Each strike was faster and more ruthless. Joe's figure was elegant. No matter how fast and ruthless Yusuji now's blade techniques were, no matter how sinister they were, they couldn't touch Joe's clothes. How could a mythical transcendent flying immortal be struck so easily? Yusuji now pushed her skills to the limit. She constantly changed positions and used different skills, but nothing worked. Joe used Truth Listener to observe Yusuji now's every move and realized that although her skill was very similar to the 5-element escape technique, there were still some differences. The 5-element escape technique was to assimilate one's body with the 5 elements. It required one to possess the physique of the 5 elements. Furthermore, her technique didn't assimilate her body with the 5 elements. It only enveloped the power of the 5 elements. Such an escape technique could be used for short distances, but it definitely couldn't be used for long-distance escaping. Furthermore, her body was still present. She hadn't completely assimilated the 5 elements. Even when using the escape technique, Truth Listener could still hear her. Once Yusuji now escaped into the sand again, Joe used his finger as a sword and stabbed out a sword beam. It was the first move of the 13 swords of the Peach Blossom Valley's White Robe Man. Immortal guides the way. Yusuji now was just about to rush out when she saw the sword beam land. It was too late to change positions, so she could only brandish her blade to block Joe's sword beam. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was very sharp, and it forcefully sliced open the sword aura from the middle. However, to Yusuji now's horror, the sword aura that was split into 2 didn't disperse. It continued to stab at her, and Yusuji now no longer had the strength to resist. Boom! A crazy power surged out from Yusuji now's body like a fountain. Chapter 904 Punching Great Skyfiend. A black armor appeared on Yusuji now's body. When the sword beam struck the armor, it failed to injure it. Instead, the sword beam completely shattered. Great Skyfiend? Don't tell me my luck is that good. I just randomly encountered someone, and she's actually the contractor of Great Skyfiend? Zhou Wen immediately recognized the armor on Yusuji Nao's body. It was identical to Great Sky Fiend on the cube's rankings. Yusuji Nao was forced to use Great Sky Fiend, so she no longer hid it. She leaped up from the sand. With the augmentation of the Great Sky Fiend armor, Yusuji Nao had the speed of a mythical creature. She was much faster than before. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi slashed at Zhou Wen like a phantom. It was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the blade. With a flash of light, the blade was about to hit Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's movement technique was elegant like a flying immortal. It didn't seem fast, but he dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi brushed past his ear. Gale Slash. Multi-Slash. Samsara Slash. Boomerang Wind Slash. Yusuji now used her blade techniques again, with the augmentation of the Great Sky Fiend armor. However, this time, due to her mythical speed and strength, her blade techniques seemed to have activated an acceleration switch. They were unbelievably fast. Wherever the blade beam passed, terrifying ditches appeared on the surrounding reefs. The humans on the island had long fled in horror. Even the sea turtles on the island scrambled to escape into the sea. That's Great Sky Fiend! Great Sky Fiend who's ranked first! Holy sh*t, it's really Great Sky Fiend! I think I saw an extremely beautiful girl before she transformed into Great Sky Fiend. That girl should be Yusuji now, right? I never expected the owner of Great Sky Fiend to be such a beautiful girl. She's just a little too ruthless. That blade technique is really lethal. Who's the young man fighting Great Sky Fiend? How impressive. He actually managed to dodge Great Sky Fiend's attack with just his movement technique. I think he has no choice but to dodge. He has no chance of retaliating. I don't think so. Look at that young man. He's still holding a little girl in his arms. Look at how calm that little girl is. If that young man is really dodging in a sorry state, he would definitely scare the little girl in his arms. The little girl's calmness can only mean one thing. The young man is completely composed. Speaking of which, who is that young man? He's so young. I'm afraid he's not even 20, right? To be able to fight Great Sky Fiend without using a companion beast is a little terrifying. Zhou Wen's name and looks were well known among the 6 families, and some wealthy families, but there weren't many ordinary citizens who knew him. If someone from the 6 families, or the Bureau were here, they wouldn't be surprised to see the scene. Zhou Wen used the God Fiend Life Providence and Glimmer Life Soul to complement Transcendent Flying Immortal, pushing his movement technique to its limits. Although Yusuji now had the augmentation of Great Sky Fiend and her speed and strength had reached the mythical stage, she still failed to touch Zhou Wen. Impossible. I have Great Sky Fiend augmenting me. My speed is already at the mythical stage. He's only at the epic stage. There's such a huge difference in basic speed. How can he dodge my attacks time and time again? Yusuji now found it unbelievable. She had always felt that unless it was a human who had contracted a guardian, no one could resist her after she obtained Great Sky Fiend. However, Zhou Wen's appearance shattered the pride in her heart. Ignoring everything else, Zhou Wen's movement technique was actually able to match her mythical speed. She found it unacceptable. Yusuji now couldn't accept such an outcome. She constantly stimulated Great Sky Fiend's strength, allowing her movement techniques and blade techniques to become faster and faster. She had to defeat Zhou Wen no matter what. However, her blade still couldn't touch Zhou Wen. She could clearly sense that Zhou Wen wasn't as fast as her, but her blade was always dodged by him. As Zhou Wen dodged Yusuji Nao's attack, he observed Great Sky Fiend's abilities. His movement technique was indeed not as fast as Yusuji Nao's, but at least Yusuji Nao wasn't so fast that he couldn't react. Zhou Wen was best at movement techniques. Transcendent Flying Immortal had been trained by him from when it was a low-level skill. Be it technique or compatibility with Zhou Wen, they were incomparable to other skills. Amidst the terrifying blade shadows, Zhou Wen tapped his toes and floated in the air like a fallen leaf dancing in the wind. No matter how fast Yusuji Nao's blade techniques were, they couldn't touch him. Speed should be at the top of the mythical stage, so his strength. Although I don't know what Great Sky Fiend's skills are, just from his augmentation of Yusuji Nao's stats, he's undoubtedly an extremely powerful guardian. Zhou Wen deduced Great Sky Fiend's abilities to gain more information. However, Zhou Wen also knew that Yusuji Nao had only used Great Sky Fiend's stats and hadn't used his abilities. The strength of a guardian depended on their abilities. Zhou Wen kept waiting to see what abilities Great Sky Fiend had. What were his Life Providence, Life Soul, Wheel of Destiny, and skills? However, Yusuji Nao never used Great Sky Fiend's abilities. She only wanted to use her blade techniques to defeat Zhou Wen. From the looks of it, I have to give her some pressure so that she can use Great Sky Fiend's powers. With a thought, Zhou Wen watched as Yusuji Nao slashed out again. This time, he didn't dodge. A roar alarmed the world as Tyrant Behemoth descended out of nowhere, and transformed into a boxing glove that appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. Zhou Wen brandished his fist to meet Yasuji Nao's Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Tyrant Behemoth. Yasuji Nao's pupils constricted. She never expected Zhou Wen to be Tyrant Behemoth's owner. In the last cube ranking battle, Orochi had been defeated by Tyrant Behemoth and nearly devoured by it. It wasn't just Yasuji Nao. Everyone watching the battle on the beach also saw the terrifying light and roar before Tyrant Behemoth condensed into a boxing glove. However, before they could react, Zhou Wen's fist had already struck Yasuji Nao's blade. Boom! With Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength augmentation, the power of Zhou Wen's punch was extremely terrifying at the mythical stage. The extremely sharp Kusanagi no Tsurugi slammed into Tyrant Behemoth's boxing glove. Not only did it fail to slice open the boxing glove, but it was also sent flying by the shockwave. Yasuji Nao also retreated a few steps from the terrifying force. The reef beneath her feet shattered as shocking cracks appeared. Holy sh*T, so it's Tyrant Behemoth's owner. It's no wonder he's so strong. So Tyrant Behemoth's owner is from our East District. He's so young. Haha, I knew it. Great Sky Fiend isn't anything impressive. It's just that the previous top 4 didn't participate in the battle. Otherwise, how could she have arrogantly taken first place? The people overseas are this and nothing more. Chapter 905 won't do it a third time. Yasuji now stared intently at Zhou Wen as both new and old grudges surged in her heart. She extended her hand and beckoned for the Kusanagi no Tsurugi that had flown out to rush forward to fight Zhou Wen again. Suddenly, a strange bird-like cry sounded from afar. When Yasuji now heard the sound, she glared hatefully at Zhou Wen. White mist exploded from her body before she vanished. What great Sky Fiend! That's all? She was sent running with one punch. She even said on the cube that she wanted to kill Tyrant Behemoth to avenge her humiliation. Is she sure she's not trying to become a joke? Tyrant Behemoth is still the best. Tyrant Behemoth's owner is also powerful. Does anyone know who that young man is? Is he from the 6 families? No. He's not from the 6 families. At that moment, a middle-aged man held back his excitement and muttered to himself. On his shoulder was a high-speed camera. He had already taken a video of Zhou Wen's battle with Yasuji Nao. He was a reporter. He had originally come to Turtle Island to try his luck and see if he could encounter the breakout creature that had recently wreaked havoc nearby. To his surprise, he happened to capture this battle. As a news reporter, he was rather well informed and happened to know Zhou Wen. After all, many people knew that Zhou Wen was Wang Mingyuan's disciple. He only knew about Zhou Wen because of this matter. He originally wanted to interview Zhou Wen, but after Yasuji Nao escaped, Zhou Wen quickly vanished. The reporter had no choice but to rush back. After getting his colleagues to process the footage, he quickly wrote the news article and posted it along with the footage. Ever since Great Sky Fiend took first place on the rankings, its ranking had been unmoved, but not many people had seen her fight. When this video was released, it quickly caused a huge commotion. It wasn't just the average person. Even the 6 families wanted to study Great Sky Fiend's abilities. This video became precious information for studying Great Sky Fiend. The ordinary citizens didn't care about Great Sky Fiend. They only cared about 2 things. Zhou Wen was Tyrant Behemoth's master, and Great Sky Fiend was sent flying by Zhou Wen's Tyrant Behemoth punch. Tyrant Behemoth is really too powerful. Unfortunately, in the last ranking battle, Tyrant Behemoth didn't have the chance to challenge Tai Sui. Otherwise, Tyrant Behemoth might have been first. I thought Great Sky Fiend was something impressive, but it turns out he's nothing much. He couldn't even defeat Tyrant Behemoth, who was ranked 4th. If he were to encounter the first Tai Sui, wouldn't he have no chance of escaping? Those fellows overseas always think that they are very strong. From the looks of it, they are really weak. Tyrant Behemoth's owner seems to be Zhou Wen. I remember that he's Wang Mingyuan's student. Wang Mingyuan is Wang Mingyuan, and Zhou Wen is Zhou Wen. It's completely different. I heard that Zhou Wen is from Luo Yanzhen family. I'm just afraid that he will be like Wang Mingyuan. When that happens, our federation will be in an even more difficult situation. Yasuji now nearly vomited blood when she saw these reports. If her female guard hadn't used the emergency signal to make her retreat, she wouldn't have retreated without a fight. In the end, it was unknown which B***** had created the video as though she had fled after being sent flying with a punch. The editing was clearly biased towards Zhou Wen, and it was deliberately edited to give such an illusion. B****, don't let me know who edited this video. I'll skin him alive and pull out his bones. Yasuji now was furious. She never expected Zhou Wen to be Tyrant Behemoth's owner. That already left her depressed, but to be written in such a manner, as though she was afraid of Zhou Wen and Tyrant Behemoth made her feel indignant. Miss, you shouldn't have used Great Sky Fiend at that time. Now that Great Sky Fiend has been exposed ahead of time, we are at a disadvantage. said the female guard. There's nothing disadvantageous about it. Great Skyfiend has the strength to kill the breakout creature. This is a fact that can never be changed, Yusuji now said. The female guard said, although that's the case, everyone knows that you and Great Skyfiend are here. I'm afraid that the family will suspect that you are related to the death of the breakout creature. Yusuji now naturally knew that she shouldn't have exposed Great Skyfiend. She said helplessly, I didn't want to either. I was forced to do so back then. If I didn't use Great Skyfiend, I'm afraid I would have been heavily injured by Jowen. I underestimated his strength. I never expected him to be Tyrant Behemoth's master. The female guard pondered for a moment before saying, Miss, you end up suffering every time you encounter Jowen. Perhaps his life providence jinxes you. I think it's best not to have too much contact with him in the future, Yusuji now said. You're thinking too much. I won't be careless next time. I'll use Great Skyfiend's abilities with all my might. Even if he has Tyrant Behemoth, he's not my match. The female guard still wanted to say something, but Yusuji now continued. Besides, even if I avoid him, he's here for the breakout creatures and the fiend dust. How can I avoid him? The female guard thought that it made sense, but she still exhorted Yusuji now. Miss, I have a nagging feeling that this Jowen is somewhat odd. He has a bad influence on you. If you encounter him again, you have to be careful. Don't worry. I definitely won't make the same mistake a third time, Yusuji now said through gritted teeth. Jowen originally wanted to see what abilities Great Skyfiend had, but Yusuji now had escaped. This left him somewhat disappointed. Although Slaughterer had already advanced to a perfect body and didn't need to kill Guardians, killing every Guardian made sense. From the perspective of humans and Earth, Guardians were undoubtedly invaders. Unfortunately, I didn't find the tiny palm symbol. I wonder if I'll have the chance to visit Turtle's tomb again. Jowen felt a little regretful. He definitely couldn't go to Turtle Tomb for the next few days. It was unknown if he could return after killing the breakout creature. Thankfully, it's not completely fruitless. Jowen took out the Black Iron Gold Thread Turtle's dimensional crystal and used his phone to take a picture. Black Iron Gold Thread Turtle Crystal requires 41 Constitution, 41 Essence Energy type Essence Energy Art. It's the stats requirement of Constitution and Essence Energy again. This isn't difficult. After I have 41 Constitution, I can absorb it. It probably won't take long. Jowen stored the crystal in the Chaos Bead. He found a hotel nearby, and when the hotel owner, who was reading the news on his phone, saw Jowen, he looked at the photo on the news before looking at him. He immediately pointed at him in surprise and shouted, You're Jowen! Jowen was slightly taken aback as he looked at the news on his phone. He realized that he had become famous because of his battle with Great Skyfiend. The boss warmly welcomed Jowen and even arranged the best room in the hotel for him. Boss, can you give me a discount? Jowen asked as he looked at the room prices. Anything will do. If you are unhappy, you can even beat me up, but no discounts, the boss said firmly. Then change it to a standard room for me, Jowen said. Chapter 906 Sudden Challenge. In the end, the boss gave Jowen a 20% discount and allowed him to stay in the VIP room. However, even with a 20% discount, it was still much more expensive than the standard room. Jowen looked around the VIP room. It was as though it had been a long time since someone had lived there. There was even dust on the television. The boss wiped the television in embarrassment and said to Jowen, My idol, feel free to stay. Breakfast is also provided. It's quite a sumptuous meal. Jowen took a look and saw that the blanket was clean, so he didn't say anything else. After the boss left, Jowen took out milk and other food from the chaos space. After heating it up for Yer, he got her to eat some nutritious food. Now was the time for her to grow. She grew a little every day. It showed after some time that she was outgrowing her shoes and clothes. It was a magical feeling to watch Yer grow up day by day. He switched on his phone and read the news regarding him. The discussion on the internet was intense, but he wasn't the focus of discussion. Instead, it was Tyrant Behemoth. As the reporter only managed to record the second half of the battle by the time he arrived, and it had been deliberately edited, it looked like Jowen was hugging Yer and gracefully dodging Yusuji Nao's attacks. Then, he summoned Tyrant Behemoth and transformed it into a boxing glove before sending Yusuji Nao flying with her blade. Most people were amazed at Tyrant Behemoth's strength. The East District people were glad that Tyrant Behemoth's owner was from the East District, while the West District people claimed that Jowen was only able to defeat Great Skyfiend because of the powerful companion beast from their district. Tyrant Behemoth's popularity was much higher than its master Jowen. This made Jowen extremely indignant. Do these people have any taste? If I hadn't used it well, what's the use of Tyrant Behemoth no matter how strong it is? If I really let it fight alone, it wouldn't have been able to touch Yusuji Nao, alright? Joe had only said it in passing. He didn't really care about it. Just as he was about to close the window and continue grinding dungeons, he suddenly saw that the news that was playing was being interrupted. Good evening, viewers. I'm reporter Yurong from the Imperial Capital TV station. I now live in front of the Imperial Capital's cube. Just a moment ago, a new creature challenged the first-ranked Great Skyfiend. From the cube's screen, we can see that we are no strangers to the companion beast that has challenged Great Skyfiend. It's the Heavy Armored Titan that once challenged Primordial Sword Immortal in the previous ranking battle. Heavy Armored Titan is very similar to Tyrant Behemoth. They are both companion beasts that focus on strength and constitution. Shortly after Great Skyfiend was defeated by Tyrant Behemoth, Heavy Armored Titan suddenly challenged Great Skyfiend. Its goal is obvious. Joe was amused when he saw the news. Some people really believe that they could defeat Great Skyfiend and Yasuji now with just strength and constitution. In fact, during Joe's battle with Great Skyfiend, Yasuji now hadn't used Great Skyfiend's abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Tyrant Behemoth to defeat her. I wonder if Yasuji now will accept the challenge. Joe decided not to switch off his phone. As he played the news on his phone, he used his mysterious phone to grind dungeons. Just as he finished grinding the 81 pill essences on Pill Furnace Mountain, he heard the excited voice of reporter Yurong from the phone. Dear viewers, Great Skyfiend has accepted the challenge and is entering the arena. Joe put down the mysterious phone and looked at the live broadcast. Indeed, he saw Yasuji now, who was wearing Great Skyfiend armor, slowly descend into the cube arena in the void. This is going to be good. Perhaps I'll be able to see a portion of Great Skyfiend's abilities. Joe could tell from Yasuji now's aura that she was definitely in a bad mood. This spelled bad news for Heavy Armored Titan. The owner of Heavy Armored Titan clearly didn't think so. He felt that since Tyrant Behemoth could defeat Great Skyfiend, and although Heavy Armored Titan wasn't as strong as Tyrant Behemoth, his defense was more outstanding than Tyrant Behemoth's. Even if he couldn't defeat Great Skyfiend, he could use the defense of Heavy Armored Titan to force Great Skyfiend to use some abilities and employ other means. It would be very helpful in researching Great Skyfiend. The moment Great Skyfiend entered the arena, Heavy Armored Titan roared. Its heavy armor lit up as red magma, like demonic patterns appeared on its surface. With the augmentation of the demonic patterns, the already powerful defense of the Heavy Armored Titan became even crazier. In the previous ranking battle, the powerful Primordial Sword Immortal failed to break through its defense when the Heavy Armored Titan used this move. Roar! 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 After 3 consecutive roars, 2 halos appeared beneath the feet of Heavy Armored Titan. A white light barrier also appeared over his body. One could roughly guess that it was a skill that augmented his body. After doing all of this, Heavy Armored Titan suddenly charged towards Yasuji now, who was levitating in midair. Its body was extremely huge, and every step it took was akin to a horizontally moving mountain, causing the ground to quake. Just as it was about to reach Yasuji now, Heavy Armored Titan leaped up, and its huge body rose into the air. It clasped its palms together as a fist and struck at Yasuji now, who was floating there, with the might of a crushing mountain. Yasuji now floated there without moving. She only looked coldly at the massive creature through the Great Skyfiend armor's visor. When the Heavy Armored Titan's fist was about to reach her, Yasuji now finally raised her arm. The moment she raised her arm, demonic flame spewed out of the Great Skyfiend armor, enveloping Yasuji now's entire body. Boom! The Heavy Armored Titan's hand struck Yasuji now's tiny palm, but the mountain-like strike was blocked by the tiny palm. Despite using all its strength, Heavy Armored Titan failed to move its fist forward at all. From the audience's perspective, the scene was even more shocking. Yasuji now was as tiny as an ant in front of the Heavy Armored Titan. The Heavy Armored Titan that was crashing down like a mountain was blocked by an ant-like palm. The impact such a scene left on their minds was too great. However, in the next second, an even more unbelievable scene happened. The demonic flames on Yasuji now's body rose, and instantly enveloped Heavy Armored Titan's huge body. Furthermore, the demonic flames quickly entered Heavy Armored Titan's body through the gaps in the armor. The owner of Heavy Armored Titan clearly realized that something was amiss, and wanted Heavy Armored Titan to admit defeat before summoning it back. However, it was too late. There was a loud bang. Heavy Armored Titan exploded, like a watermelon above Yasuji now's palm. Fragments and flesh splattered like blood-colored fireworks. Seeing the name of Heavy Armored Titan disappear, the entire world fell silent. Chapter 907 Fatal Temptation. That can't be real, right? Heavy Armored Titan and Tyrant Behemoth shouldn't be too different. How did it get instantly killed? What was that? Am I seeing things? Is Heavy Armored Titan so inferior to Tyrant Behemoth? Everyone broke into a flurry of discussion. The scene of Great Skyfiend instantly killing the Heavy Armored Titan was too shocking. Even the members of the 6 families did not expect that heavy armor titan, who specialized in defense, would die so quickly. Yusuji Nao's mood finally improved a little. She had helped Great Skyfiend redeem himself. At the same time, she had also exposed part of Great Skyfiend's abilities. However, there was nothing she could do about it. If she took too long to finish off Heavy Armor Titan, the other families would think that Great Skyfiend was easy to deal with. They would constantly send mythical creatures to test Great Skyfiend's strength. That would be even more troublesome. Now that she had killed Heavy Armored Titan in one strike, anyone who wanted to test Great Skyfiend's strength had to consider whether they could afford to lose their mythical creature. Even if the number of mythical companion beasts in the 6 families kept increasing, few people would be willing to lose their mythical companion beasts. What kind of power was that strike? Zhou thought about the crux of Great Skyfiend's strike. It was clearly not a simple clash of strength. Even Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength couldn't blast through the Heavy Armored Titan's armor in one strike, much less shatter it into pieces. The power of Great Skyfiend clearly had a special effect. That was why Heavy Armored Titan couldn't even block a single strike. However, even if he saw the process with his own eyes, he couldn't accurately determine what kind of power it was because there were too many possibilities. It could be the power to something akin to Life Blast. As long as he touched his opponent, he could detonate the opponent's energy. It could also be a penetrative power that directly penetrated the heavy armor and destroyed the heavy titan's body from the inside, preventing it from putting up a resistance. There were several possibilities that he could think of, and there were also possibilities that he couldn't think of. However, after witnessing Great Skyfiend's attack, he definitely couldn't let the demonic flames on Yusuji Nao's body touch him when he fought her again. Although Heavy Armored Titan isn't bad, it's still much weaker than Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth can defeat Great Skyfiend, but Heavy Armored Titan can't even withstand one strike. The difference is too great. I hope Tyrant Behemoth can step forward to challenge Great Skyfiend and snatch back first place. Let those fellows overseas know how powerful we from the Federation are. Many people hoped that Tyrant Behemoth could step forward to fight, but Zhou had no intention of doing so. He hadn't figured out Great Skyfiend's exact abilities, and Zhou couldn't participate in the battle himself. Sending Tyrant Behemoth to challenge Yusuji now was no different from sending himself to his death. I should quickly advance to the mythical stage. Zhou constantly absorbed essence energy crystals in-game, hoping to quickly raise the essence energy pills level. Ding! After killing Medusa in her Demoness state, an essence energy skill crystal dropped. Zhou deliberately waited for Medusa to become a Demoness before killing her. He had killed Medusa several times while she was in her maiden form, but nothing dropped. As for Zhou, he had seen Medusa drop 2 essence energy skill crystals when he was previously grinding. One required 41 constitution and 21 curse stat, while the other required 41 essence energy and 21 poison stat. Zhou's essence energy and poison stat had already met the requirements, so he had been grinding Medusa recently in hopes of obtaining the skill crystal that needed 41 essence energy. 2 days ago, he had also obtained a Medusa crystal. Unfortunately, it was the type with a 41 constitution requirement. Zhou wasn't able to absorb it, so he had to give it up during a respawn. Give me the 41 essence energy one. Zhou prayed inwardly as he picked it up and was immediately overjoyed. It was the skill crystal that required essence energy and poison stats. I can finally absorb a mythical skill. Zhou couldn't wait to absorb the essence energy skill crystal. The crystal transformed into a grayish-white essence energy stream that entered the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou immediately felt as though his body was being pricked by needles wherever the essence energy stream passed. The essence energy constantly circulated in Zhou's body, forcefully opening up his meridians. After more than an hour, the essence energy formed a circulation and finally, all the essence energy flowed into Zhou's hair. Absorbed Medusa crystal. Attained mythical essence energy skill, Fatal Temptation. It's indeed not the Eyes of Petrification. Zhou had long guessed that the essence energy skill crystal that required constitution and curse was the Eyes of Petrification. What skill is this Fatal Temptation? It has a poison stat requirement. Don't tell me it turns my hair into venomous snakes? Zhou couldn't help but feel uneasy when he thought of his head full of venomous snakes. Such a skill felt a little odd and difficult to accept. He nervously looked at the introduction of Fatal Temptation and realized that it was indeed a hair skill. He was alarmed, but after carefully reading the introduction, he heaved a sigh of relief. Legend had it that Medusa had the most beautiful long hair in the world. As a result, she became too proud and looked down on Athena, and was turned into a snake-haired Demoness. Fatal Temptation was a skill that allowed one's hair to be tainted with poison. However, it didn't turn into venomous snakes. If anyone touched the poisonous hair, they would be poisoned. Zhou tried using the Fatal Temptation skill. With a move of his essence energy, Zhou Wen's hair immediately grew crazily, and in a blink of an eye, it reached the ground. However, Zhou Wen knew that it wasn't real hair, but hair condensed from essence energy. With a thought, Zhou Wen realized that it was extremely difficult to control the poison hair condensed from essence energy. It was unrealistic to use it as a weapon. Could it be that I can only passively wait for others to touch my hair? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. Such a skill wasn't something he needed. However, on second thought, Zhou Wen had an idea. He pulled out a strand of essence energy poison hair and placed it in water. The essence energy poison hair immediately dissolved into the water. Soon, many dimensional creatures in the water were poisoned to death. So this skill can also be used as poison. In that case, it's not bad. However, I wonder how potent the poison of Fatal Temptation is. Can it poison a mythical creature to death? Zhou Wen studied it for a long time and roughly learned how to use Fatal Temptation. In fact, there was no need for it to be in water. Even in air, Fatal Temptation could emit poisonous fumes, just like perfume. Any creature that smelled it would be poisoned. However, the poison wasn't as potent as Zhou Wen imagined. It was somewhat difficult to poison a mythical creature to death unless a mythical creature directly swallowed a large amount of essence energy poison hair. If he could do that, Zhou Wen had a high chance of killing the mythical creature himself. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. However, if this skill was used against humans, the effects would be very powerful. This was because humans were at the epic stage at best. Just the poisonous gas emitted from the poison hair was enough to deal great damage to humans. Chapter 908 Landing on the Island. However, Zhou Wen felt that this Fatal Temptation skill was a little uncomfortable. Therefore, he secretly wondered, I wonder if I can combine the Poison Dragon Palm and Fatal Temptation. Zhou Wen carefully studied the two essence energy skills. Apart from using different body parts, they were very similar in other aspects. They were all using poison in the form of essence energy, and they both used poison to obtain victory. It didn't seem impossible to combine them. It will be great if I could use the poison power of Fatal Temptation on my hands. Zhou Wen was still used to using his hand rather than his hair. Therefore, Zhou Wen began the corresponding research and experimentation, hoping to combine the two. The process wasn't that easy. Although it was the same conversion of essence energy into poison, the circulation method between essence energy skills was still very different. After studying it for a long time, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't impossible to fuse the two essence energy arts into one. All he could do was give it a try and add some essence energy circulation techniques from another essence energy skill. At the appointed time, Zhou Wen arrived at the Lu family residence again. This time, the Lu family was still very warm, but they were much more polite and hospitable than the first time he had come. The current head of the Lu family, Old Master Lu, personally came out to welcome Zhou Wen. Furthermore, from his words, he didn't treat Zhou Wen as a junior because of his age. Zhou Wen knew that it was most likely because of his battle with Yasuji now that the Lu family paid special attention to him. After entering the Lu family residence, Zhou Wen saw the others invited by the Lu family. Zhang Xiao was from the Zhang family, but Zhou Wen didn't know anyone from the Xia family. However, the Xia family looked at Zhou Wen with a strange expression. It didn't appear like hatred, but there was no intention of getting close to him. Zhou Wen could understand why. He had killed Xia Jiuhuang, and to the Xia family, Xia Jiuhuang was the founder of the Xia family. However, the latter had nearly destroyed the Xia family, so their attitude towards Zhou Wen was very odd. Old Master Lu didn't say anything else. After explaining the situation of the breakout creature in detail, he led everyone to the place where the breakout creature had recently appeared. Half a month ago, the breakout creature had frequently appeared in the vicinity of Sea Gazing City, causing a large number of casualties. There was even one time when it charged into the city and started a massacre, causing unimaginable losses. However, in the past half-month, the breakout creature had seldom approached the coast. Most of the time, it had appeared in the shallow waters, and the number of times it appeared decreased. The Lu family had been sending people to monitor the movement of the breakout creature. Although they didn't dare to get too close, with the Lu family's understanding of this area, they could still determine that the breakout creature should be residing on a nearby island. The island wasn't too far from Sea Gazing City, but it was different from Turtle Tomb's 6 islands. It was a real island, and it wasn't a dimensional zone. The Lu family used a team of sea turtles to take Zhou Wen and company to the island. One by one, the epic experts of the Lu family controlled the epic Blackrock turtles to rapidly swim across the sea. Zhou Wen stood on the back of a Blackrock turtle and looked into the distance. Zhang Xiao led the Zhang family's white crane team and rode their own white cranes to fly in the sky. They didn't ride the Blackrock turtles. In just over an hour, the island was right in front of them. I've already informed everyone of the information our Lu family knows. If you are confident, you can head to the island to hunt the breakout creature. If you aren't confident, I hope you won't take the risk. After all, life is precious. Also, although this island isn't a dimensional zone, there have been breakout creatures appearing here often in the past. Therefore, there might be more than one breakout creature on the island. Please be careful. If you discover anything amiss, please retreat over here immediately. Our Lu family will be responsible for evacuating you. With that said, Old Master Lu turned to Zhou Wen and asked, Zhou Wen, do you want us to help you take care of the child? There's no need. The child is afraid of strangers. Zhou Wen saw that the others had already headed towards the island. He transformed the white shadow of poison into wings and flew towards the island. Before reaching the island, Zhou Wen had already expanded Truth Listener's monitoring range to its limits, hoping to understand the situation there. This island wasn't too big. It was typical of an island formed by volcanic eruption. In the middle was a volcano that occasionally emitted smoke. Although it didn't erupt, it wasn't a good place. The volcano was surrounded by forests. The terrain wasn't complicated, but the forests were dense. There were many creatures inside, so there might be problems. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener's ability to envelop the entire island and monitor it. However, to his surprise, he didn't find any traces of the breakout creature on the island. He also didn't discover any of the other breakout creatures mentioned by the Lu family. Apart from some insects and birds, there wasn't a single dimensional creature on the island. When Zhou Wen reached the coast, he stopped and scanned the entire island again. The outcome was the same. He didn't discover any dimensional creatures. Did the Lu family make a mistake, or did that breakout creature happen to leave? Zhou Wen frowned in thought. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, someone walked over. The person was a freelance hunter. To be invited by the Lu family, he was probably very famous, but Zhou Wen didn't know him. The person came in front of Zhou Wen and introduced himself. My name is Beta. I was born and raised in Sea Gazing City. I'm quite famous among the local freelance hunters. Zhou Wen sized up Beta and didn't say a word. This person's aura was very strange. He looked like he was at a mortal stage and had a weak vital aura. However, the Lu family naturally wouldn't invite a mortal stage human to participate in such an operation. Beta continued, As a native of Sea Gazing City, my understanding of this area isn't inferior to the Lu family's. I even know some information that the Lu family doesn't know. I can say with certainty that it's impossible for them to find the breakout creature on the island. Why? Zhou Wen asked curiously. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will tell you why. Furthermore, I can lead you to the breakout creature, Beta said. Since you know everything, why don't you deal with that breakout creature yourself? Zhou Wen asked. If I had that ability, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. Beta paused for a moment before continuing. If you don't believe me, you can look for it and verify my words before working with me. How do you want to cooperate? Zhou Wen asked directly. He naturally knew that the breakout creature wasn't on the island. Chapter 909 Egg. Let's work together to kill the breakout creature. After the matter is done, the benefits given by the Lu family will belong to you. If the breakout creature drops anything, it will belong to me. If nothing drops, I'll just blame it on my bad luck, Beta said. From the looks of it, there's no way we can cooperate. Zhou Wen was mainly here for the companion egg that might drop. Helping and Sheng was only in passing, so it was naturally impossible for him to agree to such conditions. Beta couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't you satisfied with the Lu family's fiend dust ores and priority purchase rights? Zhou Wen didn't explain as he constantly scanned the island with Truth Listener. Apart from Zhou Wen, the Zhang and Xia families and the free hunters were also using their own methods to search for the breakout creature. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed like Zhou Wen. Some people began suspecting that the breakout creature wasn't on the island. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and carried ear towards the volcanic crater. If the breakout creature was really on this island, it could only be inside the volcano. Zhou Wen, are you really not considering it? The chances of a breakout creature dropping a companion egg are very low. Beta tried persuading Zhou Wen. Since the chances of a companion egg dropping are very low, why are you trying your luck? Zhou Wen asked casually. I don't have the ability to kill the breakout creature, so I can only try my luck, Beta said. Then there's no other way. I also want to try my luck. As the two of them spoke, they approached the volcanic crater. Many people had already gathered at the volcanic crater. Zhang Xiao and the Xia family were also here. From the looks of it, their judgment was the same as Zhou Wen's. They believed that the breakout creature was hidden in the volcano. Don't tell me you think the breakout creature is inside the volcano like them? Beta whispered to Zhou Wen. No offense, but now that they believe that the breakout creature is inside the volcano, it's the best opportunity for us to kill it. If we waste too much time, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen again. I can't agree to your conditions. Zhou Wen stopped some distance away from the volcano. The Zhang and Xia families had already used fire elemental companion beasts to enter the volcano to search. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to scan the volcano, but he didn't find any traces of the breakout creature inside. Instead, he saw plenty of magma inside the volcano. It was an active volcano that was extremely unstable. That breakout creature should have a spatial attribute, not a fire attribute. It shouldn't be resting in the magma, right? Zhou Wen thought. Truth Listener had a hard time hearing the situation in the magma. Unless a companion beast was allowed to go down, it was very difficult to obtain results. When Zhang Xiao and company saw Zhou Wen, they were somewhat nervous. Zhou Wen's reputation was too resounding, and they knew how powerful he was. Among so many people, Zhou Wen had the greatest chance. Seeing Zhou Wen remain unmoved, Beta gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Wen, "How about this? The items dropped by the breakout creature will be yours. The Lu family's priority purchase rights towards Fiend Dust will also be yours. As for the portion of the Fiend Dust that is rewarded, I'll only take 30%. How about that? In that case, I can consider it," Zhou Wen said after some thought. "There's no time to lose. Let's hunt the breakout creatures while they are still searching the volcano," Beta said. "Alright, then we'll do as you say. Apart from 30% of the Fiend Dust, everything else will belong to me. Do you have any objections?" Zhou Wen asked Beta. "It can't be helped. I don't have the ability to kill that dimensional creature. I'll just write it off as me selling information," Beta said helplessly as he spread out his hands. Zhou Wen nodded and left the volcano with Beta. After Beta led Zhou Wen away from the volcano, they passed through the forest and arrived at the shore on the other end of the island. Beta walked along the coast for a while before stopping at a spot. He pointed at the coast below and said, "There's a limestone cave below. We have to pass through the seawater. How's your swimming? What about this child? I'm from inland. I'm not good at swimming. Does that breakout creature live in water?" Zhou Wen asked. "Not really. However, the Kar's cave has a long stretch underwater. If your swimming ability is good, it won't be difficult to pass through. If you don't know how to swim, you can only hold your breath and walk over," Beta said. "Then there's no problem. Let's go!" Zhou Wen carried her and walked towards the sea. Beta got into the water first as Zhou Wen used the Black Tortoise's 7 Mansions Essence Energy skill. After entering the water, the seawater was isolated a foot away, preventing it from touching Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen carried her and sank to the bottom of the sea. Indeed, he saw a black cave below. Beta had already swam inside. Zhou Wen walked along the bottom of the cave and followed behind Beta. Beta was good at swimming, but Zhou Wen walked too slowly. All he could do was control his speed and lead Zhou Wen into the Kar's cave. The underwater world was extremely magical, especially in the Kar's cave. There were all kinds of creatures and fish. The Black Tortoise's Protective Essence Energy skill had a certain ability to repel water. Yer curiously sized up the schools of fish. When she saw the fish approach, she extended her hand out of the Black Tortoise's barrier, but she wasn't stopped by it. Although the 28 Lunar Mansions barrier wasn't of a high level, it was somewhat different from ordinary Essence Energy barriers. The biggest difference was that it could be controlled freely. Typical Essence Energy barriers forcefully formed Essence Energy barriers, but the barrier formed by the 28 Lunar Mansion's Essence Energy skills was different. It could be produced as he wished. Furthermore, it wasn't just a simple barrier, but a liquid that enveloped his entire body. The barriers of different Lunar Mansions had different attributes. For example, the Black Tortoise had the water attribute, the Vermilion Bird had the fire attribute, the Azure Dragon had the wood attribute, and the White Tiger had the metal attribute. Now, Zhou Wen was still lacking an Essence Energy skill. Without gathering the 28 Lunar Mansion skills, he didn't know if it would have any special abilities in the future. The underwater Kar's cave was winding and strange. As they didn't travel in a straight line, they often had to pass through narrow gaps. Furthermore, Zhou Wen wasn't walking fast. After more than half an hour, the two of them passed through the underwater Kar's cave and emerged from the water. Outside the water surface was still a Kar's cave, but this Kar's cave was somewhat different from before. The Kar's cave here was like a crystal mine, filled with green crystals. Zhou Wen quickly discovered that there was an egg half the height of a person in a cave surrounded by crystals. "Don't tell me it's the egg of that breakout creature?" Zhou Wen looked at the egg in surprise. "I think it's highly likely. Your luck is really good. I never expected that breakout creature to have an egg. This is a mythical egg. Although it's not a companion egg and can't be incubated as a companion beast, such a dimensional creature can be easily tamed from a young age," Beta said with envy. Chapter 910 Blue Sky Crystal Beast. Zhou Wen looked around and didn't find the breakout creature. There was only one egg in the crystal cave. "How regretful. If I had known, I would have come alone to take the egg for myself." The value of this mythical egg far exceeds the fiend dust, Beta said regretfully. Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he walked towards the egg. As the dimensional creature inside hadn't been born, it wasn't dangerous. He walked to the crystalline egg and reached out to lift it up. This egg was much heavier than a rock. Although it wasn't big, its weight was a little terrifying. If Zhou Wen wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't be able to lift it with one hand. At the instant Zhou Wen touched the egg, he suddenly saw a spatial ripple appear beside him. It was a sign of a long-distance spatial teleportation. Then, Zhou Wen saw a dimensional creature that resembled a chilling rush out of the spatial ripples. Its glass-like body shimmered with resplendent light as it roared and pounced at Zhou Wen, its claws having the power to tear through the void. Before it reached Zhou Wen, the void in front of him had already cracked. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he stuffed the egg into the chaos bead. At the same time, he quickly dodged the breakout creature's attack. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth and blocked the breakout creature that continued charging at him. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth collided with the breakout creature's force, producing a terrifying force that blasted the crystal cave apart. Immediately, large amounts of seawater poured down from above. This cave was actually underwater. As for the people on the island, they suddenly heard a thunderclap-like rumble. Then, they saw an explosion in the seawater not far from the island. The water pillar rose dozens of meters, and they immediately knew that something had happened. Just as they were observing, they saw someone rush out of the water. First, it was Zhou Wen who was hugging her, followed by Tyrant Behemoth and the breakout creature. The breakout creature pounced at Zhou Wen crazily. Tyrant Behemoth immediately brandished its fist to stop it, but before Tyrant Behemoth's strength touched the breakout creature, it suddenly vanished and appeared above Zhou Wen's head. Its sharp claws were about to touch Zhou Wen's scalp. Zhou Wen instantly vanished, causing the breakout creature's attack to miss. Tyrant Behemoth chased after the breakout creature, but unfortunately, before it could catch up to it, the breakout creature had already teleported away and caught up to Zhou Wen, who had just appeared from his teleportation. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's excellent movement techniques and fast reflexes, he would have been torn into two the moment he appeared again. Zhou Wen was wearing dragon scale armor as he grabbed the middle of the golden battle god halberd with one hand, blocking the terrifying claw. Crack! The golden battle god halberd was sliced into several pieces by the claw. Although Zhou Wen took the opportunity to dodge the strike, it was hopeless for the golden battle god halberd. It wasn't easy for another golden battle god halberd to drop, but it's gone just like that. Zhou Wen felt his heart ache. In the past, he had disparaged the fact that the golden battle god halberd dropped way too often, but now, he realized that it wasn't enough. The terrifying offensive strength of the breakout creature left Zhou Wen alarmed. If he wasn't wrong, this fellow was likely proficient in spatial slicing skills. Typical mythical weapons found it difficult to withstand spatial slicing. Otherwise, the golden battle god halberd wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. I have to think of a way to get a weapon that's indestructible in the future. Otherwise, there's no way to guarantee that the weapon won't be destroyed when facing some terrifying skills, Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen dodged a few more attacks, and didn't dare clash head-on with the breakout creature. Zhou Wen, if you can't do it, move aside. Zhang Xiao had already led the White Crane team over. That's what I was thinking. I'll leave this fellow to you. Zhou Wen's figure flashed as he rushed to the back of the White Crane team. Under Zhang Xiao's command, the many Zhang family members on the White Crane struck out spirit talismans at the same time. There were many of them, instantly enveloping a large area of the sky, and the breakout creature was caught in the middle. Mysterious rays of light emitted from the spirit talismans. The rays intertwined and turned into a spirit energy net that trapped the breakout creature. The breakout creature charged at the spirit energy net, but it failed to tear it apart. Instead, the spirit talisman stuck to its body, and the spirit energy net also bound its body. When the breakout creature teleported, it couldn't escape the spirit energy net. It could only teleport within the confines of the spirit energy net. It was ultimately trapped within when it appeared again. Under Zhang Xiao's lead, the members of the White Crane team circulated their essence energy arts, causing the spiritual light on the spirit talismans to become stronger and stronger. The breakout creature seemed to be in extreme pain as it roared and attempted to tear open the spirit energy net, but to no avail. The spirit energy net didn't look like a real net. Instead, it appeared on the breakout creature like a tattoo. No matter how the breakout creature struggled, it was unable to escape. The Zhang family sure is impressive. That essence energy art can actually combine different people's essence energy skills into one. It's rather magical. Zhou Wen felt like his horizons had been broadened. He had never seen such an essence energy art or essence energy skill before. Zhang Xiao said coldly, "Don't be ridiculous. How can you know everything of the Zhang family's heritage?" Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he watched the Zhang family fight the breakout creature. The Xia family, and the other freelance hunters came over as well. However, now that the Zhang family was fighting the breakout creature, it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. Offending the Zhang family for a breakout creature and fiend dust was not worth it to most people. However, not everyone had the same mindset. If the Zhang family couldn't deal with the breakout creature and even ended up with an internecine outcome, they would be able to scoop up the benefits. While everyone was watching the battle, someone arrived at the volcanic crater. He lowered his head and looked inside before carefully climbing down. This person quickly arrived at the magma pool inside the volcano. It was none other than Beta, who had led Zhou to seek out the breakout creature. Those idiots! Let them risk their lives. Without them holding back the blue sky crystal beast, I won't be able to obtain what's down there. Beta looked at the magma and summoned a companion beast. It was a black iron gold thread turtle. The black iron gold thread turtle transformed into a full body armor that enveloped Beta completely. Not a single part of him was exposed. Then, he walked towards the magma pool, looking like he wanted to dive into it. According to our agreement, everything except 30% of the fiend dust will belong to me. Don't tell me you want to secretly take some treasure behind my back? Just as Beta stepped into the magma pool, he suddenly heard a voice. His body trembled as he turned his head in surprise. Indeed, he saw Zhou standing not far behind him. Chapter 9:11 Balrog. Ahem, what are you doing here? Beta retracted his foot and looked at Zhou gloomily. We are partners. Of course I have to follow you, Zhou said with a smile. He hadn't really been following Beta all this time. However, Zhou had left Primordial Spore here as his informant when he first came to the volcanic crater. If it discovered anything here, he would be first to know. To his surprise, he realized that Beta had sneakily come here. Zhou felt that this fellow was somewhat odd from the beginning, so he used Truth Listener to listen carefully. He roughly knew what was happening, so he stopped him before he went down. He wanted to figure out what was beneath the magma. Didn't I already help you find the breakout creature? Our cooperation is over. Why are you looking for me instead of killing it? Beta said. You can't say that. You used me to lure the breakout creature and people away. This means that we are still cooperating. I should have a share of the treasure here, right? Zhou said slowly. Beta knew that it was impossible to shirk Zhou off again. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, so be it. We'll split the items below equally, but you have to go down with me and bring the items up. With that said, Beta wanted to walk into the magma. Wait. Tell me what's down there first. Zhou naturally didn't believe Beta's words. He extended his bamboo blade and stopped him. Beta suddenly threw a punch and struck the bamboo blade's scabbard, causing it to tilt to the side before plunging into the magma. Zhou looked at the magma below and summoned the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to follow Beta, but he didn't go down himself. After the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General entered the magma, it immediately became excited. The purple flames in its body ignited as it ran rapidly through the magma, chasing after Beta. This fellow is really difficult to deal with. Beta was somewhat depressed when he saw that the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was not afraid of the high-temperature magma. It wasn't easy for him to have a black iron gold thread turtle armor drop, allowing him to enter the magma layer. Yet, just any random companion beast of Zhou could achieve the same effect, leaving Beta displeased. Thankfully, Beta was very fast in the magma. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was momentarily unable to catch up to him. The deeper into the magma, the hotter it became. After a few hundred meters, the bottom suddenly became empty. After the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General rushed down, it realized that it was in magma. There was magma all around it without any support, but there was an invisible force that blocked out the surrounding magma. In the middle of the space, there was a black cocoon with magma patterns. Through the thoughts transmitted by the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, Zhou knew the situation there. His expression immediately changed. A guardian cocoon. There's a guardian here? In that case, that breakout creature is actually protecting the guardian cocoon. I thought there was something good, but it's actually a guardian. Zhou found it meaningless. He no longer needed a guardian to advance his life soul, nor did he need the blood of a guardian. Guardians were no longer of much use to him. At most, they were meant for killing. Beta quickly rushed towards the guardian cocoon. It looked like he was planning on trying to contract the guardian here. Zhou made the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General halt, and didn't stop him from making the contract. Guardians would appear sooner or later anyway. Killing a guardian without a contract was about the same difficulty as a contracted guardian. It might even be easier to kill a guardian after a contract, so there was no need to stop him. Beta rushed to the guardian cocoon and dripped his blood on it. Soon, the black-red guardian cocoon absorbed Beta's blood. Then, crimson magma cracks appeared on the cocoon. As the cracks spread, a fiend form from magma rushed out. My name is Balrog. From today onwards, I'll fight with you and pledge my life to follow you. The magma on Balrog's body splattered as he pressed a large hand on Beeta's head. Balrog's body transformed into magma that swept towards Beeta's body. Layer after layer of magma wrapped around Beeta's body, quickly turning into a magma armor. The terrifying fire elemental power also filled Beeta's body. Zhou Wen had already unsummoned the fiend armored tiger soul general and left the volcano. Boom! Not long after Zhou Wen came out of the volcano, he heard a terrifying rumbling sound coming from the volcano. Then, he saw a scarlet pillar of fire rush into the sky with plumes of black smoke. The volcano had erupted. Zhang Xiao and company, who were fighting the blue sky crystal beast, also noticed the situation on the volcano's side. They didn't know what had happened or why the volcano had suddenly erupted. When Beeta rushed out wearing Balrog armor, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Greed was the original motivation for humans. Clearly, Beeta was also a greedy person. After obtaining Balrog, Beeta rushed out with the eruption of the volcano and charged straight at the blue sky crystal beast. Clearly, he wanted to snatch it. The White Crane team members were all fighting the blue sky crystal beast with all their might, so they didn't have the capacity to deal with Beeta. Beeta's body carried magma like flames that swept towards the blue sky crystal beast. The blue sky crystal beast was trapped by the spirit energy net. It failed to dodge the terrifying flames even after teleporting, as its entire body was ignited. Even the Zhang family's spirit talismans and spirit energy net were consumed by the flames. The blue sky crystal beast lost the restriction of the spirit energy net and constantly teleported. It charged into the sea, hoping to use the seawater to extinguish the flames on its body. However, after the blue sky crystal beast entered the sea, the flames on its body didn't extinguish. It continued burning its body rapidly. Beeta had already rushed into the sea like a fire dragon, chasing after the blue sky crystal beast. Zhang Xiao was peeved and furious. They had done so much, but they ended up benefiting another. However, the White Crane team wasn't good at water battles. Looking at Beeta's might just now, they knew they probably didn't have the chance of being the ones to take down the blue sky crystal beast today. The Xia family and a few freelance hunters chased into the sea, but they quickly lost them. With their speed in the sea, they couldn't catch up to the teleporting blue sky crystal beast and Beeta. Beeta was also a strange person. He clearly cultivated a fire elemental essence energy art and contracted a fire elemental guardian, but he was surprisingly good in water. Furthermore, Balrog didn't seem to be afraid of water. Its flames could burn in the water without any obstruction. The blue sky crystal beast constantly teleported. It wasn't difficult for it to pull away from Beeta, but the flames on its body couldn't be extinguished. As the flames burned, the blue sky crystal beast's vitality became weaker and weaker. The distance it could teleport became narrower and narrower, and eventually, Beeta caught up to it. Seeing that the blue sky crystal beast was already on the brink of collapse, Beeta blasted out a magma like fire dragon and devoured its already charred body. In a moment, its body was burned to ashes as a crystal dropped. Essence Energy Skill Crystal! Beeta was delighted and was about to grab the crystal. Suddenly, a figure slid across the water. His posture was like a dragon or a WYRM, and he was even faster than Beeta in the water. He snatched the blue sky crystal beast's crystal before Beeta did. Beeta was slightly taken aback. On careful look, he realized that the person who had snatched the crystal was Zhou Wen. Didn't UF** King say that you are from inland and don't know how to swim? Beeta wished he could slap Zhou Wen in the face. The finesse in water that Zhou Wen displayed was even better than his. To think that he had pretended to be a non-swimmer in the beginning. He was just too shameless. Chapter 912 Slaying Balrog. I originally thought that swimming was difficult, but it turns out it's not that difficult. Zhou Wen played with the crystal in his hand and said, According to the agreement, this dimensional crystal should belong to me, right? It's yours. Everything is yours, Beeta said as he suddenly struck out with a hand. Terrifying flames transformed into a dragon's roar as it charged at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen dodged and the flames landed at the bottom of the sea, turning it into a sea of fire. I've already given you the stuff. The partnership is over. Now I'm going to snatch them back. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Beeta said, looking at the huge fire at the bottom of the ocean. No problem. Zhou Wen nodded and summoned the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General again. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was like a knight from hell as it stood in the deep sea fire. The purple flames in its armor also began burning. With both of them being fire elemental, Balrog is supreme. You are too naive if you want to use a fire elemental companion beast to fight me, Beeta said as flames spewed out from his body and swept towards Zhou Wen. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General dashed forward without any hesitation. It did not dodge the flames that Beeta blasted out and charged straight into the roaring magma and flames. Beeta was somewhat surprised to discover that Balrog's flames did not burn the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to death. A shocking flame erupted from his body once again, as the magma-like Balrog armor turned golden. "I'll show you the true power of fire." Along with Beeta's voice, Balrog's body had already turned into a sun. Terrifying flames instantly evaporated a large amount of seawater. The seawater in the distance also boiled from the heat. Large amounts of seabed sand and rocks turned into magma, making the seabed look like a magma like hell. Beeta, who was emitting heat like the sun, threw a punch at the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, hoping to melt it into molten iron. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General grabbed the two ends of the spear with both hands and blocked Beeta's fist. The terrifyingly high temperature on his fist made the spear appear like a red-hot iron pole or spear. Melt! The temperature on Beeta's body rose again. He wanted to melt the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General directly. Under the terrifying high temperatures, the armor on the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's body was burned red. However, the strange thing was that it was still emitting purple flames. Beeta originally thought that he could melt the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General into molten iron as long as he exerted more strength. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Balrog's high temperature did not melt the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Instead, the purple flames in its body became stronger. Bam! The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General exerted strength with both hands and forcefully sent Beeta flying. The ferocious tiger on the ground roared as it leaped forward. The burning spear carried purple flames as it stabbed towards Beeta. Beeta was astonished. He used the various skills and abilities of Balrog to fight the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Balrog was indeed ferocious. Its flames were different from ordinary fire elemental powers, as they had a burning effect. Upon contact, they would continuously burn until the opponent was burned to death. Furthermore, Balrog's flames didn't purely rely on the flames. The most important thing was the high temperature. Even if one didn't touch the flames, they would still be injured by the high temperature. However, these abilities were useless against the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. This was because with the existence of the Tempered Steel Cauldron skill, the higher the temperature and the more intense the burning, the stronger the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General became. In the beginning, Beeta could still suppress the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General by using Balrog's powers. However, through Beeta's efforts to burn it to ashes, he finally threw himself into a disadvantageous position. What the hell is this companion beast? Beeta had already discovered that something was amiss, but he still found it unbelievable. Not only was Balrog's power unable to injure the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, it was instead used by the other party. However, he had no choice but to believe the increasingly powerful Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Beeta knew that Balrog had met his nemesis and turned to run. He wanted to escape before considering anything else. How could Zhou let him do as he wished? He continued chasing. Seeing that he couldn't escape Zhou in water, Beeta fled towards the shore. After rushing to the shore, a circular hole similar to a rocket propeller appeared behind the Balrog armor. Demonic flame spewed out from it, pushing Beeta's body into the distance at a terrifying speed. Beeta rushed into the mountainous area and looked back. When he didn't see Zhou behind him, he heaved a sigh of relief and landed. However, just as he landed on the mountaintop, he saw Zhou riding a gigantic pangolin-like companion beast. He was looking at him from the opposite mountaintop. Beeta was extremely shocked, and he hurriedly used Balrog's ejection force to shoot into the sky again, before fleeing in another direction. However, no matter how fast Beeta was, every time he stopped, he would see Zhou carrying near and riding the companion beast nearby. After a few consecutive attempts, Balrog's strength was almost exhausted. Beeta was also on the verge of tears. "What do you want?" After landing again and seeing Zhou, Beeta stopped running and shouted at him while panting. "What I want to do is what you just said," Zhou said. "What did I say?" Beeta asked, gasping for air. "Didn't you say that our partnership has ended and you want to snatch the items back? This is also what I want to do," Zhou said. "You took the blue sky crystal beast's egg and dimensional crystals. You took everything. What else do you want?" said Beeta. "And the guardian on you," Zhou said calmly. "You don't cultivate a fire elemental essence energy art. Even if I give him to you, you won't be able to contract him. Besides, I've already contracted him. I can't give him to you even if I wanted to," said Beeta. "That's simple. Just kill him," Zhou said as he gripped his bamboo blade tightly, prepared to strike at any moment. With an additional guardian in the world, the battle between guardians would cause additional damage to Earth. He would kill one whenever he could. "Then you might as well take my life. I'll fight it out with you." As Beeta said that, he angrily pounced over from the sky. The Balrog armor on his body burst out with shocking demonic flames. Like the flames of a burning heaven, it covered the sky and descended. Looking at Beeta pouncing at him like a flaming giant, Zhou expression didn't change at all. However, His aura instantly turned terrifying. The bamboo blade was unsheathed, followed by the release of Immortal Slaying Smite. The demonic flames that filled the sky suddenly split into two. Zhou Wen's figure appeared behind Balrog, as though he had teleported. By then, Bamboo Blade had already returned to its sheath. When Bamboo Blade was fully sheathed, Balrog split into two in midair. Its body transformed into magma that scattered across the ground like piles of bonfires. Meanwhile, Beta's figure appeared in the sky. However, he no longer had the Balrog armor on him. Instead, a pair of crow-like wings appeared on his back. There was also a black mask that looked like a ghoul on his face. The aura from his entire body had become very strange. Chapter 9 13 Mirror Eyes Advancement Method. Zhou Wen frowned as he sized up Beta. This was because Beta's aura had become extremely strange. Furthermore, this was the first time he had seen a human use a guardian as a shield. He had screwed over the guardian.
Wang Mingyuan is right. You are indeed very powerful,
Beta said to Zhou Wen from midair. Upon hearing Wang Mingyuan's name, Zhou Wen's pupils constricted slightly as he stared at Beta and asked,
"Who are you?" "Beta, the man who is about to become Yiksha King, remember this name."
As Beta spoke, the wings on his back flapped and a spatial rift opened in the void. He flapped his wings and retreated into the spatial rift. Zhou Wen watched the spatial rift disappear, but it was too late to chase after him. That fellow. He's like Teacher, but he also seems a little different. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. Although Beta had only displayed his true strength for a moment, he could sense the dual auras of a human and a dimensional creature. He was very similar to Wang Mingyuan and Yin Talisman King. Zhou Wen also knew that there were humans, like Wang Mingyuan, who had charged into different dimensions. He was very suspicious that Beta was one of the humans who had rushed into one. Zhou Wen wanted to ask Beta what had happened to Wang Mingyuan, but unfortunately, Beta had already escaped through the spatial rift. It was impossible for him to catch up to him. He returned to the Lu family with the Blue Sky Crystal Beast's crystal, and used it as evidence in exchange for the Lu family's promise. Zhou Wen then asked Old Master Lu about Beta. However, Old Master Lu told him that there was no freelance hunter named Beta in Sea Gazing City, and none of the people he invited were called Beta.
"But I did see him."
Zhou Wen drew Beta's appearance for Old Master Lu to see. Old Master Lu looked at it for a while before saying,
"This is a freelance hunter from another city. I saw that he knew a lot about the habits of the breakout creature, so I invited him to stay. But his name is not Beta. He said his name is Yi."
Zhou Wen didn't have any hopes of finding out anything else. After settling the matter here, he left Sea Gazing City. Yusuji now did not participate in the hunting operation this time. As she was exposed ahead of time, the Overseas Federation gave up on the plan and allowed her to go elsewhere as Su Ai, so as to prevent the Yin family from suspecting the relationship between Su Ai and Yusuji now. Zhou Wen originally wanted to return to Luoyang, but before he left Sea Gazing City, another guardian appeared on the rankings. The guardian named Starry Night challenged the second-ranked companion beast. Zhou Wen watched the battle and saw Starry Night standing in the void. The stars in the sky rained down like a meteor shower. After a bombardment lasting more than 10 minutes, it nearly killed the companion beast. Finally, the latter had no choice but to forfeit and admit defeat. More and more guardians have appeared. I wonder how many there are. Zhou Wen thought to himself. After taking second place, Starry Night didn't continue the challenge. It seemed like it didn't intend to fight the first great sky fiend. Zhou Wen left Sea Gazing City and played with the Blue Sky Crystal Beast's Essence Energy Skill Crystal on the way. Blue Sky Crystal Beast, Mythical Stage. Requires 41 Constitution, 21 Spatial Attribute, Spatial Essence Energy Art. It's 41 Constitution again. From the looks of it, I have to think of a way to raise Mirror Eyes to the perfect body as soon as possible so that my Constitution can reach 41. This way, I can absorb several mythical techniques. Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. Up to now, he still hadn't found a way to advance Mirror Eyes. However, although he wasn't able to obtain a Blue Sky Crystal Beast companion egg during his trip to Gazing Sea City, he had obtained an egg. If he could hatch a baby Blue Sky Crystal Beast, he might be able to use it in place of a companion beast. Now, Zhou Wen's problem was that even if the baby Blue Sky Crystal Beast was born, he wouldn't tame it since he didn't know how to make it obedient. I wonder if I can raise it like a goo, Zhou Wen thought. As Zhou Wen rode the mighty Vajra Bull, he used his phone to grind the game dungeons. This time, Zhou Wen chose Deer Terrace Pavilion. He couldn't kill the nine-tailed fox inside, but it was different for the other mythical creatures. Perhaps he could farm something good. After farming all the dimensional creatures that he could, Zhou Wen went to challenge the nine-tailed fox when there was nothing left. At any rate, he had to refresh the instance dungeon, so he took the opportunity to test the nine-tailed fox's strength. Just like last time, after killing the fox body, the nine-tailed demon fox did not die. Instead, it entered its terror transformation form and became a beautiful demon consort. Seeing the demon consort attack, Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he attempted to use mirror eyes to glance at her. To his surprise, his glance made the demon consort's face turn into that of a fox. Perhaps it was because mirror eyes was still relatively weak, only her face had turned into that of a fox, and the rest of her body remained human. Moreover, the face that had turned into that of a fox quickly recovered its devastatingly beautiful human features. To Zhou Wen's disbelief, mirror eyes grew. Before Zhou Wen could get excited, he saw the screen turn black. The game was over. He had been too pleasantly surprised to notice how Demon Consort had killed the blood-colored avatar. Mirror Eyes actually has the ability to see through things. From the looks of it, I have to use Mirror Eyes to see through the disguise of dimensional creatures that use transformation techniques to advance. I wonder if destroying a human's transformation technique can allow Mirror Eyes to advance. Zhou Wen was somewhat excited after finding the method to advance Mirror Eyes. As long as his constitution reached 41 points, he could absorb several mythical skill crystals, and his strength would definitely improve greatly. The most important thing was that he could absorb the skill crystal of the Blue Sky Crystal Beast. Perhaps that was a skill that could allow him to teleport indefinitely. Where can I find dimensional creatures that can transform? Visiting the demon consort each time is too difficult. I'll die every time I take a look. The advancement speed is just too slow. Zhou Wen couldn't think of any dimensional creatures that were good at transforming, so he could only search for information online. He never expected that there were actually quite a number of dimensional creatures that were good at transforming. Among them, the most common Fox Immortal in East District seemed to have a transformation skill. How could I have forgotten about this? Aren't there many lesser demons impersonating immortals on Deer Terrace Pavilion? Zhou Wen smacked his head and cursed himself for being foolish. This couldn't be blamed on Zhou Wen. This was because fake immortals, like fox demons, had always looked like immortals. He momentarily forgot about them. He eagerly entered Deer Terrace Pavilion and used mirror eyes to look at the fake fairies and immortals. When Zhou Wen looked at an epic fake fairy, she revealed her true form and turned into a fox. Zhou Wen immediately felt that the mirror eyes had grown. Seeing that this move was indeed effective, Zhou Wen immediately looked around. Any lesser demon that was seen by mirror eyes was immediately reduced to its original form. Although this would expend large amounts of essence energy, Zhou Wen could switch back to the Slaughterer Life Soul, giving him unlimited essence energy at any time. Then, he could switch back and activate Mirror Eyes. As he swept his gaze and killed along the way, Mirror Eyes grew rapidly. It was only a matter of time before it broke through to the evolved body, or even the perfect body. Chapter 9:14 Feng Qiuyan's Weakness. Zhou Wen had recently absorbed many essence energy crystals. There was no lack of mythical crystals. He felt that the essence energy pill had reached its limits, and was about to break through. However, for some reason, every time he reached a critical moment, he couldn't take that final step. It was as if something was missing. What's missing? Zhou Wen looked at the diamond-like essence energy pill in front of him and frowned in thought. What was lacking was clearly not energy, as the essence energy pill's primordial body had already absorbed quite a number of mythical essence energy crystals. Be it the quality or quantity of energy, they far exceeded the requirements needed for the primordial life soul to evolve. If it's not lacking energy, why can't the essence energy pill evolve? Zhou Wen racked his brains over it, but couldn't figure it out. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and realized that it was Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan seldom spoke, and even if he did, most people couldn't understand what he was saying. Coach, thank you for your guidance. I've already overcome my weakness and have some achievements in my saber art. If you have the time, can you help me take a look at my saber art? Zhou Wen found Feng Qiuyan's message baffling as usual. However, he was already used to it. He casually replied, "The earliest time for me to return to school is the day after tomorrow. I'll look for you when the time comes. I can't wait. Coach, which path are you taking? I'll find you." Feng Qiuyan replied. Zhou Wen set his route to Feng Qiuyan. Since he had nothing to do on the way, it wasn't a bad idea to have someone welcome him. After unsummoning the essence energy pill, Zhou Wen continued grinding Deer Terrace Pavilion. The advancement of Mirror Eyes went very smoothly. At this rate, he could probably advance to an evolved body in a few days. Zhou Wen was gaming when he suddenly felt a tattoo on his body tremble. Before he could summon it, the companion beast automatically left his body. "Neil, what happened?" Zhou Wen asked in surprise, when he saw Demonic Neonate staring at a lake by the side of the road. "Food," Demonic Neonate answered as she continued staring at the lake. Zhou Wen really didn't know what the food Demonic Neonate mentioned was because her diet was too strange. Even guardians were treated as food by her. She was probably the only one that did so. The lake by the side of the road wasn't too big. Truth Listener's senses could directly envelop it, but it didn't discover anything amiss. The lake was filled with ordinary creatures. There were quite a number of fish and shrimps, but there were no dimensional creatures. There were no dimensional zones nearby. He looked at the map on his phone and realized that there was no sign of a lake here.
Where's the food?
Joanne had no choice but to ask Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate extended her finger and pointed at the center of the lake. Joanne noticed that she was referring to the surface of the lake, not inside. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the middle of the lake was a bamboo pole. There was a scarecrow hanging on it.
The food you mentioned is that scarecrow?
Joanne pointed at the scarecrow and asked. Demonic Neonate nodded as she continued looking at the scarecrow. As Demonic Neonate had already finished the longevity fruits she had previously obtained, she hadn't eaten anything in the past few days. She was probably a little hungry.
I'll help you get it,
Joanne said.
Dangerous.
Demonic Neonate shook her head and said seriously. Demonic Neonate seldom spoke to begin with. It was the first time he had heard her mention danger. He couldn't help but seriously size up the scarecrow in the middle of the lake. Looking at its body, there was nothing special about it. The scarecrow's internal structure was made of straw. It could be clearly heard with Truth Listener. Apart from straw, there was nothing. Apart from its straw body, it also had tattered clothes and a straw hat. It didn't look anything special. The scarecrow was likely placed here in the past to prevent the shorebirds from eating the fish in the lake. It had been here for quite some time. Its straw hat and clothes had already faded and rotted. Its straw body was also somewhat moldy. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary scarecrow. Demonic Neonate bit her lip and glanced at the scarecrow. She actually jumped back onto the great Mike Vidra bull's back and said, "Go!" Joanne was alarmed as he turned to look at the scarecrow. It was still standing there like a dead object, without any signs of being terrifying. However, Joanne believed Demonic Neonate's judgment. He didn't stay any longer, and got the great Mike Vidra bull to leave the lake. After leaving the lake, Demonic Neonate looked back, clearly still having some thoughts.
What's that?
Joanne wanted to figure out what the scarecrow was.
Food.
Demonic Neonate couldn't explain it clearly either. She only said that it was food. Joanne secretly memorized this place to prevent himself from provoking the scarecrow when he passed by in the future. Something that even Demonic Neonate had some qualms about was definitely no trifling matter. After walking for half a day, he suddenly saw a green bird flying at an extremely fast speed in the distant sky. Soon, it arrived above Joanne. The huge green bird circled a few times before landing from the sky. A figure floated down. It was none other than Feng Qiuyan.
Coach, I'm here.
Feng Qiuyan landed in front of the great Mike Vidra bull. The green bird transformed into a tattoo and returned to Feng Qiuyan.
You really didn't waste a moment,
Joanne said with a smile. Feng Qiuyan said seriously.
After I overcame my weakness, my saber technique improved a little. Coach, I really want you to help me take a look at it, so I immediately rushed over. Then let me see what improvement your saber technique has made.
Joanne placed her on the back of the Vidra bull and flew to the grass beside him. Feng Qiuyan didn't stand on ceremony as he summoned his life soul saber and held it in his hand, preparing to attack.
Hold on. You said that you overcame your weakness, so what do you think is your weakness?
Joanne stopped Feng Qiuyan's attack. Feng Qiuyan said seriously.
I've thought about this problem for a long time. Although my saber art has many problems, those problems can be resolved through cultivation. Therefore, it can only be said to be a flaw, not a weakness. After much thought, I only have one weakness, loneliness. Loneliness?
Joanne didn't understand what Feng Qiuyan meant.
Yes, loneliness. This is because my saber art is a saber art meant for me to fight alone. Therefore, if I were to encounter experts of the same level ganking me, it's very easy for me to lose due to a lack of stamina or from being overwhelmed,
Feng Qiuyan said. Joanne thought to himself, is this considered a weakness? If this is a weakness, then all creatures in this world have such a weakness.
Then how did you overcome this weakness?
Joanne was somewhat curious. Chapter 9:15 Infinite Saber Pilgrimage. Feng Qiuyan answered.
Firstly, I have to resolve the problem of stamina and essence energy. This problem can be resolved with some skills that can recover essence energy. However, even if it's a skill that can recover essence energy, it's impossible to make a complete recovery. The expenditure of stamina is also a problem. Thankfully, after reading many manuals, I finally thought of a solution. It's to use resources obtained in combat to support the combat. How do you use resources obtained in combat to support the combat?
Joanne knew what the phrase meant, but using resources obtained in combat to support the combat worked because there was time to regroup. After a single person was surrounded, there was no time to regroup.
How was he going to use resources obtained in combat to support the combat? First, I reduced my expenditure, then I snatched the enemy's essence energy. As Feng Qiuyan spoke, he waved the Life Soul Saber in his hand. The Life Soul Saber seemed to produce some strange magical power that sucked the nearby essence energy into the saber. You? That's good. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. This ability to devour other people's essence energy was very rare. Zhou Wen had only seen Xia Zhouhuang use it before, and Feng Qiuyan was the second. He didn't know how he had learned it. Feng Qiuyan continued. The second step is to resolve the problem of being ganked. For this, I spent a long time before coming up with a new saber art. Coach, please give me your advice. Then let's do it. Zhou Wen was somewhat looking forward to Feng Qiuyan's saber art. Feng Qiuyan held the Life Soul Saber with an extremely solemn expression. After telling him to be careful, he raised his saber and slashed at Zhou Wen. The saber beam tore out like an invisible blade that cleaved down at Zhou Wen. Although this strike was strong enough and much stronger than Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques in the past, there weren't any qualitative changes. Zhou Wen used Transcendent Flying Immortal and dodged Feng Qiuyan's saber strike. However, Feng Qiuyan didn't care about that. He slashed out repeatedly, his saber beams pouring down like a surging river. Each strike was more ruthless and faster than the last. Zhou Wen had to admit that Feng Qiuyan's saber art was indeed top-notch. If it wasn't for him being restricted to the epic stage, this saber art might have even had a chance of advancing to the mythical stage. Feng Qiuyan had completely shed his former naivety, hesitation, and lack of confidence. The saber seemed to have become one with him. He could be passionate and unrestrained, and he could also be calm like water flowing beneath a bridge. Like being able to split a mountain with a single strike, yet also carve out flowers in tofu. Fast and slow, light and heavy, everything was controlled adequately. When it was time to risk his life, he could unleash an infinite amount of power. When it was time to restrain himself, he could completely restrain his sharpness. Zhou Wen felt that if Feng Qiuyan continued practicing the saber art, his saber art would probably advance to the mythical stage, like his Transcendent Flying Immortal. However, no matter how Zhou Wen looked at it, he couldn't tell how Feng Qiuyan's saber art could deal with a group fight. His saber art only supported one-on-one combat. That's not right. Zhou Wen sensed something. When he used Transcendent Flying Immortal to dodge Feng Qiuyan's attack, he switched to the Hell King Life Soul, allowing his 8 senses to become extremely sharp. I see. What an amazing fellow. Zhou Wen had already discovered the secret of Feng Qiuyan's saber art. Feng Qiuyan's saber beams crisscrossed, each strike stronger than the last. After countless slashes, Feng Qiuyan suddenly retracted his saber and retreated. He stared at Zhou Wen with a sharp gaze and said, Coach, you have to be careful. With that said, Feng Qiuyan held the hilt of his saber with both hands. The saber aura on his body was abundant, and his long hair and clothes fluttered with the saber aura. The shattered saber beams from before rapidly condensed around Feng Qiuyan, condensing into complete saber beams that formed a huge saber array. All the saber beams pointed at Zhou Wen, densely packed together. What's this move called? Zhou Wen asked Feng Qiuyan. This was inspired from watching an ancient movie. I then added to it with my own research and modification. In the movie, that move is called Infinite Sword Convergence. I call this move Infinite Saber Pilgrimage. Feng Qiuyan's hand that held the saber began to tremble. The Life Soul Saber in his hand was connected to all the saber beams. It was equivalent to carrying the power of infinite sabers. Although it sounded a little exaggerated, there were still more than 1,000 sabers. Do your best. Let me see how powerful this Infinite Saber Pilgrimage technique of yours is. Zhou Wen said seriously. Coach, please be careful. Feng Qiuyan couldn't hold on any longer as he slashed at Zhou Wen. With the strength of his strike, dense saber beams descended like a river of sabers from the sky. Dense saber beams rained down as Zhou Wen phased left and right in the saber river. Like a ghost, his figure left behind afterimages in the air. The saber beams slashed through the afterimages, but they failed to touch Zhou Wen's body. The violent saber beams failed to touch his body. All of them flew over and slashed at the mountain rocks behind Zhou Wen. Boom! Boom! The mountain rocks that were dozens of meters tall were shattered by the dense saber beams, turning into countless fragments. However, Zhou Wen remained standing in front of the collapsed mountain rocks without suffering any damage. Feng Qiuyan didn't feel discouraged just because Zhou Wen had dodged his infinite saber pilgrimage. Instead, he stared at Zhou Wen with a burning gaze. His mind was completely occupied by Zhou Wen's movement technique for dodging the infinite saber pilgrimage. With the saber in hand, Feng Qiuyan stood there and stared at Zhou Wen. The aura that should have declined after the infinite saber pilgrimage didn't decline. Instead, it increased. Zhou Wen's expression turned solemn as he pressed his hand on the handle of bamboo blade. When Feng Qiuyan's aura reached its peak, He suddenly relaxed. The ferocious and domineering aura on him seemed to vanish, as though he had become an ordinary person. There was a strange smile on his face. At that moment, Feng Qiuyan was like a pious believer. He wanted to use the saber in his hand to commemorate the holiness in his heart. Apart from being pious, Zhou Wen couldn't sense any killing intent or evil aura from him. It was as if he wasn't holding a lethal weapon, but a holy artifact that consecrated gods. Finally, the saber in Feng Qiuyan's hand moved again. There was no domineering saber beam, nor was there a ferocious saber beam. Zhou Wen had never seen anyone use a saber art in such a clean and holy manner. It was very artistic. It was as if he wasn't killing, but completing a redemption. Almost at the instant Feng Qiuyan unsheathed his saber, Zhou Wen's hand that held the bamboo blade moved. Transcendent Flying Immortal didn't have any mortal aura, as it crossed Feng Qiuyan like an elegant immortal. A saber hum that resembled a dragon's roar lasted for a long time. If one were to carefully distinguish it, they would realize that the saber hum came from two different sabers. Bamboo blade and the life soul saber in Feng Qiuyan's hands were trembling and humming. Crack! A saber mark split open on the dragon scale armor across Zhou Wen's chest. Almost at the same time, a saber mark appeared on Feng Qiuyan's chest. On his exposed muscles, there was a thin line of blood that seeped out. Chapter 916 Fighting the Yin Talisman King again. Congratulations on mastering a mythical saber technique. It's very strong, Zhou Wen said sincerely, as he looked at the shattered dragon scale armor on his chest. Feng Qiuyan put away his saber, but he shook his head and said, even though it's a mythical saber technique, I was still defeated. Coach, if you hadn't retracted your saber in time, I would have been beheaded. Zhou Wen had already sheathed the bamboo blade in his hand. He said with a smile, it's a draw. I'm wearing mythical armor, so I knew that you couldn't injure me, so I could consider retracting my saber. Otherwise, both sides would have suffered. Feng Qiuyan still shook his head and said, to be able to release and withdraw freely under such circumstances, Coach, you are indeed much stronger than me. I still need to continue working hard. Zhou Wen blushed with shame. Feng Qiuyan's strike already had the qualifications to match Transcendent Flying Immortal. However, other than Transcendent Flying Immortal, Zhou Wen also had Immortal Slaying. It made him accustomed to higher level battles, so he still had the strength to react more under such circumstances. In terms of saber arts, Feng Qiuyan's strike was in no way inferior to Transcendent Flying Immortal. That final strike shouldn't be a part of the Infinite Saber Pilgrimage, right? Zhou Wen asked. Feng Qiuyan said, it wasn't in the past, but it is now. This strike is the new Infinite Saber Pilgrimage. The Infinite Saber Pilgrimage before can just be considered a prelude. Zhou Wen didn't have any concept of names to begin with. Feng Qiuyan could name anything he wanted, so he didn't have any thoughts on it. Just as he was about to return to Ye's side, he suddenly heard a voice. How exciting! Young men who aren't even 20 can actually use such movement techniques and saber art. Is this era too powerful, or were the humans from the past too weak? How enviable! When Zhou Wen heard this voice, he immediately knew that something was amiss. He turned his head, and saw the Yin Talisman King slowly walking over. He was clearly very far away, but with every step he took, he rapidly approached Zhou Wen and company. In a few steps, he was less than 100 meters away from them. Yin Talisman King, you dare appear in front of me? Aren't you afraid that it would infuriate the Arch? Zhou Wen glanced at the Yin Talisman King's arm, and saw that his severed arm had already recovered. Yin Talisman King said with a sinister smile. No matter how strong the Arch is, she's still trapped in a dimensional zone and can't leave. As long as I don't approach Chess Mountain, how can she do anything to me? Trying to use her to reel me in? Don't be ridiculous. Are you really that sure that she can't come out of a dimensional zone? Zhou Wen said indifferently. However, Yin Talisman King said disdainfully, don't try to scare me. The seal won't be broken. Even if she's a calamity goddess, she can forget about rushing out of a place like Chess Mountain. Without that person today, I want to see who can protect you. With that said, Yin Talisman King appeared in front of Zhou Wen like a ghost. A crystal-like palm grabbed at Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan didn't hesitate to draw his saber and slash at Yin Talisman King. It was none other than the Infinite Saber Pilgrimage technique he had just figured out. Zhou Wen lamented inwardly when he saw Feng Qiuyan take action. All he could do was draw his saber and slash at Yin Talisman King. The two of them slashed at Yin Talisman King from both sides. They were extremely fast, but Yin Talisman King grabbed a saber with one hand. The sharp blade couldn't even tear through the skin of his crystallized palm. Zhou Wen released bamboo blade and struck Yin Talisman King's head. Feng Qiuyan also retracted his life soul saber and slashed at his waist. Yin Talisman King turned slightly, threw away bamboo blade, and extended his hand to strike Zhou Wen. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked Feng Qiuyan. Bam! Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan were sent flying almost at the same time. Zhou Wen shouted, "Split up and run!" Then, he spun in midair and flew to your side before rapidly flying into the distance. Feng Qiuyan held back the churning blood in his chest and ran in another direction. "This place is very far from Chess Mountain. You won't be able to run there." Yin Talisman King sneered as he chased after Zhou Wen. He almost instantly appeared behind him. Seeing that he was chasing after him, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate any further. He summoned Earth Elemental Beast and used Earth Escape several times. The reason Zhou Wen didn't use Earth Escape's maximum distance was that he hoped that Yin Talisman King would chase after him and not chase after Feng Qiuyan. Thankfully, Yin Talisman King was very confident and had no intention of using Feng Qiuyan as a hostage. Clang! The Earth Elemental Beast was in the midst of Earth Escape when it suddenly seemed to slam into an iron wall. It became dizzy from the collision and bounced out of Earth Escape. It sprawled on the ground and nearly fainted. A portion of its skull had shattered. From the looks of it, its injuries weren't light as Zhou Wen unsummoned it. Yin Talisman King chased after him with a smile. "If I wasn't completely confident, would I have taken action? Even if immortals came today, they wouldn't be able to escape either." Zhou Wen didn't answer as he summoned the invisibility cloak and used the 3 minutes of invisibility to escape this area. Bam! Zhou Wen wanted to fly away, but he felt his body slam into an invisible barrier and rebound. Yin Talisman King couldn't see Zhou Wen, but he could hear the sound. He rushed over and said with a sinister smile, "It's useless no matter how you struggle. Even if you turn into a ghost, you won't be able to escape this area." Zhou Wen didn't know how large the area was, so he stood there without moving. At the very least, he knew that there was an invisible barrier beside him. Yin Talisman King couldn't see him. All it could do was fly into the sky and look down at the entire forest. At the same time, it took out something as though it wanted to figure out Zhou Wen's location. Zhou Wen didn't move as he activated his mirror eyes and looked at the invisible barrier, but he didn't see anything. After switching to the Supreme Hell King Life Soul, he looked at the invisible barrier again, but he still couldn't see anything. Clearly, it wasn't some kind of soul power. If there's a barrier in such a huge area, even a Terror Grade can't do it with their own strength, right? With this in mind, Zhou Wen switched to the Tao Sutra, and the heaven-opening scripture appeared in his sea of consciousness. Then, he charged straight at the invisible barrier. Zhou Wen held the light concealment sword in his hand, but when the light concealment sword touched the invisible barrier, it passed right through. As expected, Yin Talisman King relies on the power of the heaven and earth laws to form such a powerful barrier. Zhou Wen rushed out of the barrier and immediately flew at full speed. At the instant Zhou Wen rushed out of the barrier, Yin Talisman King sensed something as his expression changed. Damn it! How did he rush out of the Mystic Heaven Array? However, very quickly, Yin Talisman King took out something that resembled a compass. There were many intersecting points and lines on it. After Yin Talisman King injected his essence energy, the compass pointed in the direction Zhou Wen had fled. Yin Talisman King used Earth Escape to chase after Zhou Wen. Just as Zhou Wen came out of invisibility, he was discovered by Yin Talisman King. All he could do was dodge with his movement technique and constantly pull open the distance with teleportation. Unfortunately, the last time he had used fixed position spatial teleportation was less than a month ago. He couldn't use it again. It was almost impossible to shake off Yin Talisman King by teleporting a great distance. As for the 10 teleportation opportunities in a day, they were quickly expended. Earth Elemental Beast was severely injured and its mind was muddled, so it was impossible for it to help Zhou Wen escape. Zhou Wen wasn't running towards Chess Mountain because it was too far away. It was impossible for him to escape. Seeing that Zhou Wen had already fled, Yin Talisman King could also tell that Zhou Wen's teleportation ability could no longer be used. "Continue fleeing," said Yin Talisman King coldly, as he looked at Zhou Wen who had been chased to a lake. Chapter 917 Scarecrow. Zhou Wen stopped and stood by the lake. He suddenly took out the purple bronze ball. When Yin Talisman King saw the purple bronze ball in Zhou Wen's hand, he slowed down and didn't immediately rush over. "This is what you want, right?" Zhou Wen asked as he slowly walked over. In fact, Zhou Wen already knew the answer without needing Yin Talisman King to answer. This was because Yin Talisman King's eyes were glowing when he saw the purple bronze ball. "Give it to me, and I shall give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead," said King Yin Talisman. "What's this? Is it worth you risking your life to chase after me? You didn't chase after the person who took away the Sun True Flame Furnace, but you chased after me for this. I believe this thing must be extraordinary, right?" Zhou Wen held the copper ball and slowly retreated. He had already retreated to the edge of the lake and was about to step into it. Yin Talisman King was also sizing up his surroundings, especially the lake behind Zhou. He didn't dare underestimate Zhou. Although it looked like Zhou was unable to escape, Yin Talisman King was still very careful when Zhou chose to stop here. He didn't dare charge forward, hoping to figure out if there were any problems here. Just like Zhou, Yin Talisman King didn't discover any problems. He believed that this was only an ordinary lake, and that there was nothing special nearby. Therefore, he focused his attention on Zhou. In fact, this was where Zhou had discovered the scarecrow. It was erected in the lake. You don't need to know what this is. Where's the other one? Yin Talisman King asked. There's two of these? Zhou saw that Yin Talisman King had already approached him. He suddenly flew up and flew across the lake. Yin Talisman King tore through the air at a speed faster than Zhou. He was just moments from grabbing Zhou from behind. Zhou suddenly threw the purple bronze ball into the lake, and it landed near the scarecrow. Zhou originally imagined that Yin Talisman King would chase after the purple bronze ball first. If he approached the scarecrow wouldn't be indifferent. However, to his surprise, Yin Talisman King was more ruthless than Zhou had imagined. He seemed to think that it didn't matter even if the purple bronze ball fell into the lake. He could quickly return to retrieve it later. Therefore, Yin Talisman King didn't chase after the purple bronze ball. Instead, he continued attacking Zhou, hoping to kill him first. Zhou was somewhat depressed, but he had also thought of this possibility. His body suddenly sank as he burrowed into the lake, allowing Yin Talisman King to rush past him. The moment Zhou entered the water, he switched to the Demon God catalog and dived deep into the lake. Without any hesitation, Yin Talisman King chased after Zhou and rushed into the lake. He wanted to kill Zhou quickly, and not give him any chance of survival. However, just as Yin Talisman King was about to rush into the water, he suddenly saw a strange scene. Yin Talisman King had been paying attention to the purple bronze ball with a sliver of his mind. He needed to know where the purple bronze ball had landed so that he could search for it later. However, before the purple bronze ball landed in the water, it suddenly changed its trajectory. Yin Talisman King saw the purple bronze ball land in the hands of the scarecrow on the lake. The scarecrow that originally looked like an ordinary object was now holding the purple bronze ball in its moldy straw palm. It tilted its head and looked down at the purple bronze ball. Yin Talisman King was alarmed. If the purple bronze ball was taken away, it would be useless even if he killed Zhou. He immediately made a prompt decision and spun like a strange eagle, striking at the scarecrow with his palm. Zhou had originally imagined that he would be in a bitter battle, but to his surprise, Yin Talisman King changed directions and charged at the scarecrow. Zhou lay in the lake and looked up at the scarecrow. The scarecrow's face was the same as the rest of its body. It was already moldy, but on its face, under the cover of the hat, was a pair of red eyes and a crescent-shaped mouth that emitted an evil red glow. At that moment, the scarecrow was completely different from when Zhou had observed it. It emitted a terrifying evil aura that resembled black demonic smoke. It rose from its body, as though it was wrapping its body like its clothes and a hat. One of Yin Talisman King's hands had already slammed in front of the scarecrow. Yin Talisman King was clearly very careful. His entire body had turned into a crystalline state as he entered his terror form. His hand was almost transparent. Just as Yin Talisman King's hand was about to strike the scarecrow's head, the scarecrow finally looked up. The eyes and mouth that were covered by the brim of the hat were revealed to Yin Talisman King. Ah! Yin Talisman King suddenly screamed as he retreated. Zhou saw that Yin Talisman King's eyes were like the eyes of a scarecrow, turning blood red. Furthermore, the redness was still spreading around his eyes, like protruding blood vessels. It made Yin Talisman King's eyes look extremely strange. Furthermore, his eyes protruded and shimmered with red light. It gave off the feeling that his eyes were about to burst. Zhou's heart trembled as he thought to himself that it was a close call. Thankfully, he thought that the scarecrow might be a dimensional creature like a demon. As for the Demon God catalog, it had a bewitchment effect on such dimensional creatures. It made them mistake Zhou for one of their kind, so he switched over. From the looks of it, he had escaped a calamity. If not for the protection of the Mirror Eye's live soul in the Demon God catalog, he would probably have suffered the same outcome as Yin Talisman King when he saw the scarecrow's eyes. Yin Talisman King was impressive as well. He gathered his strength with both hands and pressed it on his eyes that were about to burst. 2 beams of Yin energy were injected into his eyes, forcefully suppressing the red light in them. However, the red light didn't disappear. It was suppressed and remained in his eyes, preventing him from opening his eyes to see. Who are you? Yin Talisman King used his ears as his eyes, and listened in the direction of the scarecrow with a heavy expression. The only one who could injure a terror grade was a terror grade creature. The scarecrow had nearly crippled his eyes. Clearly, it was also a terror grade creature. However, the Scarecrow had no intention of answering. Its body dissipated like black smoke as it silently condensed in front of Een Talisman King. The finger that carried black smoke and demonic aura stabbed at Een Talisman King's blind eyes. Just as Zhou Wen thought that Een Talisman King was about to be crippled, he suddenly saw a jade light on Een Talisman King's body glow. His palm was like a jade claw as it penetrated the Scarecrow's chest. He had actually discovered the Scarecrow's location. However, the Scarecrow didn't seem to feel any pain. Its hand continued reaching out, wanting to grab Een Talisman King's neck. Een Talisman King raised his other hand and grabbed the Scarecrow's palm. Chapter 9:18 Soul Cage. Ah! Another tragic cry came from the lake. Zhou Wen originally imagined that it would be the Scarecrow, but to his surprise, he realized that it was Een Talisman King. Een Talisman King's hand had penetrated the Scarecrow's chest and grabbed one of its hands. However, the Scarecrow stood in front of him expressionlessly. The essence energy in Een Talisman King's body quickly flowed into the Scarecrow's body. Een Talisman King wanted to shake off the Scarecrow, but it seemed to be sucked in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it off. As for the Scarecrow, it approached his body as though it was about to cling to him. Boom! Zhou Wen saw an immortal glow circulate over Een Talisman King's palm. A strange symbol swirled in his palm and forcefully blasted the Scarecrow's body. The Scarecrow's body slid across the lake like a skater, but its actions were extremely strange. As it contorted its body and slid towards Een Talisman King, it reached out to grab at him. Een Talisman King and the Scarecrow fought above the lake, but neither gained an advantage. If it wasn't for the mysterious symbols on his hands that could restrain the demonic aura on the Scarecrow, Een Talisman King would have long been sucked dry by the Scarecrow. Even so, Een Talisman King wasn't having it good either. He couldn't see, so he could only rely on his other senses to make up for his shortcomings. At the same time, he didn't dare touch any other spot of the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow was like an elegant figure skater. Its body moved strangely on the surface of the lake as it attacked Een Talisman King in all sorts of elegant and strange poses. The spot on Een Talisman King's crystalline terror form, where the Scarecrow had touched, immediately turned black, as though ink had seeped into his flesh. What a terrifying Scarecrow! Zhou Wen was alarmed. The powerful Een Talisman King was actually suppressed to such a sorry state in front of the Scarecrow. Een Talisman King's 5-elemental escape technique didn't seem to be of much use in front of the Scarecrow. As he moved in the water, the Scarecrow's figure turned into black smoke and dissipated. By the time he escaped from the water, the Scarecrow had already condensed beside him. The two invincible existences at the Terror Grade didn't seem to erupt with earth-shattering strength, but their battle was extremely harrowing. If it were an ordinary mythical creature, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike and would die tragically. Strength wasn't purely based on one's destructive power. Some forces might not look very destructive, but could lead to death upon contact. Zhou Wen originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but after hiding in the water and peeping for a while, he dispelled the thought of immediately escaping. Een Talisman King was proficient in the 5-elemental escape technique. If he really wanted to escape, he could escape far away. It was likely that the Scarecrow wouldn't be able to catch up to him so easily. However, Een Talisman King only escaped in a small area and didn't go far. It was obvious that he hadn't given up on the purple bronze ball and wanted to snatch it back from the Scarecrow. In fact, the Scarecrow only used one hand to fight. Its other hand held the purple bronze ball tightly. Clearly, it also valued the purple bronze ball. Zhou Wen secretly summoned Demonic Neonate and hid in the lake with her, hoping to wait for an opportunity. Demonic Neonate's large eyes sized up the Scarecrow and Een Talisman King. Clearly, she was also judging the situation and looking for an opportunity. Although Een Talisman King was suppressed by the Scarecrow, his life wasn't in danger. During the battle, Een Talisman King was still shouting sternly. "Who are you? Are you a fiend? I was once a peer of the Fiend's Guardian." However, the Scarecrow ignored him. It circled around Een Talisman King like a ghost and attacked him, putting him in grave danger. Seeing that Een Dark Talisman King seemed to have the intention of retreating, Zhou Wen thought to himself, if I let him escape, I won't be the Scarecrow's match. I'm afraid I won't be able to retrieve the purple bronze ball. How can I stop Een Talisman King from running and fight the Scarecrow to an internecine outcome? However, after some thought, there seemed to be nothing he could do. Unless he sealed off all the 5 elements when dealing with a person who was proficient in the 5-elemental escape technique, it was impossible to stop him from escaping. Indeed, when Een Talisman King realized that he couldn't turn the tables and gradually couldn't withstand the Scarecrow's attacks, he already had the intention to retreat. After dodging the Scarecrow's attack, Een Talisman King used water escape to reach the edge of the lake and leap towards the shore. Half of his body had already touched the ground he wanted to escape through. He wanted to leave this place and wait for his injuries to heal before seeking revenge on the Scarecrow. However, Talisman King's expression suddenly changed. He felt as though a force that came from his soul was sucking at his soul, pulling him into the lake. Just as Talisman King had landed on the ground, he fell back into the lake. Soul Cage! Talisman King turned pale and couldn't help but shout. Zhou Wen also saw an extremely strange scene. The Scarecrow stood on the surface of the lake, its body wrapped in a black-robed demonic smoke, but its body made of straw emitted a soul-like holy brilliance. The entire lake emitted a white soul glow like a holy lake. Talisman King rushed out of the lake, but a transparent shadow was locked inside. Then, Talisman King's body seemed to be pulled back by a rubber band. The transparent shadow also fused with his body, and the Scarecrow transformed into demonic smoke again and gracefully attacked. Zhou Wen was alarmed as well. Taking advantage of their battle, he swam towards the bank, hoping to leave the lake. However, just as he climbed ashore, he felt something in the lake affecting him, making him want to throw himself into the lake uncontrollably. Could the soul cage that Talisman King mentioned really imprison souls? Zhou Wen realized that Demon God Catalog and Mirror Eyes were useless, so he switched to the Supreme Hell King Life Soul. The moment Supreme Hell King Life Soul appeared, Zhou Wen's entire body transformed into a Hell King state. The force that was pulling him suddenly vanished as Zhou Wen finally rushed ashore. When he turned his head, he saw that the lake wasn't glowing at all. He couldn't even see the lake. Countless bones sank to the bottom of the lake, and in the lake were countless wailing, struggling, and entangled wraiths. The lake was like a living hell, and the Scarecrow that emitted demonic aura was the king of this purgatory. Countless wraiths entangled Talisman King's soul. His body could leave the lake, but his soul was entangled by countless wraiths. Some wraiths wanted to entangle Zhou Wen, but the moment they touched Zhou Wen's Supreme Hell King body, they were immediately burned by invisible flames. One of their hands turned to ashes. As for the invisible flames, they remained undying. They spread across the wraith's body until it completely turned to dust before disappearing. Chapter 919 First Mountain Bronze. A wraith tried to pull Yer from Zhou Wen's arms, but Zhou Wen casually waved his hand and reduced it to ashes. Demonic Neonate remained hidden in the lake and didn't come out with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked in surprise at where Demonic Neonate was and realized that the wraith-like objects didn't entangle Demonic Neonate as though she didn't exist. Demonic Neonate isn't leaving because she probably thinks there's a chance. There's no harm in observing. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and hid in the nearby forest to observe the battle in the lake. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that the wraith-like objects couldn't leave the lake. It was as though there was a barrier outside the lake. Could it be that the Scarecrow can't leave the lake? Zhou Wen guessed. The last time he passed here, the Scarecrow hadn't attacked him. Back then, he had walked on a small path by the lake, less than 2 meters away from the lake. Such a distance was probably nothing to a terrifying existence like the Scarecrow. There were only 2 possibilities for it not to attack Zhou Wen. One was that it didn't want to attack, and the other was that it couldn't leave the lake. If the Scarecrow really can't leave the lake, there might be a chance of snatching the purple bronze ball back. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he suddenly heard Talisman King's voice. Zhou Wen, let's make a deal. Help me leave the lake, and I'll help you contract the strongest guardian. Talisman King was pleasantly surprised when he realized that Zhou Wen had rushed out of the lake. What surprised him was that Zhou Wen was able to escape the lake. This person had always exceeded his expectations. He had lived for so many years, but he had never suffered such a huge loss at the hands of an uncontracted human. He was naturally happy that Zhou Wen could escape the lake. This might be his chance of survival. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and shouted in the direction of the lake. Tell me what that purple bronze ball is. What's its use? As Talisman King fought the Scarecrow, he said. That's First Mountain Bronze. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback when he heard the name First Mountain Bronze. First Mountain Bronze wasn't a name for a type of bronze. First Mountain was a name for a place. In myths and legends, Yellow Emperor went to First Mountain to mine bronze and cast a tripod cauldron to stabilize the light from Providence that shone on China. There were all sorts of theories as to where First Mountain was. Many regions claimed that it was the true First Mountain. Zhou Wen didn't know which was true. However, even if the legends were true, First Mountain Bronze was only a metal used to forge cauldrons. Was it worth it for existences like Talisman King and the Scarecrow to fight for it? Don't tell me you want to forge a tripod cauldron by snatching the First Mountain Bronze, Zhou Wen said. King Talisman was in a perilous situation after being attacked by the Scarecrow. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, he felt a little depressed, but he had no choice but to say patiently, the true value of First Mountain Bronze isn't because of the material itself. The so-called First Mountain isn't really called First Mountain. It's the place where Yellow Emperor and Chiyu deployed their troops to battle. Countless experts from both sides died. The blood of human immortals and demons dyed the mountain range red and soaked through the mountain's bronze mine. The blood-stained bronze cauldron the Yellow Emperor made could suppress the light from Providence for ages. What kind of treasure is that? Emperor Qin went through all the trouble to find First Mountain Bronze in hopes of using the human immortals and demons' blood essence in First Mountain Bronze to refine the elixir of longevity. Unfortunately, even after Emperor Qin passed away, the First Mountain Bronze couldn't be refined. Instead, the blood essence in it became more and more condensed. It also absorbed the essence energy in the pill furnace and turned into 2 bronze balls. These 2 bronze balls can be said to be a kernel of the elixir of immortality, and they can also be said to be the strongest forging material for humanity.
Is that all?
Zhou Wen felt that Yin Talisman King hadn't finished explaining the matter of First Mountain Bronze. If that was the case, why would the Scarecrow snatch it? It was immortal to begin with, and it couldn't use tools forged by humans. The situation on Yin Talisman King's side wasn't optimistic. His crystalline body was already tainted with the Scarecrow's demonic aura. He couldn't last much longer.
If you are willing to help me out of the lake, we can settle our past grievances. I can also help you refine the First Mountain Bronze. Only I know how to refine it.
Yin Talisman King attempted to convince Zhou Wen.
I want to help you too, but I'm not capable enough to help.
How could Zhou Wen be willing to help Yin Talisman King? It would be good if such an old fellow died.
Even if you don't need to refine the First Mountain Bronze, you should still need a companion beast, right? I know where the companion beast used by Yellow Emperor Huang is. That companion beast has already returned to its companion egg form. With my help, you will definitely obtain it.
Yin Talisman King continued throwing out his chips. However, Zhou Wen was completely unmoved. He ignored Yin Talisman King's nonsensical words and pretended not to hear him. When Yin Talisman King saw that Zhou Wen clearly wanted him dead and that it was useless to say anything else, he immediately steeled his heart and didn't waste his breath. Taking advantage of his remaining strength, he suddenly advanced and slammed into the Scarecrow. Inside the crystal jade-like body of Yin Talisman King, there were dark gold mysterious symbols flowing. The mysterious symbols suddenly collided with something. Boom! A golden beam shot into the sky like a nuclear explosion. It formed a huge golden mushroom cloud that blew up the entire lake. The powerful shockwave shattered the nearby forest and caused the mountain walls to collapse. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth to block the blast. Truth Listener kept monitoring the battlefield as the Scarecrow's body scattered amidst the golden explosion. However, it was different from what Zhou Wen had imagined. After the Scarecrow's body scattered, it transformed into countless wraiths. It was as though its body didn't have any corporeal form. The straw was made of wraiths. The wraiths closest to Yin Talisman King were disintegrated by the terrifying golden light. Many of them died. A cold beam flew out of the explosion. After rushing out of the lake, it landed on the ground and vanished. Zhou Wen knew that it was definitely a trump card that Yin Talisman King had kept close to his chest, but he didn't have the time to stop him from escaping. By the time Zhou Wen rushed over, the cold beam had already fled into the distance. It was probably kilometers away. Even this can't kill him? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed as he turned to look at the lake. The remaining wraiths in the lake were condensing towards a spot. There was a black core there, and all the wraiths were condensing towards the core. The numerous wraiths turned into a part of the outer core, gradually forming the Scarecrow's body. Before it could condense into a Scarecrow again, a black-purple sword beam flashed as Demonic Neonate's demon sword pierced through the black monster core. At the moment the monster core was pierced, the wraiths in the lake let out ear-piercing screams. Then, soul light brightly bloomed as wraiths rose into the sky amidst the light. The number was terrifying, and the scene was extremely spectacular. After all the wraiths vanished into the sky, Demonic Neonate flew back to the bank with the purple bronze ball in one hand and the demon sword in the other. The black monster core was still skewered to the demon sword. It was shaped like a walnut, but its texture was like obsidian. It also beat like a heart. If not for Grim Demon's power suppressing the monster core, it would have long fled. Before Zhou Wen could ask Demonic Neonate what it was, Demonic Neonate had already opened her mouth and bit off the monster core like she was eating from a skewer. After chewing a few times, she swallowed it. Chapter 920 The Weapon Zhou Wen Likes. Seeing Demonic Neonate swallow the Scarecrow's monster core, Zhou Wen opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but he saw Demonic Neonate emit demonic aura, as though she was about to evolve. Demonic Neonate leaped towards Zhou Wen and returned to him in the form of a tattoo. However, the tattoo was different from usual. It had already transformed into a blob of dense demonic aura that couldn't be dispelled. It was impossible to tell its outline. Is she finally going to be a mythical? Zhou Wen was somewhat delighted. After this evolution, he might be able to find out the secret of Demonic Neonate's Wheel of Destiny. Unfortunately, I failed to kill Talisman King. Zhou Wen glanced at the lake regretfully before leaving with you. When he arrived at a place with a signal, Zhou Wen's phone rang. It was a message from Feng Qiuyan. I'm in Taihang Mountain District. There's a dimensional zone here that allows us to take refuge. Lure him here. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen hadn't seen the message. He had fled too quickly, and there was no signal. It's been resolved. I'm rushing back to Luoyang. Quickly return. Zhou Wen sent him a message before rushing back. Although he failed to kill Talisman King, he was definitely severely injured. Even his body had self-destructed. It was difficult to say if he could recover his strength. It was unlikely he could return anytime soon. If he dared to come again, Banana Fairy would probably have completed her evolution. When that happened, it would be difficult to say who would be the pursuer. Unfortunately, I can't find him. Otherwise, this would be a great opportunity to eliminate him. Zhou Wen felt that it wasn't as simple as Talisman King had said. If it was the pure blood of ordinary humans, immortals, and demons, it wouldn't be of much use even if he absorbed it. If it was really as Talisman King had said, the blood absorbed by the first mountain bronze would probably be extraordinary. However, Zhou Wen tried many methods, but he failed to figure out how to use it. No matter how he heated it, it only burned red. He could see a hint of purple flowing inside. I don't think it's possible to call such a huge bronze ball a pill kernel. If it's really refined into a pill, it might be able to gorge someone to death. It's more reliable using it to make weapons. This thing is so hard, so it definitely won't be easily destroyed by weapons. However, if it's so hard, it won't be easy to turn it into a weapon. I can't use a ball as a weapon, right? Wait. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something, and summoned his Essence Energy Pill. I've been wondering if the Essence Energy Pill will advance into a pill or something in the future, but I neglected the fact that this thing is more like a weapon. If it's a weapon, will it have a weapon form after advancing? Could it be that the reason the Essence Energy Pill hasn't advanced is because it doesn't have a fixed weapon form? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. The Life Soul was a fusion of bloodline talent and essence, vitality, and spirit. Its growth not only required energy, but also its master's will. Zhou Wen didn't have any special preferences for weapons. He could use any weapon. To him, weapons were just tools that he didn't devote any feelings to. Zhou Wen felt that this was likely the reason why the Essence Energy Pill hadn't advanced. If it's a weapon, what kind of weapon do I need? A saber, a sword, or a spear? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that they were about the same. Apart from the fact that he seldom used a spear, swords and sabers were basically the same to Zhou Wen. However, swords were mainly focused on thrusting, while sabers were more focused on slashing. Since they're about the same, I'll choose the sword. Zhou Wen thought about the form of the sword before circulating the Qi refinement art again, hoping to advance his Essence Energy Pill. However, the outcome was useless. At the final step, the Essence Energy Pill remained infinitely stable. It refused to break through. Could I be wrong? The Essence Energy Pill doesn't evolve towards weapons? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. When Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang, Feng Qiuyan had already returned ahead of time. As he had suffered some injuries, he was being treated at the hospital. He probably wouldn't be able to return to campus for a couple of weeks. After visiting Feng Qiuyan, Zhou Wen returned to campus. Zhou Wen had been considering the problem of the Essence Energy Pill along the way. He felt that his idea was correct, but for some reason, the Essence Energy Pill couldn't evolve. Could it be that I really have to like a certain weapon for it to be able to sense my will for evolution? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and decided to seriously study the various weapons to see if he could find a weapon he really liked. The first weapon Zhou Wen learned about was the sword. It wasn't because he liked swords the most, but because he had an ancient sword tomb dungeon. There were all kinds of swords there, so Zhou Wen planned on taking a closer look. After returning to his dorm, he opened the door, and the chick flew over. It had grown a little bigger, from the looks of it, and Sheng had sent it quite a number of good things recently. It hadn't starved. The antelope lay on the couch, and when it saw Zhou Wen return, it lazily opened its eyes, and glanced at him, before closing its eyes to continue sleeping. This fellow eats, and sleeps all day. Will its strength regress? Should I try to kill it, and roast some venison skewers? Zhou Wen looked at the antelope, and thought to himself. However, this was only a thought. Zhou Wen suspected that this fellow was at the terror grade. If they really fought, he might not be able to kill it. After summoning Truth Listener and the other companion beasts that liked to play outside, he distributed the snacks he had brought back to the chick and got Yer to play with them. Only then did Zhou Wen return to his bedroom and lie in bed. He took out his phone and entered the ancient sword tomb dungeon. The vine sword was still stuck there. Every time he respawned, the location of the vine sword would be different. However, he could see it. Zhou Wen had tried many times to pull it out, But he failed. This vine sword shape is too strange. It's not the kind I would like. Joe looked at the vine sword before shaking his head and looking at the ancient sword beside him. In the ancient sword tomb, there were quite a number of beautiful ancient swords. Joe quite liked the shapes of some ancient swords, but no matter how much he liked them, he only treated them as tools. He had no way of developing the feelings that Feng Qiuyan had for sabers. After circling the ancient sword tomb for some time, Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible for him to be a swordsman who loved swords as much as his life. Therefore, he gave up on searching. I should take a look at sabers. Perhaps I'm a natural saber user? Zhou Wen decided to change his train of thought. It wasn't as convenient to look at sabers as looking at swords. There were no instance dungeons like Saber Tomb, but in Sunset College, there was a showroom where many essence gold weapons were stored. Sabers took up a large portion of them. Why did sabers take up the largest portion? That was because sabers were the most practical. While a sword had two sharp edges, making it seem to have more functions than a saber, this didn't mean that it was better. A sword had high requirements for the craftsmanship and user. It wasn't as simple and practical as a saber. Chapter 921 Practice comes before saber. As long as the showroom was open, the college's students could enter freely with their student identification. The moment the showroom opened, Zhou Wen swiped his student ID and entered. There weren't many students here usually, and it was still early. When Zhou Wen entered the showroom, the staff were still organizing the items. There wasn't a single student. Since he was already here, Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to look at the sabers. He looked at the first item on display. What was displayed here were all essence gold weapons produced by humans after the dimensional storms. However, most of them were replicas for show. Sabers were mainstream, followed by spears and bows. Swords and other weapons were non-mainstream. There were also shields and armor made of essence gold. However, there were very few of them because the effects weren't very good. Then, there were all kinds of essence gold bullets and firearms. Most bullets were gilded or mixed with a certain amount of essence gold. Pure essence gold bullets were relatively rare, and they were usually only assigned to high-ranking officers. Rockets and shells were also made of essence gold, but they could only be used to attack large groups of dimensional creatures, so they weren't suitable for ordinary battles. Most of them were used to repel large-scale dimensional creature tides, or deal with immobile plant-type dimensional creatures. There were even more types of sabers. They could be as small as being only palm length. The big ones were like steed-slaying saber. It left Zhou Wen dazzled. However, no matter how he looked at them, he felt that they were just tools without much difference. In terms of something that was pleasing to the eye, they were inferior to the bamboo blade that Zhou Wen often used. However, Zhou Wen had already tried. Even though he was thinking about bamboo blade, he had no way of advancing the essence energy pill.
Don't tell me there's no weapon that can make one fall in love at first sight?
Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. He wasn't a hot-blooded person to begin with. He really couldn't see a weapon as something more important than his life. No matter how good a weapon was, no matter how valuable it was, Zhou Wen would definitely abandon it when his life was at stake.
Lad, there are no weapons in this world that can make you fall in love at first sight. There are only veterans that remain alive,
a staff member said when he heard Zhou Wen mutter to himself. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw that the person speaking was a man in his 40s. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Zhou Wen could tell that it was because one of his eyes was blind. One leg was a prosthetic limb.
Can you elaborate on the meaning of that sentence?
Zhou Wen asked. As the man wiped the weapons on display, he said,
Most people don't really like weapons, but in times of danger, they need to use them to protect themselves and their families. Apart from a small number of people who like weapons, weapons are just tools to ordinary people.
Zhou Wen nodded. He shared the same view as the man.
But
the man wiped a saber clean and carefully placed it on the saber rack. He straightened it and continued.
Once you pick up a weapon and fight with it, no matter if you love it or not, or no matter how much you despise it, it will become your most important companion. This thing is even more important than your woman or brothers. On the battlefield, it's the only one you can truly trust. That's right.
Zhou Wen nodded. The man continued.
That's why, on the battlefield, no matter if you like it or not, no matter how proud you are, you have to understand it and familiarize yourself with it. You have to constantly practice and get used to it. You have to put in more effort than chasing women. Otherwise, on the battlefield, it might take your life. If you want to become a veteran, you have to get along with it no matter how terrible it is. After some time, you will realize that the weapon is already a part of your body, a tool that can't be easily abandoned. Because without them, your body seems to be missing a part, making you appear like a disabled person. The chances of a crippled person dying on the battlefield are naturally higher than a normal person.
Zhou Wen fell into thought when he heard the man's words.
Why do we have the verb practice come before the noun saber?
Young man, practice well.
The man patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder and continued cleaning.
Thank you. How should I address you?
Zhou Wen asked.
I'm just a crippled veteran. My name isn't important.
The man ignored Zhou Wen and continued his work. Zhou Wen felt a little upset. War had brought misfortune to most people. No one liked war, but sometimes war was inevitable. He didn't continue looking at the exhibits because he knew very well that he wasn't a person who liked weapons. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't treat a tool as his life. Just as the veteran had said, when it came to practicing sabers, practice was more important than the saber. Zhou Wen already had an idea as he walked out of the showroom and prepared to return to his dorm. Halfway there, he saw Li Xian, Sadie, and Gully walking towards the Xianwen Club.
Old Joe, what a coincidence. Where are you going?
Li Xian greeted. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he saw Li Xian. He went over and tugged at Li Xian.
Come, practice with me. No, you should find someone else. I'm dizzy. I won't do.
Li Xian held his chest as though he was about to faint. He wasn't afraid of being beaten, but he couldn't accept being beaten into a deformed person by Zhou Wen.
Coach, what do you want to practice?
Sadie asked.
I'd like to practice my sword technique,
Zhou Wen said.
If you don't mind, I can be your sparring partner.
Sadie's eyes lit up as she said to Zhou Wen.
All right, let's go to the training room.
Zhou Wen nodded. Sadie's combat abilities were inferior to Li Xian's. If she really fought with her life on the line, she wasn't Li Xian's match. However, in practice, she had the Eye of Odin. Her performance in combat was stronger than Li Xian's, making her more suitable as Zhou Wen's sparring partner. After all, with the Eye of Odin's ability, Sadie could crack all sorts of moves in battle without risking her life, like Li Xian. The four of them went to the training room together. Sadie picked up a sword. There were two types of swords in the North District. One was a broadsword type heavy sword, while the other was a narrow and thin armor-piercing sword. The two swords had their own specialties, and their usage was completely different. Sadie was originally good at armor-piercing swords. With her Eye of Odin, it was very easy for her to find the other party's weakness and deliver a fatal strike. However, ever since she came to Sunset College to study, Sadie had learned quite a number of East District sword techniques. Furthermore, she had fused the East District sword techniques into her own. As she had never competed with a true East District sword expert, Sadie didn't know how well she had mastered her sword techniques. When she heard that Zhou Wen wanted to practice, she wanted to test how well she had mastered her sword techniques. The practice sword she chose was naturally the commonly seen armor-piercing sword in the North District. The blade was long and thin, much narrower than the swords from the North District. Chapter 922 Sword Practice. Zhou Wen randomly chose a practice sword. It was the commonly seen 3-foot-long sword in the East District. It was straight and light. The type of sword was actually not important to Zhou Wen. He wasn't planning to focus on a particular sword technique, but the 13 sword techniques he had learned in the Peach Blossom Spring. Strictly speaking, the sword stance wasn't important. What was truly important was the 3,000 sword intents. After hearing the veteran's words, Zhou Wen realized that the appearance of the sword wasn't important. He needed to know what he could do with the sword.
Draw your sword,
Zhou Wen said to Sadie. Sadie didn't hesitate as she stabbed out with her armor-piercing sword at lightning speed. Zhou Wen struck out at almost the same time. He was as fast as lightning, just like Sadie. They were both fast attack sword techniques. She won. Gully saw Sadie's sword reach Zhou Wen's chest first. As for Zhou Wen's sword, it was still a distance away from Sadie. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and nearly jumped up. To him, being able to defeat Coach once was something worth being happy about. Sadie never expected to win. She found it unbelievable.
Again!
Zhou Wen's expression didn't change as he retracted his sword. After Sadie retracted her sword, she used the same move again. Zhou Wen did the same speed versus speed clash, but the outcome was the same. Sadie's sword touched Zhou Wen first.
Again!
Zhou Wen retracted his sword and continued. Zhou Wen had only memorized the 3,000 sword intents, but he hadn't actually practiced them. Now, Zhou Wen wanted to practice using the 3,000 sword intents himself to truly understand the subtlety of the sword intents. Sadie defeated Zhou Wen for a few consecutive rounds, but she was somewhat shocked. Sadie had the Eye of Odin, so Zhou Wen's actions looked like slow motion to her. Therefore, as long as her sword speed could keep up, Sadie could crack Zhou Wen's sword techniques. The same move against Sadie was almost doomed to failure. There was no chance of winning. However, that wasn't the case. Every time Zhou Wen unsheathed his sword, the sword technique seemed to become much stronger than before. It wasn't just an improvement in technique and speed, but more importantly, the sword intent in his sword technique became stronger and stronger. After more than 10 strikes,
Sadie had no choice but to use her movement technique to dodge Zhou Wen's sword because her sword couldn't hit him first anymore. However, once she retreated, there was no chance of winning. Zhou Wen's sword techniques accelerated with every strike. Soon, Zhou Wen's sword pointed at Sadie's chest. I lost. Sadie was convinced of her defeat. After more than 10 strikes, Zhou Wen's sword technique had actually improved greatly. It was unimaginable. Just imagine a person who was easily defeated by you more than 10 times. Then, after more than 10 strikes, you were no longer their match. How terrifying was that? However, Sadie wasn't too surprised that such a thing had happened to Zhou Wen. Gully and Li Xian weren't surprised either. This was because he was coach. It wasn't unacceptable that he could defeat Sadie. Zhou Wen retracted his sword and seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, "Continue." Sadie didn't know what was the point of continuing practicing. Zhou Wen's fast sword was something she could see, but not dodge. There was no point in continuing. However, since Zhou Wen wanted to continue, Sadie had no choice but to continue. However, this time, Sadie realized that Zhou Wen's sword art was different. This time, Zhou Wen's attack wasn't that fast or offensive. It seemed to have become a defensive sword art. Strangely, the sword move Zhou Wen used was still the same. The same sword move, but with a completely different sword intent. The effects of the sword art seemed to have completely changed. How did he do it? Sadie was somewhat surprised as she knew why Zhou Wen wanted to continue. However, this time, Zhou Wen was quickly defeated. This was because he was focused on defending and counterattacking, but due to the existence of the Eye of Odin, it was very difficult to defend against Sadie's attacks. Continue. Zhou Wen's expression didn't change as he fought Sadie again. After repeated failures, it became more and more difficult for Sadie to defeat Zhou Wen. Almost in the same manner as before, Sadie realized that she had no way of breaking through Zhou Wen's defensive sword technique. In the end, Sadie lost again. However, Zhou Wen still wanted to continue. Furthermore, the sword art he used was still the same, but the sword intent had changed. What's going on? Coach used a sword art with 3 different sword intents. How did he master it? Gully was dumbfounded. I don't know, but from the looks of it, there are more than 3 types of sword intents, Li Xian said. Gully was slightly stunned. More than 3? Are you joking? Mastering 3 or more sword intents for one sword art isn't something a human can do, right? He's Zhou Wen, Li Xian said, as he stared intently at Zhou Wen. Just as Li Xian had said, Zhou Wen didn't just have 3 sword intents. In fact, it wasn't a human sword art. The white-robed man from the Peach Blossom Spring was no longer human, so his sword art was naturally not a human sword art. Even the white-robed man couldn't believe that Zhou Wen could memorize 3,000 sword intents. It was obvious how unbelievable the sword art was. 4, 5, 6. Heavens! How many sword intents has Coach mastered? Gully felt like he was dreaming. From the beginning until now, Zhou Wen had already used more than 10 sword intents. He was basically beating Sadie in all kinds of fancy ways. Regardless of which sword intent it would gradually become stronger in Zhou Wen's hands before defeating Sadie. Sadie felt terrible, but at the same time, she was very excited. She was also a sword practitioner. To be able to face so many types of sword intents was of great help to her. Her understanding of the sword deepened as her sword techniques became stronger. However, the speed at which she became stronger clearly couldn't keep up with Zhou Wen. As Zhou Wen used different sword intents, Gully was already dazzled. He couldn't remember how many sword intents Zhou Wen had used. Is this fellow really human? Gully looked at Zhou Wen as though he was looking at a monster. Without a doubt, Zhou Wen is physiologically human. Since he can do it, it means that this path is feasible, Li Xian said. I don't know if this path will work. In any case, I won't be capable of doing it. Besides, there's no need for that, right? Just cultivating a single sword intent to the extreme is enough to defeat an opponent. Why do you have to cultivate so many different sword intents? Gully gave up. He had seen so many sword intents and felt that his mind was in a mess. Zhou Wen naturally has his reasons for doing so. I haven't figured it out yet, Li Xian said seriously. Forget it. Take your time. Anyway, I'm only a human. I won't get involved with monsters like you guys. Gully felt that he had come to the wrong place. In the past, when he was in the Ultimate Family Clan, he was still considered a genius. Apart from existences like Lance and Sadie, he was always basking in the limelight. However, ever since he had entered the Xianwen Club, he felt like he had entered a perverted concentration camp, and he was one of the more normal ones. Chapter 923 Sword Pill. For the next couple of days, Zhou would practice with Sadie. He wanted to practice all 3,000 sword intents to see which sword intent was suitable for the Essence Energy Pill. Perhaps that would be the time when the Essence Energy Pill advanced. After he was discharged, Feng Qiuyan surprisingly didn't practice his saber for the next few days. He came to watch the two fight every day. Sadie went from initially surprise to the subsequent shock and finally numbness. She no longer thought about anything. All she did was focus on taking in the battle with Zhou Wen and use the Eye of Odin to record the battle. She didn't wish to master so many sword intents like Zhou Wen, but as long as she could master a few sword intents that suited her, she could make great progress. In fact, Sadie did the same as Zhou Wen. During the battle with him, she gradually infused her insights into her sword art. Perhaps even Sadie didn't realize that her sword art was undergoing a tremendous change thanks to Zhou Wen's influence. Zhou empowered the 13 stances using the Qi refinement art to constantly gain insight into the 3,000 sword intents. But the Essence Energy Pill showed no signs of advancing despite him gaining insight into all the sword intents. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush as he continued practicing. Without realizing it, he had already practiced all 3,000 sword intents. After using the last sword intent, Zhou Wen sheathed his sword and stood there motionless. When Sadie saw Zhou Wen suddenly retreat, the sword in her hand stabbed at him. However, before the sword could plunge into him, Sadie found herself unable to do so. Zhou Wen seemed to be standing there casually, but his body seemed to emit infinite sword intent. It was different from any of the previous sword intents. Every sword intent Zhou Wen had used previously had distinct characteristics. They were either firm or soft, offensive or defensive, fast or slow, domineering or kingly. Every sword intent had its advantages and disadvantages. However, the sword intent emitted by Zhou Wen was completely different. Sadie couldn't figure out what the sword intent on Zhou Wen's body was. All she felt was an infinite sword intent surge from Zhou Wen's body. It was indescribable, like a sword furnace. Sadie felt that no matter how she struck out, she would receive Zhou Wen's fatal counterattack. However, if she retreated, she would similarly be pursued. Instantly, she was petrified as cold sweat constantly seeped out of her forehead. She stood motionless, as though she would be killed by Zhou Wen if she moved. Hum! A sword hum sounded from Zhou Wen's body, but the practiced sword in his hand had already shattered. The sword hum lasted for a long time, but no sword appeared. It was as though the sword was inside Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen was like a sword furnace that had fused with the swords in the world. Zhou Wen was delighted. The Essence Energy Pill had finally advanced to an evolved body. Its essence energy had been further purified and compressed, becoming smaller and purer. However, it didn't transform into a sword form. It was still an Essence Energy Pill. However, the Essence Energy Pill contained infinite sword intent. After the Essence Energy Pill advanced successfully, the sword hum on Zhou Wen's body vanished. The boundless sword intent also vanished. Sadie's entire body was drenched with sweat. When the sword intent vanished, Sadie's legs went limp as she fell to the ground, panting heavily. Feng Qiuyan, who was watching from the side, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he wasn't facing the boundless sword intent like Sadie, he could sense how terrifying it was. Sorry, are you alright? Zhou Wen asked Sadie, who had fallen to the ground. Sadie shook her head slightly, but there was a smile on her face. Coach, don't say that. I should be thanking you. If not for the past couple days of practice, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true sword Dao and find my true path. I should be thanking you. I'm glad you're fine. Zhou Wen took out his phone and glanced at the Essence Energy Pill Life Soul. Sword Pill, evolved heaven and earth as a furnace, essence energy as a sword, 3,000 swords fused in one pill. There's still one last step. With Sword Pill completed, Zhou Wen didn't need to continue sword practice. He hadn't thought of a way to advance Sword Pill. All he could do was continue absorbing essence energy crystals, allowing Sword Pill's essence energy to constantly strengthen, purify, and compress and wait for the opportunity to advance to a perfect body. Mirror Eyes, on the other hand, had finally advanced to the evolved body after he continuously revealed the demons for what they were. The evolved Mirror Eyes still only strengthened the eyes, but the name changed. Eyes of Legacy, evolved Demon God Eyes of Legacy. The introduction was very simple. Zhou Wen had obtained very little information during his evolution, but after some experiments, he finally knew what use the Eyes of Legacy had. Furthermore, its use left him pleasantly surprised. The Eyes of Legacy had inherited the Mirror Eyes ability to see through demons. At the same time, it had another function. Zhou Wen could use the Eyes of Legacy to scan dimensional creatures before taking on the guise of a dimensional creature. This transformation wasn't purely an illusion. It was more like a replica. For example, Zhou Wen could scan and transform into Torch Dragon Youngling. After transforming, Zhou Wen had a body that was identical to Torch Dragon Youngling. He also had various abilities and skills. He was like a replica of Torch Dragon Youngling. It was a very powerful and terrifying ability, But the problem was that using the Eyes of Legacy to transform into Torch Dragon Youngling required a large amount of time and essence energy to scan Torch Dragon Youngling's body. Furthermore, it required a large amount of essence energy to support the transformation. After transforming, he would also expend a large amount of essence energy to maintain the Torch Dragon Youngling form. With Zhou Wen's present essence energy, he couldn't even scan and transform into Torch Dragon Youngling. All he could do was temporarily transform into some epic dimensional creatures, or lower. Furthermore, this required a certain amount of scanning time. If only Slaughterer Life Soul could be used together with the Eyes of Legacy. With infinite essence energy, I'll be truly invincible if I can scan a powerful dimensional creature at the Terror grade, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Unfortunately, this was impossible at the moment. Different life souls couldn't be used at the same time. And if he switched life souls, the Eyes of Legacy's transformation would vanish. How can I use multiple life souls at the same time? Zhou Wen had been considering this problem, but he couldn't find a solution. To use different life souls, he had to switch to different essence energy arts. It was naturally impossible for different essence energy arts to be circulated at the same time. Is it possible to simulate two essence energy arts at the same time? Zhou Wen had made similar attempts in game, but he had failed. Simulating two essence energy arts at the same time was like an ordinary person cultivating two essence energy arts. It would immediately cause a conflict and destroy Zhou Wen's body. From the looks of it, I can only wait until I advance to the mythical stage to see if there's a possibility of using multiple essence energy arts. Zhou Wen had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of using multiple essence energy arts at the same time. Time passed as Zhou Wen practiced. Soon, it was time for him to meet the Dharch. Chapter 9 24 Theft. There are only a few days left before the appointment with the Dharch. I need to prepare. Zhou Wen thought about his trip to another dimension to steal something. The reason he agreed to the Dharch wasn't entirely because he wanted her blood essence. Zhou Wen also wanted to go to the dimension to see what had happened there, and why Wang Mingyuan wasn't under the divine tree. Although the Dharch said that she had already arranged everything, and that there would definitely be no danger as long as he followed her plan, Zhou Wen didn't believe in absolute safety, so he had to make preparations. As it was too dangerous, he definitely couldn't take her with him. After all, her body wasn't strong. Even if her body could keep up with her mental strength, she was only at the mythical stage. The mythical stage was only a bottom feeder in the dimension. It was too dangerous. Zhou Wen explained his trip to the dimension to her and got her to stay at Ouyang Lan's place for a few days. He would pick her up when he returned. Yer finally nodded in agreement. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of violence, Zhou Wen felt relieved to leave her alone. Zhou Wen called Ouyang Lan in advance, and she happily agreed. She even urged Zhou Wen to take her over as soon as possible. On the day of departure, Zhou Wen took her over before heading to Chess Mountain alone. He came in front of Chess Mountain's mountain wall again, and saw the flower on it. Zhou Wen said,
"The Dharch, I'm here for the appointment. Now you can tell me what I should do, right?"
The flower twisted the flower butt towards Zhou Wen and said,
"It's very difficult for humans to cross the dimensional barrier to reach the dimension. Therefore, you need a lot of preparation work. Isn't it very easy to reach there through the cube?"
Zhou Wen asked.
"It's different. The cube is equivalent to an official door. It's naturally easy for you to enter through the main door. However, if you want to steal something, it's naturally impossible for you to walk through the main door. You have to climb over the wall or dig a hole to enter. The difficulty is naturally different. Just like Wang Mingyuan previously, he used the power of the 6 holy temples to successfully break through the dimensional barrier. If you want to enter, you have to do it without anyone noticing. The difficulty is even greater."
The Dharch paused and said,
"However, with me around, this isn't a difficult task. At most, it will be a waste of time. However, after you enter the dimension, you have to be careful. Apart from acting according to the plan, if you encounter an emergency, you have to resolve it yourself. Remember, don't use force unless it's absolutely necessary. Your combat strength is too weak there."
With that said, the Dharch opened the mountain wall and allowed Zhou Wen to enter Chess Mountain. This was the second time Zhou Wen had entered Chess Mountain in real life. He was very familiar with everything here, but he had seen a cartoon version in game. It had a beautifying effect that masked the more sinister and terrifying appearance in real life. As Zhou Wen walked into Chess Mountain, the Dharch explained what Zhou Wen needed to do and the steps to take. The process wasn't complicated, but the problem he encountered was troublesome. Zhou Wen entering a dimensional zone to steal things was no different from a child entering a pack of wolves to steal their wolf cubs. If he was discovered, the chances of survival were slim. When the Dharch explained the plan to Zhou Wen, he confirmed that the Dharch wasn't Nine-Tailed Fox. This was because to enter the dimension, he had to use the bronze tripod that chained the Nine-Tailed Fox. The arch-god Zhou went to use some means to fool the nine-tailed fox, allowing him to borrow the power of the bronze tripod. If the nine-tailed fox was the arch, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Furthermore, from his previous visit to Deer Terrace Pavilion and the actions of the arch this time, she didn't have much control over the interior of Deer Terrace Pavilion. She seemed to be different from the dimensional creatures inside. What's her background? Among the people related to Deer Terrace Pavilion, other than the 3 demons, what other women are there? Zhou thought about it but couldn't figure it out. According to the Thearka's plan, Zhou went to the ancient building on Deer Terrace Pavilion and killed the fake immortals on the first level. He got a few jars of alcohol and entered the lower level of Deer Terrace Pavilion through a secret tunnel in the ancient building. So the passageway to Deer Terrace Pavilion is here. Only then did Zhou know the true way to enter the lower level of Deer Terrace Pavilion. Previously, he had relied on the earth elemental beast to enter. With the Thearka's guidance, Zhou circled most of the dangerous areas. Along the way, he killed some dimensional creatures that appeared. When he arrived at a spot that Zhou had never been to in game, he placed the jars of alcohol in front of a stone door. Then, he pushed open the stone door by a sliver and immediately hid. Soon, Zhou saw a tiny, white beast crawl out from the crack in the door. It was a ferret-like creature. It looked around intelligently and discovered the open wine jar on the ground. Its eyes immediately lit up as it rushed towards it. In a short while, the tiny beast finished one jar after another. After it finished the last jar, it was extremely drunk. It curled up in the jar and fell asleep. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhou tiptoed to the stone door and slowly pushed it open. He looked back at the little beast and saw that it was still sleeping soundly in the wine jar. Zhou quickly walked in. Behind the stone door was a huge hall. There were 4 statues consecrated in the hall. These 4 statues looked different from ordinary statues. They were more like generals in the human world and not immortals in heaven. Not only were they wearing armor, but their faces were extremely ferocious. Zhou still remembered the Thearka's words as he looked at the 3rd statue. The statue looked ferocious, like a general from a demonic realm. He held a strange umbrella in his hand. There were many pearls embedded in the umbrella, and on it were the words, "Cosmic Bag." Zhou tiptoed to the statue and carefully flew to the side of the pearl umbrella. He reached out and pressed down on a pearl before gently tapping on it 3 times. The pearl dropped by itself. Zhou hurriedly caught it and quickly left the door. He glanced at the sleeping white beast and quickly left. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief as the Thearka's voice sounded in his mind. "Well done. Now, take the pearl to the bronze tripod cauldron and give it to the 9-tailed fox. It won't stop you from using the bronze tripod. Remember, after you enter the dimension, you only have 36 hours. Once the time is up, the bronze tripod's passageway will automatically close. When that happens, your chances of survival will be very slim. You have to steal the bell in 36 hours. Got it. Are you sure there won't be any problems with the place the tunnel opens up to?" Zhou asked. "There won't be any problems there. Don't worry," the arch said with certainty. Chapter 925 Crossing Dimensions. Zhou followed the Thearka's instructions and arrived near the bronze tripod. The 9-tailed fox immediately woke up and glared at Zhou, as though it would pounce at him at any moment. Zhou hurriedly held the pearl he had taken from the umbrella in his hand. When the 9-tailed fox saw the pearl, its ferocious look immediately vanished as it stared at the pearl. Seeing the 9-tailed fox extend its head, Zhou threw the pearl at it. The 9-tailed fox swallowed the pearl and stared at Zhou. "Human, why are you doing this? I want to borrow the bronze tripod cauldron to teleport to the dimension." Seeing the 9-tailed fox acting as the arch had said, he felt much more at ease. "On the account that you brought the stabilizing bead to me, I can let you use the bronze tripod. However, why are you going to the dimension as a human? Are you sick of living?" the 9-tailed fox asked with a seductive voice. "I want to find someone in the dimension," Zhou said. "Who?" the 9-tailed fox asked again. "Emperor Shang," Zhou answered according to the Thearka's instructions. Upon hearing Zhou's answer, the 9-tailed fox's mesmerizing eyes lit up as it stared intently at Zhou and asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "Emperor Shang is an imperial lord of our human race. He has the supreme glory of the human race and is the person I respect the most. The reason I'm looking for him is firstly to see the emperor's face, and secondly, to learn some skills from him. I hope to bring glory to my human race." Zhou said the lines he had thought of. In order to think up these lines, Zhou had lost quite a bit of hair. The arch only gave him a general outline of how to communicate with the 9-tailed fox. She told him to try his best to praise Emperor Shang, but Zhou had to fill in the details himself. Zhou wasn't good at praising others to begin with. It wasn't easy for him to come up with such phrases.
It was unknown how many brain cells he had lost in the process. When the nine-tailed fox heard Zhou, its expression gradually softened. It looked at Zhou and said,
"You are a mere human. You will probably die very soon after entering a dimensional zone. How will you be able to see Emperor Shang? Forget it. On account of the fact that you gave me the stabilizing bead, I'll lend you something. Take it with you, and you'll still stand a chance. Return it to me when you return. How can I accept this?"
Despite saying this, Zhou was delighted deep down. He originally thought about how he could trick the nine-tailed fox into giving him the item, like the Dwarf had said. He never expected the nine-tailed fox to take the initiative to offer it to him.
"There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you see Emperor Shang, help me pass a message to him,"
said the nine-tailed fox.
"No problem. As long as I can see him, I'll definitely deliver the message. If I can't see him, there's nothing I can do."
Zhou would pause before saying,
"What message do you want me to deliver?"
The nine-tailed fox fell silent for a moment before slowly saying,
"Think not."
"What?" Zhou was momentarily confused.
"Do you need me to carve it on your face?"
The nine-tailed fox asked Zhou coldly. Zhou hurriedly recalled and said,
"There's no need. I got it. It's just think not, meaning think not of something, right?"
The nine-tailed fox glanced at him coldly but didn't say anything. It opened its mouth and spat out something. It was a pearl that was as crystalline as the moon.
"Take it with you. It can conceal your human aura, and it can also prevent most dimensional creatures from hating you. However, if you encounter a terror-grade dimensional creature, it's best you hide far away. If you encounter a calamity-grade god, kill yourself to avoid suffering,"
the nine-tailed fox said. Zhou reached out to catch the pearl. It was warm to the touch and emitted a fragrance like perfume. He hurriedly put it away.
"Come in. I'll send you there. Remember the message. If you forget it, you won't have a chance of survival when you return,"
said the nine-tailed fox.
"Don't worry. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely deliver the message,"
Zhou said as he jumped into the bronze tripod. Zhou had seen the bronze tripod cauldron many times in game. He originally imagined that it was a tool to suppress the nine-tailed fox, but he never expected it to have the ability to traverse dimensions. After Zhou entered the bronze tripod, the nine-tailed fox stood up, tightening the chains. At the same time, its body emitted a demonic glow as terrifying essence energy seeped into the bronze tripod through the chains, causing it to emit a strange luster. The mysterious runes on it lit up.
"Remember, you only have 36 hours. You have to return before the time is up. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the dimension forever."
The nine-tailed fox's voice entered Zhou ears. Zhou felt the world spin as a huge vortex formed in the cauldron, sucking him in. Zhou hurriedly switched his essence energy art to a civilized country. After all, it was a spatial teleportation. It should be able to strengthen civilized country to a certain extent. As the spatial vortex spun, Zhou suddenly made a connection. Was this feeling the same when flushing the toilet? The dizziness continued. Zhou could sense that his body seemed to be teleporting, but the teleportation was taking a little too long. At that moment, the energy in civilized country constantly increased. The speed at which it grew far exceeded Zhou's imagination. Zhou had seriously underestimated the difficulty of teleporting into the dimension. He had been to the dimension using the cube, so he felt that it wasn't a big deal. However, in fact, entering the dimension through the cube was completely different from sneaking into the dimension. The difficulty was incalculable, and the teleportation method was completely different. It could be said that the energy needed to teleport 10,000 times using a cube wasn't even comparable to the energy needed to sneak into it once. Back then, Wang Mingyuan had used the power of the 6 holy temples to break through the dimensional barrier. How much terrifying energy was that? Although the bronze tripod wasn't forcefully breaking through the dimensional barrier and didn't expend that much energy, it was far from what ordinary spatial teleportation could compare with. After a long period of dizziness and loss of control, Zhou didn't know how long he had been teleporting because he wasn't able to judge time and space. In any case, it felt extremely long. Plop! Zhou felt himself fall into the water, as his body gradually returned to normal. What left him pleasantly surprised was that civilized country had obtained unimaginable energy during the teleportation process. Now, civilized country was about to break through to a perfect body. What an unexpected gain. From the looks of it, I just need a few more teleportations to advance to a perfect body. Zhou was delighted. After floating out of the water, Zhou wanted to see where he was, but the scene he saw made his expression turn odd. Chapter 926 Teleportation Mistake? It was a liquid pool that suffused blue light. Outside the pool was a volcano-like ring-shaped mountain. If this was really a volcano, the liquid in the pool should be magma. However, the liquid in the pool suffused blue fluorescence. The temperature wasn't high,
and it was even somewhat cold. And at the bottom of the pool, there were many crystals, as though they were arranged together. Boom! Just as Zhou was observing the crystal-like objects, he suddenly saw the blue liquid in the pool spew out like a volcanic eruption. Zhou hurriedly leaned against the stone wall and watched the blue liquid spew out. At the same time, a large number of crystal-like objects were ejected. The blue liquid then landed back into the crater. After the crystal-like objects came into contact with the air outside, they immediately produced a special chemical reaction. The crystal-like objects rapidly transformed and quickly turned into foxes. The foxes' eyes suffused blue light as they fell from the sky. These foxes. Why do they look like the fox demons in Deer Terrace Pavilion? Zhou found it odd, as he secretly crawled to the volcanic crater and looked out. With a glance, he was alarmed. He saw that there were no plants on the black primitive land. Black smoke billowed in the sky as black ring-shaped volcanoes covered the land. From time to time, a ring-shaped volcano would erupt. However, what spewed out wasn't magma, but liquid of different colors. Some of the liquids were blue like this one, some were red, and some were yellow. There were all sorts of colors. Similarly, every time a volcano spewed out liquid, a portion of the crystals would randomly be ejected. Once the crystal-like objects left the liquid and came into contact with the air, they rapidly transformed into different dimensional creatures. Red centipedes with wings danced in the air, as 100-meter-long serpents roared into the sky. Groups of demons ran amok on the ground. Most of these creatures were creatures Zhou had never seen before, but there were also some he had seen before. For example, the foxes spewed out from this volcano were epic fox immortals in Deer Terrace Pavilion. The volcano beside him spewed out great porcupines, which Zhou had seen in Deer Terrace Pavilion. It was also an epic demon-type dimensional creature. Could it be a place where dimensional creatures are born? Zhou looked at the volcanoes erupting everywhere as large numbers of different dimensional creatures spewed out. The spectacular scene was indescribable. A nearby fox seemed to discover Zhou. When he saw it look over, Zhou was alarmed. However, the fox didn't show any hostility towards him. It seemed to treat him as one of its kind as it yelped at him. Could it be? Zhou thought of the pearl the nine-tailed fox had given him. He crawled out of the volcano. The fox demons nearby had discovered him, but they had no intention of attacking him. This relaxed Zhou significantly. I never expected this thing to be so useful. However, my human appearance is just too eye-catching. I have to think of a way. Zhou looked around. Soon, Zhou realized that there were many snow cats gathered near a nearby volcano. It was a legendary dimensional creature. Zhou walked over. The snow cats only looked at him without any intention of attacking. Zhou immediately switched to the Demon God catalog and scanned a snow cat with the eyes of legacy. As the scan proceeded, Zhou felt a strange power flow out of his eyes. This power passed through his meridians and spread throughout his body, causing his body to undergo a strange change. Not long after, Zhou turned into a snow cat. He looked no different from the snow cats beside him. The snow cats seemed to treat him as one of their kind and didn't even look at him. Boom! Lightning streaked across the black smoke-filled sky. The dimensional creatures that were struck by the lightning immediately vanished. Just as Zhou was in a daze, large swaths of lightning descended. The snow cats and the nearby fox demons vanished when they were struck. Zhou hurriedly ran and dodged the lightning's attacks. He could sense the power of space from the lightning. It didn't seem to be real lightning, nor was it ordinary lightning. Instead, it was some kind of spatial lightning. This is a little different from what the arch said. Zhou ran with all his might before escaping the area covered by lightning. Wherever the lightning passed, the nearby dimensional creatures just vanished. Zhou remembered very clearly that the arch had told him that after he teleported to the dimension, he was to walk towards a tower. However, all Zhou saw were ring-shaped volcanoes. There were no towers. Furthermore, Zhou had never heard the arch mention the void lightning. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox got the wrong place when it teleported me here? That's not right either. Didn't the arch say that the bronze tripod's teleportation only has one destination? Zhou saw a huge ring-shaped volcano nearby and wanted to climb to the top to see if there was a tower in the distance. He didn't dare fly randomly to avoid being targeted. He still didn't know where he was, nor did he know if there was any danger here. However, no matter how he looked at it, this place was somewhat different from the dimension the arch had mentioned. Boom! Halfway through his climb, the huge volcano suddenly erupted. Red liquid shot into the sky like a heavenly pillar. At the same time, a red crystal-like object spewed out. However, this red crystal pillar was much bigger than the blue crystal pillar Zhou had seen before. It was about half the size of a soccer field. The red liquid receded. After the crystal-like object came into contact with the air, it immediately transformed. When the huge red crystal-like object landed, It had already transformed into a fire Qilin that was as red as crystal and emitted terrifying flames. The snowcat's body was like an ant beside the fire Qilin. Holy sh*t, this place can even spew out mythical creatures. Zhou Wen retreated step by step. He was too close to the fire Qilin. He was afraid that it would discover that he was human. That would be terrible. Although Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of ordinary mythical creatures, he didn't know if he would be targeted by an even more terrifying existence if he fought the fire Qilin here. Thankfully, the fire Qilin didn't notice Zhou Wen. Perhaps in its eyes, the snow cat was similar to an ant. There was no need for it to care. Boom! Boom! The fire Qilin walked towards the lightning, causing the ground to tremble. Soon, it walked into the lightning and gradually vanished under the bombardment of the void lightning. What the hell is this place? Zhou Wen eagerly rushed to the top of the volcano. He wanted to see if there was the tower mentioned by the arch nearby. Chapter 927 Discovered. After climbing to the volcanic crater, Zhou Wen looked around. All he could see was billowing black smoke that enveloped the sky and volcanoes. Looking around, there was only one place that was slightly different. In between the volcanoes, there was a mountain that resembled a heavenly pillar. Its height far exceeded that of ordinary volcanoes, piercing through the black smoke that enveloped the sky. One couldn't see the end of the mountain. Could the tower that the arch mentioned be that mountain? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was only a special mountain. It was somewhat different from a tower. However, Zhou Wen had nowhere else to go. All he could do was rush towards the huge mountain. Could it really be a teleportation error? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. But how could the bronze tripod cauldron that had a fixed destination make such a mistake? He ran across the land in the form of a snow cat. From time to time, dimensional creatures would spew out from the volcano. Before long, void lightning would make the dimensional creatures vanish. Could it be that the lightning is a spatial rift that leads to Earth? The dimensional creatures on Earth all pass from here? Then, if I'm struck by lightning, will I be able to return to a dimensional zone on Earth? Zhou Wen kept thinking. If a legendary mistake really happened, he had to think of a way to return. Otherwise, if a human were to be discovered by the dimensional races in such a place, it would be no different from courting death. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any particularly powerful creatures here. They were dimensional creatures that spewed out from volcanoes. They were mostly mortal and legendary creatures, and relatively fewer epic creatures. Occasionally, there would be one at the mythical stage. If there aren't any more terrifying and powerful existences here, it's a good place to grind. However, although there are many dimensional creatures here, they all have the characteristics of demons. Zhou Wen observed as he walked. The truth listener earring constantly scanned his surroundings. The pillar-like mountain was too far from where Zhou Wen was. The closer Zhou Wen was to it, the more majestic the mountain was. Thankfully, with the nine-tailed fox's pearl and eyes of legacy, the dimensional creatures that spewed out of the volcano didn't attack Zhou Wen, saving him a lot of trouble. It took Zhou Wen nearly 3 hours to approach the mountain. The bronze tripod's passageway could only last for 36 hours. If he didn't discover anything, Zhou Wen planned on returning via the original path. He sized up the mountain that was very close, but he didn't discover anything. There were no dimensional creatures nearby, nor were there any traces of the void lightning. As for the volcanic eruptions, Zhou Wen had no idea if it was a volcano because he couldn't see beyond the black smoke above. He constantly scanned the mountain, but failed to find anything. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before deciding to climb up to take a look. If he didn't find anything, he could return the way he had come to avoid being trapped in this godforsaken place. Zhou Wen looked around and didn't find any dimensional creatures nearby before climbing up the mountain. He used the snow cat's body to quickly jump on the mountain rocks. This was because not only was the mountain huge, but it was also especially steep. The mountain wall was inclined at almost 90 degrees, so Zhou Wen could only use the cracks on the rocks or the protruding spots as a foothold. The snow cat didn't have the ability to fly, so Zhou Wen didn't use it to avoid being discovered. Just as he was about to reach the mountainside, Zhou Wen discovered a protruding platform. He landed on it, and planned on resting to condition himself. However, after landing on the platform, he realized that there was a cave behind the platform. In the dark cave, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This wasn't something Zhou Wen sensed. He could really see a pair of eyes. They emitted a blue glow, making them stand out in the dark cave. Furthermore, the owner of those eyes was slowly walking out of the cave. Zhou Wen was alarmed when he saw the eyes staring at him. He was about to summon Truth Listener's earring to sweep at it. However, before Zhou Wen could summon Truth Listener, the creature had already walked out of the cave. It was a tiger with 2 wings. Its body was black, but there were many places that were transparent dark blue. As it grunted, the dark blue spots on its body alternated between bright and dark. When it was bright, it was like a glowing amethyst. When it was dark, it was the same as the other black spots on its body. It was blackish-gray like metal. Zhou sensed a powerful essence energy fluctuation from it. It was definitely a mythical creature, but he didn't know if it had the ability to undergo terror transformation. Zhou slowly moved his body, but the creature kept staring at him. Clearly, it had locked onto its target. Roar! In the next second, the creature let out a tiger roar. Its body emitted a blue glow as it pounced forward. Zhou was just about to counterattack when he suddenly realized something. He retreated but didn't launch a counterattack. Boom! A terrifying beam descended from the mountain and struck the mythical creature, freezing its body in ice. This rather powerful mythical creature didn't even have the chance to resist. Its body maintained its pouncing pose as it froze. And on the mountain peak, a figure quickly floated down. Zhou had already used Truth Listener's ability to see the figure clearly. It was a woman in a snow robe. She looked very beautiful, but her face was extremely cold. Furthermore, her aura was somewhat different from humans. Her entire body seemed to emit a frost aura. Without a doubt, she was a dimensional creature with terrifying strength. Why would a snow cat come here? The snow-robed woman was slightly surprised when she saw Zhou. She extended her hand and sucked the snow cat into her arms. At that moment, another dimensional creature with a snake's tail and human body slithered down. It glanced at the frozen mythical creature and said, "This very demonic tiger is smart. It actually hid here. It's no wonder it wasn't sent to the human world. Throw it into the void lightning," the snow-robed woman said. The snake-tailed dimensional creature responded and grabbed the frozen fairy demonic tiger with one hand before throwing it towards the volcanic area. The huge ice block streaked across the sky like a meteor. Soon, it rushed into an area filled with void lightning before disappearing. "What about this little thing?" the snake-tailed monster asked as it looked at Zhou. "I'll deal with it myself," the snow-robed woman said as she flew up and headed for the top of the mountain that resembled a heavenly pillar. The snake-tailed monster didn't say anything else and followed the snow-robed woman to the top of the mountain. Chapter 928 Ice Castle Bell. As Zhou was carried by the snow-robed woman, he felt a chill run through him, as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Thankfully, the snow cat was a frost elemental creature, so it was quite resistant to coldness. Otherwise, Zhou might have to pretend to be frozen by the cold air around her. The snow-robed woman quickly passed through the billowing black smoke and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Zhou looked around, and was suddenly alarmed to discover that the billowing black smoke that enveloped the ground was transparent. He could see everything below clearly. Zhou secretly cheered inwardly. Thankfully, he had only used the normal strength of a snow cat when he scaled the mountain. Otherwise, he would have long been discovered. However, Zhou was still somewhat uneasy. He didn't know if his snow cat transformation could fool the snow-robed woman. From her looks, she was most likely at the terror grade. Thankfully, the snow-robed woman didn't seem to notice anything wrong with Zhou. After arriving at the mountaintop, she carried him towards a building. At that moment, Zhou realized that there was an ice sculpture-like castle on the mountaintop. The woman walked into the ice sculpture castle, and the snake monster followed. "Why did you bring such a snow cat back? Why don't you just throw it back into the void lightning?" the snake monster asked. "It's none of your business." As the snow-robed woman spoke, she walked up the ice stairs, and quickly arrived at a room at the top of Ice Sculpture Castle. This room was empty other than a crystal coffin. The snow-robed woman walked to the crystal coffin, and it automatically opened. After she carried Zhou in and lay down, the crystal coffin automatically closed. Zhou quickly realized that the snow-robed woman was sleeping in the crystal coffin. She looked human, but her body was colder than ice. "Don't tell me she will keep sleeping like this?" Zhou struggled out of the snow-robed woman's grasp, and crawled to an empty spot in the crystal coffin. He turned to look at the woman and realized that her skin had turned into jade. If he hadn't seen her walk over, he would have thought that she was a jade statue without any vitality. Through the crystal coffin, he could see the situation inside. He couldn't see anything further. Although the castle was made of ice, he couldn't see anything through the thick ice wall. With the snow-robed woman beside him, Zhou didn't dare summon Truth Listener. If the woman discovered that there was an earring on his ear, anyone would know that there was something wrong with the snow cat. From the looks of it, there really was a mistake during the teleportation. This isn't the place where the bronze tripod should have teleported me. I have to teleport back as soon as possible. Zhou glanced at the sleeping woman and thought to himself, is she really sleeping or is she faking it? Perhaps my attack will be of some use to her when she isn't in a terror form. With this in mind, Zhou didn't dare act rashly. In the end, he decided to wait a little longer. There was still about 30 hours left, so he didn't have to worry about the tunnel closing for the time being. The space in the crystal coffin wasn't large to begin with, so Zhou didn't have much space to move around. All he could do was lie in the crystal coffin to rest and wait for an opportunity to arrive. Time ticked by. Several hours passed, but the woman remained asleep. She didn't move or breathe at all. It made Joe suspect that she was an ice sculpture. He had no choice but to continue waiting patiently. After a while, he suddenly heard a clanging sound. It was like the sound of a bell that reported the time in ancient times, but it was somewhat different. The sound was clearer. Joe heard it sound 12 times before the woman finally opened her eyes. Then, she carried Joe and climbed out of the crystal coffin. Joe heaved a sigh of relief. If the woman continued sleeping like this, he would really be in trouble. He might have no choice but to barge out. Thankfully, that didn't happen. He still had plenty of time. The woman carried Joe downstairs, and soon arrived in a hall. The snake monster was already inside. Joe was suddenly taken aback. There was a bell hanging on the back wall of the hall. From the looks of it, the sound was likely from this bell. However, the bell looked very similar to the bell that the Arch had mentioned. That's strange. Could it be that I didn't teleport to the wrong place? This is the tower that the Arch mentioned? Joe thought for a moment, and felt that something was amiss. If the tower refers to a mountain peak, there's no reason for the Arch to not make it clear. Furthermore, she said that the bell is on the highest level of the tower. She didn't mention anything about an ice-sculptured ancient castle. However, Joe carefully sized up the bell. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the bell that the Arch had mentioned. The various details of the bell were identical to the Thearch's description. What's going on? Did I teleport to the right place? Is this the bell? Joe was momentarily stumped. You should know that forcibly retaining the creatures in the dimensional pool isn't allowed, right? The snake monster said, as he glanced at Joe when in the snow-robed woman's arms. I've already said that I don't need anyone to interfere in my matters. The snow-robed woman said coldly before placing Joe on the ground and walking towards the bell. When she approached the bell, the ice aura over her body quickly rose and her entire body turned into an ice sculpture. Terror transformation. Joe immediately recognize the power the snow-robed woman was using. The snow-robed woman walked to the bell and picked it up before shaking it. Tinkle. Only then did Joe realize that the sound wasn't from the bell. The bell sound was completely different from before. With the bell sound, Joe felt an invisible force radiate out like a blast. Then, he felt the entire ice castle tremble. After doing all of this, the woman put the bell back. Her body gradually left her terror form. Joe didn't know what had happened, but the woman still looked exhausted. It's been hard on you, the snake monster said to the woman with a smile. However, the woman ignored him. She carried Joe and left the hall. Joe originally wanted to find an opportunity to escape, but when he saw the bell, he hesitated. He wondered if he should steal the bell first. The woman carried Joe back into the crystal coffin and began sleeping again. What's wrong with this woman? Even if you are a dimensional creature, you can't just be shaking the bell and sleeping, right? You should at least eat something, right? Joe really felt hungry when he thought of eating. However, he couldn't take anything out of the chaos bead to eat. He had to endure it. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Joe's mind. Could this woman be treating me as food? Chapter 929 Escaping with the Bell. Inside the crystal coffin, Joe kept thinking about how he could obtain the bell and safely escape. Although he wasn't sure if the bell was the one that the Arch wanted, since he was already here, Joe still wanted to bring the bell back if possible. The snow-robed woman at the Terror Grade, and the snake monster might also be at the Terror Grade. It wasn't easy to take away the bell in front of two Terror Grade entities. This was an ice castle. Earth escape was useless. Teleportation was likely a more effective method. As long as he could leave the ice castle, he could use the Earth Elemental Beast to escape to the spatial passageway on the mountain outside. From the looks of it, I have to take the risk. However, it's still very difficult to take the bell away from two Terror Grade entities. Joe recalled what the Arch had said about the bell. The Arch said that the bell couldn't be touched by typical creatures. It had to be taken by a companion beast that had eaten the divine fruit. In other words, Dr. Darkness had to hold the bell until he returned. Joe calculated the various possibilities and felt that with his abilities, although he wasn't a match for two Terror Grade opponents, as long as he could obtain the bell, escaping back into the tunnel shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Joe decided that if the woman took him to the bell again, he would snatch it. Time ticked by. After 12 hours, Joe heard a bell like chimes. After 12 chimes, the woman woke up again. The woman carried Joe into the ice castle's hall like the last time. Joe immediately focused and planned on escaping after snatching the bell. When the woman arrived at the hall, the snake monster was already in front of the bell. It was unknown if he had been standing guard there the entire time and had never left. However, seeing the woman approach, the snake monster made way. The woman placed Joe on the ground and was about to walk towards the bell when Zhou Wen saw that he couldn't miss the opportunity. Without any hesitation, he switched to the civilized country life soul and restored his original appearance. He teleported in front of the bell, while Dr. Darkness had already attached himself to Zhou Wen in his soul form. Zhou Wen reached out to hold the bell and felt his soul tremble. Thankfully, with Dr. Darkness possessing him, nothing worse happened. The woman and the snake monster quickly reacted. The woman transformed into an ice maiden, as the snake monster's body suffused a strange glow. 4 more arms grew out, and the 6 arms emitted a strange light that shone at Zhou Wen, who had snatched the bell. Without any hesitation, he used teleportation to leave the hall again without stopping. After 4 consecutive teleportations, Zhou Wen finally rushed out of the ice castle. Almost at the same time he rushed out of the ice castle, Zhou Wen summoned Earth Elemental Beast and thought to himself, with Earth Elemental Beast's Earth Escape ability, I should be able to return to the spatial passageway with its maximum distance. Even if the 2 terror grade fellows catch up, I can use the remaining teleportation abilities to rush back to the spatial passageway. However, when Zhou Wen rode on the Earth Elemental Beast's back and it landed, Zhou Wen was stunned. Outside the ice castle was likely the huge mountain. Zhou Wen's original plan was that as long as the Earth Elemental Beast landed on the mountain, it would use Earth Escape. However, after he rushed out of the ice castle, he suddenly realized that it wasn't the huge mountain peak outside. There was no longer the churning sea of clouds. Everywhere he looked, there was blue seawater. Apart from the sea, he couldn't see anything. The ice castle floated above the sea. What? What's going on? Zhou Wen was momentarily dumbfounded. Plop! The Earth Elemental Beast landed in the seawater, and the seawater hid Zhou Wen's face, immediately waking him up. Although he didn't know what had happened and why the ice castle had turned into an endless sea, he had to try his best to escape. There was no other way. Almost instantly, Zhou Wen ordered the Earth Elemental Beast to burrow into the sea. However, before the Earth Elemental Beast could burrow down, an ice beam shot over from the ice castle. It was unbelievably fast. Zhou Wen's heart chilled as he unsummoned Earth Elemental Beast. At the same time, he used the civilized country's spatial teleportation to leave the seawater. When the ice beam landed on the surface of the sea, a large portion of the seawater froze. The seawater turned into an unknowingly thick glacier. The snake monster charged forward in extreme rage. Its snake tail swayed as it arrived in front of Zhou Wen in the blink of an eye. Its 6 arms brought with them a gust of death as it crazily sliced through space, hoping to dismember Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and summoned Tyrant Behemoth to meet the snake monster. Tyrant Behemoth roared as it activated absolute strength and charged at the snake monster. Crack! Crack! Blood splattered from wounds that appeared on Tyrant Behemoth's extremely tough body. One could even see broken bones from some of the wounds. Tyrant Behemoth screamed as it flew out and slammed into the ice. It shattered the thick glacier as large amounts of seawater spewed out from the crack. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to retreat dozens of meters. At the same time, he unsummoned Tyrant Behemoth and put on the invisibility cloak before instantly disappearing. The snake monster scanned his surroundings, but he didn't find Zhou Wen. He couldn't help but turn to the woman and roar. You brought that human back! Is he your accomplice? The Ice Maiden said coldly. If it were me, do you think I would be so foolish as to let him steal the heaven-shrouding bell like this? If you have the time to suspect me, why don't you think of a way to find him? He won't be able to escape. Explain this matter to the higher-ups yourself. The snake monster seemed to think that what the Ice Maiden said made sense, but it still spoke hatefully before beginning to search for Zhou Wen. Like him, the Ice Maiden searched everywhere for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen wore the invisibility cloak and relied on 3 minutes of invisibility to rush into the sea, desperately swimming deeper. The seawater here was extremely deep. When Zhou Wen dived deep into the seawater, he could vaguely see specks of light at the bottom of the sea, like stars. However, the stars were colorful. It reminded Zhou Wen of the liquid in the volcano. As Zhou Wen dived deeper, he realized that he was right. At the bottom of the sea, there were countless colorful springs that spewed out all sorts of colorful liquid. As the colorful liquid spewed out all sorts of crystal-like objects, they turned into different dimensional creatures when they came into contact with the seawater. However, they were different from the volcanic region from before. The dimensional creatures here were basically sea creatures. Chapter 930 Undersea Battle. Is this really not where I was originally? Zhou Wen felt like crying as he watched the deep-sea behemoth swim in the sea. Now, Zhou Wen was certain that something had gone wrong during the teleportation, but why did it happen? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. The Arch needed his help and wanted the bell, so she definitely wouldn't play any tricks. The Nine-Tailed Fox didn't seem to have any reason to mess with him if she wanted him to deliver a message to Emperor Shang. Furthermore, the Nine-Tailed Fox had given the pearl to Zhou Wen. It wouldn't do her any good if Zhou Wen couldn't return. Despite racking his brains, Zhou couldn't figure out the reason. Now, Zhou wasn't in the mood to think too much. There wasn't much time left for the invisibility cloak. He had to think of a way to shake off the Ice Maiden and the snake monster as soon as possible. Zhou felt that he would die a terrible death if they found him. In the vast sea, Zhou didn't have many places to hide. All he could do was continue heading deep into the sea. He decided to find a spring to hide in. Zhou originally wanted to use the Eye of Legacy to transform into a dimensional creature, but there weren't any low-level legendary creatures nearby. It took quite some time to simulate an epic creature, so the invisibility time would be up before he succeeded. The spring was a place that gave birth to dimensional creatures. Furthermore, there were countless of them. It shouldn't be that easy for the snake monster and the Ice Maiden to find him. Zhou didn't have the time to choose carefully. 3 minutes of invisibility was too little. He didn't have many options, so he swam towards a nearby spring. It was a blue liquid spring. When Zhou came previously, he had come out of the blue liquid. The blue liquid was safer. As he watched the blue spring gradually expand in his vision, the blue liquid inside automatically isolated itself from the seawater, just like how water and oil don't mix. Zhou plunged into the blue liquid and found it somewhat similar to the previous blue liquid. However, it was still different. The blue liquid here was darker in color and colder. Thankfully, this temperature wasn't enough to damage Zhou's body. Zhou dived deeper into the spring and tried his best to hide. At the bottom of the blue liquid was a blue crystal. It wasn't surprising that it had a crystal body. What was strange was that the crystal bodies Zhou had seen previously were densely arranged. There were many of them, but this crystal body was alone. No similar crystal body appeared around it. The blue crystal was like a pineapple with many edges. It was about the size of a basketball. Could it be that this is the only one left after all the crystalline bodies have been spewed out? Zhou guessed inwardly. This was because he had seen many fountains spew out quite a number of dimensional creatures. It was impossible for there to be only one crystal. Zhou wasn't in the mood to think too much as he hid beside the crystal. The invisibility cloak's 3 minutes of invisibility had ended. Although he was still visually invisible, complete invisibility was gone. Zhou converged his aura and hid without moving. He wanted to preserve his life before finding a way to return. However, Zhou's expression quickly turned nasty. This was because Truth Listener had already discovered that the Ice Maiden and the snake monster had already swam down. From the direction they were heading in, they were clearly coming for the spring where he had hidden. Crap, could it be a problem with this bell? Zhou immediately realized the problem, but it was too late to throw the bell away. If he rushed out now, it would be no different from courting death. Zhou remained motionless as he hid beside the crystal. Indeed, the Ice Maiden and the snake monster arrived outside the blue spring. The Ice Maiden looked at the blue spring and said, "The heaven-shrouding bell is inside." The snake monster glanced at her and said, "Are you sure? Do you think I'll make a mistake?" The Ice Maiden said as she entered the spring. The snake monster snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He followed the Ice Maiden into the spring. "Didn't you say that he's here? Where is he?" The snake monster scanned the area, but he didn't discover Zhou. Clearly, he wasn't proficient in searching for people. The Ice Maiden said indifferently, "He's right there. Can't you see him?" With that said, the Ice Maiden casually shot out an ice beam at Zhou's hiding spot. Zhou had no choice but to move. Thankfully, he was agile in water, so he didn't need to use teleportation to dodge the ice beam. However, the moment he moved, the snake monster immediately discovered his location. Although Zhou was still visually invisible, it was useless. The snake monster charged at Zhou when his terrifying wind blades crisscrossed and slashed at him. Zhou's movement technique was amazing, but his speed was still much slower than the snake monster. After dodging a few wind blades, he was unable to dodge them. All he could do was use teleportation again. The wind blades that could slice through space failed to injure Zhou. After rushing over, a wind blade slashed at the crystal behind him, causing a crack to appear. Just as Zhou was about to summon Earth Elemental Beast to see if he could use the rocks at the seabed to escape, he suddenly felt a terrifying vibration coming from underground. Then, a powerful force surged from below, spewing out everything in the spring. The power that erupted from the spring was very strange. Even the snake monster and the Ice Maiden couldn't withstand it, and were spat out. Crap! Zhou separated himself from the blue liquid. He was surrounded by seawater, so there was no chance for him to use Earth escape. After the snake monster and the Ice Maiden separated from the blue liquid, they surrounded Zhou. Just as the snake monster was about to charge at Zhou, it suddenly saw the blue crystal appear between the three of them. After leaving the blue liquid, the crystal rapidly transformed, quickly turning into a strange dimensional creature. It was a blue clam. The blue crystal-like shell was fan-shaped and looked very beautiful.
The moment the dimensional creature appeared, it opened its shell and spat out a blue beam of light. Its target was the snake monster. The clam-type dimensional creature's attack on the snake monster had already surprised Joe. What surprised him even more was that the snake monster, which had already taken a terror form, chose to dodge instead of blocking the blue light. What's that dimensional creature? It actually makes a terror-grade existence wary. Joe-Win's mind raced as he wondered if this was an opportunity for him to escape. The clam-type dimensional creature seemed to recognize the snake monster, as it constantly spewed out blue light at him. The snake monster wore an ugly expression, but it only dodged and didn't attack the shell. Chapter 931 New Era. The snake monster was stopped by the scallop, but the Ice Maiden rushed over. An ice beam descended at an unbelievable speed. Joe-Win had already pushed Transcendent Flying Immortal to its limits, but he still couldn't dodge it. After all, Joe-Win was only at the epic stage, just his stats alone were much weaker. He had no choice but to use his teleportation ability again. However, he didn't have many teleportation attempts left. It was impossible for him to last long. He wanted to teleport to the bottom of the sea to see if he could use Earth Escape, but the Ice Maiden seemed to see through his thoughts. When the ice beam shone at the bottom of the sea, it immediately turned a large area of the sea into ice. It didn't give Joe-Win a chance to touch the sand and rocks. Joe-Win retreated as he fought. The number of teleportations in the civilized country was decreasing, and now there were only 2 left. When Joe-Win had no choice but to use teleportation again, he suddenly felt the energy in civilized country explode. At that moment, civilized country advanced. Joe-Win was overjoyed as the ghost-faced ring underwent a new change. The half-evil and half-beautiful ghost-face underwent a strange change. The ugly half became extremely handsome, while the handsome half became abnormally ugly. The gears in his eyes also spun in the opposite direction. At the same time, the evolved information of civilized country entered Joe-Win's mind. Although the information was very vague and wasn't as clear as the annotations in-game, he could roughly understand its functions. The evolved life soul of the civilized country was called New Era. The detailed abilities were unknown, but he could sense that the number of times he could use instantaneous transmission had increased. Joe-Win didn't know how many times he could use it, but it was definitely more than 10. Great! This teleportation distance was much further than before. Furthermore, he didn't sense the energy of the New Era life soul dissipate. From the looks of it, he could use it many more times. Joe-Win constantly teleported in an attempt to shake off the Ice Maiden, but he quickly realized that it was impossible to shake her off in the sea. She actually had a water escape skill that allowed her to appear and disappear in the sea, allowing her to teleport kilometers. Joe-Win suspected that the reason the ice castle changed from the volcanic area to the sea was because the Ice Maiden had previously rung the bell. He also tried to ring the bell in his hand, but no matter how he shook it, the bell wouldn't ring. Thinking back to when the Ice Maiden rang the bell, she had entered her terror form. Thinking that this bell could only be used at the terror grade, he had no choice but to give up on using it. He teleported to the surface of the sea, and the Ice Maiden chased after him. After the snake monster shook off the scallop, it chased after him. Seeing that the Ice Maiden was still chasing Joe-Win and wasn't shaken off, it heaved a sigh of relief and quickly chased after them. Joe-Win used teleportation repeatedly in the sky and had once distanced himself from the Ice Maiden, but as long as he stopped, she would quickly catch up to him. Joe-Win guessed that the Ice Maiden had a special method to sense the bell. Unless he threw the bell away, it was almost impossible to shake her off. Although he could teleport multiple times with New Era, it wasn't infinite. Joe-Win knew that it would be used up sooner or later. He had to find a way to escape before that happened. After some thought, Joe-Win continuously teleported, distancing himself from the Ice Maiden before rushing into the sea. Joe-Win's luck wasn't bad. He saw a group of dimensional creatures that had just spewed out of a spring. Most of them were at the mortal stage, and he occasionally saw a few at the legendary stage. Now, these creatures were what Joe-Win needed. He rushed over and used the Eye of Legacy to scan a mortal stage golden scaled fish. As it was a mortal creature, the scanning time was very short. In the blink of an eye, Joe-Win became a golden scaled fish that mixed with the school of golden scaled fish. Unfortunately, the bell couldn't be stored in the chaos bead. After Joe-Win transformed, the bell hung on his fin. Where did he go? The snake monster caught up and asked when it saw the Ice Maiden stop. It's right below. He wants to do the same thing again, so I feigned ignorance and didn't chase after him. I waited for you to come over and capture him together to prevent him from escaping again, the Ice Maiden said. The snake monster immediately understood what she meant and asked. He became a snow cat again? He's not a snow cat, but a gold-scaled fish, the Ice Maiden said. His transformation technique is somewhat strange. Even I can't tell what dimensional creature he has transformed into. If he didn't have the heaven-shrouding bell on him,
it would have been very difficult to find him. Where is he? We have to quickly snatch the heaven shrouding bell back to prevent any accidents from happening, said the snake monster. All right, we'll surround him from both sides and prevent him from escaping. The Ice Maiden pointed at Joe and said, The heaven shrouding bell is on him. Take a closer look, and you will be able to tell which one is him. With that said, the Ice Maiden rushed into the sea from one side, while the snake monster entered from another side to do a pincer attack. When Joe saw the Ice Maiden, and the snake monster plunged down, he knew that his transformation technique was useless. He immediately wanted to escape. However, the snake monster didn't give him a chance. Wind blades sliced through the sea and enveloped Joe. Joe had no choice but to switch his life soul and use teleportation again to dodge the snake monster's attack. However, just as he teleported, he saw the Ice Maiden in front of him. An ice beam shone down. Now, it wasn't a matter of teleportation. He was too close to the Ice Maiden, and the ice beam was too fast. Joe's reaction couldn't keep up. However, thanks to his intuition cultivated from prolonged combat, Joe still used teleportation to dodge the strike. However, when he teleported out, he felt his head, hands, and legs being grabbed by someone as though he was wearing iron chains. Joe was alarmed. The person who had grabbed him was the snake monster with 6 arms. The hands at the top grabbed Joe's head, while the hands in the middle grabbed his wrists. The hands at the bottom grabbed Joe's feet. His expression was extremely ferocious, as though he was a devil from hell, about to tear Joe's body into 6 pieces. Without any hesitation, Joe used Dr. Darkness's dark right hand. His right hand suddenly turned into nothingness and escaped the snake monster's control. He stabbed it into its head, hoping to pluck its brain out. Joe realized that his idea was a little too idealistic. Only a terror grade could defeat a terror grade. This was definitely not a joke. The Wheel of Destiny power of the Darkness right hand had actually penetrated the snake monster's head, but it failed to extract his brain. The brain was like a bull's tendon. Joe had no way of pulling it. However, Joe's actions made the snake monster cry out in pain. At the same time, he turned extremely furious as he exerted strength with his other 5 hands, hoping to tear Joe apart. Chapter 932 Ice Maiden's Scheme. Joe's body was restrained by the snake monster's strange power, preventing him from teleporting away. He was alarmed as a terrifying tearing pain came from his body, as though his muscles and bones were about to be torn apart by the snake monster. I can only risk it. Joe gritted his teeth. As he retracted his right hand, he held the heaven shrouding bell in his right hand before using Darkness right hand again. Ah! The snake monster held its head and screamed. Joe used the Darkness right hand to stuff the heaven shrouding bell into its head. He had only done it in passing, and didn't think that it would be of much use. He had originally planned on giving up on the heaven shrouding bell. It would probably make it difficult for the Ice Maiden and the snake monster to track him down. In order to survive, he had no choice but to abandon the bell. However, to his surprise, after the bell was placed in the snake monster's head, it made it hold its head and scream. For a moment, it forgot about tearing Joe apart. Suddenly, an ice beam flashed. Just as Joe was about to dodge, he realized that the ice beam wasn't directed at him. This ice beam was extremely terrifying. The ice beam Joe had seen previously was considered warm when compared to this ice beam. The ice beam shone on the defenseless snake monster, freezing it into ice. Joe took the opportunity to escape the 2 hands that were still grabbing at his feet, and finally regained his freedom. Did she accidentally hit the wrong person? Joe glanced at the snake monster, who wore a look of horror and pain. He saw that it couldn't move at all, and was completely frozen. It wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Joe looked at the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden didn't attack Joe again. She looked at him coldly and said, The fox core on you belongs to the nine-tailed fox, right? Joe was delighted when he heard that. Yes, you know her. If I didn't know her, why would I bring you into my castle? The Ice Maiden said indifferently. Joe had previously suspected why the Ice Maiden had brought him into the ice castle. If she wanted to rear pets, there were adorable dimensional creatures everywhere. She had seen more dimensional creatures than the grains of rice Joe had eaten. There was no need for her to make an exception and rear a snow cat. Don't tell me you brought me into the ice castle to deal with him. Joe suddenly reacted and glanced at the frozen snake monster. I have to thank you for that. If you hadn't attracted all his attention, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. The Ice Maiden's tone was very strange, as though she was talking about something unrelated to her. However, she clearly wanted to deal with the snake monster and had deliberately used Joe. In that case, I did you a favor. Since everyone is friends with the nine-tailed fox, let's pretend nothing happened today, Joe said. Did the nine-tailed fox ask you to steal the heaven shrouding bell?
The Ice Maiden ignored his words and asked directly. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for an answer. If the Ice Maiden was the enemy of the nine-tailed fox, it would be difficult for him to escape death if he said yes. However, if the Ice Maiden was a friend of the nine-tailed fox, and he said no, he would probably end up missing a great opportunity to live. With an instant's thought, Zhou Wen decided to take a gamble and immediately answered.
Yes. Why did she ask you to steal the Heaven Shrouding Bell?
The Ice Maiden asked again. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of anger, Zhou Wen knew that he had made the right bet. He said,
I don't know about that. I was only entrusted by her to steal the bell. Also, I wish to meet Emperor Shang and help her deliver a message. What message?
The Ice Maiden asked with a frown.
You aren't Emperor Shang. It doesn't seem appropriate for me to tell you,
Zhou Wen said after some thought.
You don't have to say it,
the Ice Maiden said coldly.
Alright, she only said think not.
Zhou Wen felt that it was best not to use force if he could.
If she really knew the words think not, she wouldn't have gotten you to steal the Heaven Shrouding Bell,
the Ice Maiden said with a twitch of her lips. Then, her hands emitted an ice beam. When the ice beam landed on the snake monster, it gradually disintegrated its body before shattering into ice shards. It left Zhou Wen's scalp tingling. This was a terror-grade creature, but it was killed just like that. Amidst the ice shards, an Essence Energy Skill Crystal and Heaven Shrouding Bell appeared. Unfortunately, none of them belonged to Zhou Wen. With a casual wave of her hand, the skill crystal landed in her hand.
Emperor Shang is a criminal. The place he's imprisoned in an extremely dangerous dimension. With your strength, you aren't strong enough to enter.
Isn't this a dimension?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
This can only be considered a buffer zone between Earth and the dimension. It's not a real dimension. If you really go to the dimension and aren't at the terror grade, it will be difficult for you to even survive. How could it be so easy?
The Ice Maiden said.
If you aren't afraid of death, I can show you the way and let you enter the dimension to meet Emperor Shang. Whether you can survive in the dimension will depend on your luck. Since it's so dangerous, it's best I don't go,
Zhou Wen said.
You have been entrusted to do something, so how can you give up halfway?
The Ice Maiden paused and said,
Take the Heaven Shrouding Bell with you. Perhaps you will have a chance to walk to the place where Emperor Shang is imprisoned alive.
Zhou Wen never expected the Ice Maiden to say such words. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, but in the next second, his heart palpitated as he felt that something was amiss. When the Ice Maiden threw the Heaven Shrouding Bell at him, she suddenly shot out an ice beam. It was fast and ruthless, not inferior to the ice beam that had frozen the snake monster. It's really true that women are most vicious. Zhou Wen quickly teleported and forcefully escaped the Ice Maiden's pursuit. After rushing into the sea, Zhou Wen once again used the Eyes of Legacy to transform into an ocean-dimensional creature. This time, although the Ice Maiden flew across the sky nearby, she didn't discover him. You won't be able to escape. This place isn't Earth, nor does it belong to the dimension. There's no way out. If you come out now, you can die a faster death, the Ice Maiden said as she hung in the air, seemingly certain that Zhou Wen was nearby. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't answer her. To answer her was equivalent to exposing his location. A heartless creature like the Ice Maiden definitely wouldn't let him off. Without the Heaven Shrouding Bell on him, the Ice Maiden couldn't tell the difference between Zhou Wen and ordinary dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen followed the dimensional creatures and gradually left the area. However, these dimensional creatures seemed to have a territorial sense. They wouldn't go far, so Zhou Wen had no choice but to transform into another dimensional creature. He traveled further and further, hoping to escape the Ice Maiden. Zhou Wen turned into a fish swimming when he suddenly saw a blue glow appear in front of him. It was like a glowing sapphire. Zhou Wen took a careful look and realized that it was the blue scallop. Without realizing it, he had returned to the vicinity of the spring with the blue liquid. Chapter 933 Unexpected Advancement. It was unknown where this scallop came from, but it was able to make a terrifying expert like the snake monster retreat. It seemed to be very powerful. However, Zhou Wen had seen the blue light it spewed out. It didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. The blue light wasn't fast, nor did he see any astonishing might. He didn't know why the snake monster would take the initiative to retreat. Now that Zhou Wen was running for his life, he wasn't in the mood to study the scallop's abilities, nor did he wish to cause trouble. The scallop remained silently on the sand without being alarmed by Zhou Wen's arrival. Apart from attacking the snake monster, it hadn't attacked any other dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen saw a fiend clawfish swim past it, but it didn't react. As he was sizing up the scallop, void lightning appeared not far away. The dimensional creatures that were struck by the void lightning vanished just like the dimensional creatures in the volcanic zone. If the void lightning is really a spatial rift that leads to Earth's dimensional zone, can I leave through that? Zhou Wen had similar thoughts before, but he couldn't give it a try. If he made a wrong guess or if a human's body couldn't withstand the power of the void lightning, he would be doomed. Just as Zhou was pondering over it, he heard the Ice Maiden's voice ring out on the surface of the sea. If you want to live, we can have a chat. Hand over the nine-tailed fox core, and I can spare your life. You have to consider carefully. In 3 hours, I'll leave this place. When the time comes, there will be no way out. You won't be able to return to Earth or enter the dimension. You can only be trapped here till death. So she wants the pearl lent to me by the nine-tailed fox, but it might be an excuse to lure me out and kill me. Zhou didn't move. You better believe me. Not many dimensional experts can even enter this place. No one will come here for tens of thousands of years. You only have 3 hours left. If you still want to live, come to the castle and find me. With that said, the Ice Maiden returned to the ice castle. Zhou originally suspected that the Ice Maiden was luring him out, but he later realized that she had really left. Zhou secretly sneaked to the vicinity of the ice castle, and saw that there was no movement inside. As for the Ice Maiden, she was indeed inside. It looked like she really had no intention of looking for him. If the Ice Maiden could really take him back to the volcanic area, Zhou was willing to give her the nine-tailed fox's pearl. After all, nothing was more important than his life. The problem was that no one knew if the Ice Maiden would really keep her promise. After some thought, Zhou couldn't make up his mind. It was mainly because he didn't have the ability to fight a terror-grade entity. If he entered the ice castle, he would be at her mercy. It was equivalent to handing his life to someone else. After circling the nearby sea, this place seemed to be an endless sea. It was as if there was nothing else in the world other than the sea. I wonder if this place is connected to the volcanic area. Even if it is, I reckon that when I rush back, the time limit of 36 hours would have already passed. As Zhou was thinking, he passed by the scallop. Strange, why is it still here? Zhou looked at the scallop in surprise. Previously, void lightning had already swept through this area. The other dimensional creatures had vanished in the void lightning, but the scallop remained. It was clearly abnormal. From the looks of it, this scallop is indeed extraordinary. Zhou had the intention of studying its abilities, but this was reality, so he didn't act rashly. After some thought, Zhou attempted to use the eyes of legacy to scan the scallop. He wanted to see if he could transform into it. As long as he could transform into it, he would know what abilities it had. The eyes of legacy looked at the sapphire-like scallop. His mirror-like eyes reflected its appearance. The scallop remained motionless, allowing Zhou to heave a sigh of relief. Large amounts of essence energy surged into his eyes. The amount of essence energy needed to simulate the scallop left Zhou somewhat alarmed. This was about the same as when Zhou scanned Torch Dragon Youngling. After scanning for a while, he still couldn't transform. There was too much information contained in the scallop. Zhou's essence energy was about to be depleted. He failed to transform into the scallop, but the eyes of legacy began to evolve after copying so much information. It can't be. It evolved so easily. Zhou still found it unbelievable. This advancement to a perfect body was too sudden. At the same time, Zhou was extremely delighted. The advancement of the eyes of legacy to a perfect body meant that his constitution's 2 life souls had reached a perfect body. His constitution was finally reaching 41. There were several mythical essence energy skills that he couldn't cultivate in the past. He could try them now. With the transformation of the eyes of legacy, Zhou felt a mysterious energy spread to other parts of his body. As the blood flowed through his body, it caused a shocking change. The Ice Maiden placed the heaven-shrouding bell back in the ice castle hall and waited for Zhou's arrival. She wasn't lying to Zhou. According to the plan, she had to leave within 3 hours. And she had relied on the heaven-shrouding bell's strength to come here. Once she left, she didn't know when she would return again. It was normal for no one to step foot in such a place for tens of thousands of years. The dimensional creatures here might be treasures to humans, but to dimensional creatures, they were too weak. They were products of Earth's civilizations. Looking at the time, it was less than 15 minutes to the deadline to leave, but there was still no sign of Zhou. It looks like he won't come. What a pity. If I can obtain the nine-tailed fox core, I can spare his life, the Ice Maiden muttered. Suddenly, the Ice Maiden stood up and looked outside the ice castle. She saw Zhou fly over from the distant sky and arrive in front of the ice castle's door. You're finally here? The Ice Maiden walked out of the hall and stood on the ice steps outside. She looked at Zhou and said, There are only a few minutes left. You finally made a wise decision. Leave the fox core to me, and I'll take you out. Zhou looked at the Ice Maiden and said, I don't plan on giving you anything. Not to mention the fox core, I won't even give you a black chicken white phoenix pill. So you want to die of old age here? The Ice Maiden said expressionlessly. Of course not. I'll leave with you, Zhou said. The Ice Maiden said disdainfully, Do you think I'll take you out if you don't hand over the Fox Core? Of course. It's not up to you to disagree,
Jowen said. Chapter 934 Student Surpasses the Master.
Oh, that I want to know the reason. Why must I take you away?
The Ice Maiden wasn't angry. From her point of view, Jowen's words were like an ant bragging to an elephant. It was nothing but a joke. Jowen said.
It's very simple. This is because you previously said that you have to leave this place within 3 hours. In that case, as long as I enter the ice castle, you can only take me with you once the 3 hours are up. Does that mean you plan on walking into my trap?
The Ice Maiden mocked. As Jowen could teleport, it wasn't easy for her to capture him outside. However, the ice castle was only that big. Furthermore, the ice castle had a very powerful augmentation effect on her. The Ice Maiden's power could fill the entire ice castle. As long as Jowen was inside, he had nowhere to hide. Previously, she had wanted to use Jowen to lure the snake monster, giving her a chance to eliminate him. That was why she had allowed Jowen to easily leave the ice castle. Now, she didn't have any scruples. The moment Jowen entered the ice castle, he was like a bird in a cage.
It's not walking into a trap, but a sparrow occupying a pigeon's nest,
Jowen said as he stared at the ice castle. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to enter the ice castle. There was no other way. The Ice Maiden smiled. She had never smiled much in her life, but this time, she smiled. Furthermore, she smiled very happily, as though she had heard an extremely funny joke.
Then come! Let me see how you, a little sparrow, can occupy my ice castle,
said Ice Maiden. Without any hesitation, Jowen estimated that it was about time and walked towards the ice castle. After Jowen entered the ice castle, the Ice Maiden didn't immediately take action. Instead, she looked at him with interest and said,
I've seen quite a number of humans, but you are the first to be so ignorant and arrogant. How do you want to occupy my ice castle? You can take action now. If you don't take action, I can also be a good guest,
Jowen said.
Do you know who you are talking to?
The Ice Maiden's eyes flickered with a terrifying coldness as she glared at Jowen.
I was just about to ask.
Jowen really didn't know who the Ice Maiden was.
The nine-tailed fox dared to let you steal the heaven-shrouding bell, but she didn't tell you about the 4 demon monarchs guarding it,
the Ice Maiden asked.
What are the 4 demon monarchs?
Jowen asked.
What a foolish and pitiful human. You don't even know about the 4 demon monarchs, but you were tricked by that demon consort to steal the heaven-shrouding bell. However, it makes sense. The ignorant are fearless. If you knew what kind of existence the 4 demon monarchs are, you probably wouldn't have dared to come here to steal the heaven-shrouding bell.
The Ice Maiden continued.
On Earth, so-called mythical creatures are nothing but cannon fodder among species in a dimension. The Terror Grade is the beginning of the path of the strong. Only a Calamity Grade has a seat in the dimension. The 4 monarchs of the demons are the royal families of the 4 demons. The descendants of these 4 royal families will definitely be able to advance to the Calamity Grade, and I am from the Ice Monarch race of the 4 royal families. So you are that powerful. Then are you a Calamity Grade now?
Jowen asked the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden choked immediately. How could it be so easy to advance to the Calamity Grade? Although she was from the Ice Monarch race, she only had the talent and potential to advance to the Calamity Grade. To truly advance to the Calamity Grade, not only did she need talent and potential, but she also needed a large amount of resources and personal effort.
Even if I'm not at the Calamity Grade, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand,
the Ice Maiden said. Although Jowen didn't like chatting, he would rather have a chat with the Ice Maiden if he could leave the area without any fighting.
Then do you know who I am?
Jowen suddenly asked solemnly.
You? You're just a human. You're nothing. I don't need to know who you are,
the Ice Maiden said with disdain.
Of course, you can think that I'm mediocre or that you haven't heard of me. However, I believe you should have heard of my teacher,
Jowen said.
Who's your teacher? Don't tell me he's also a human,
the Ice Maiden said, clearly not caring who Jowen's teacher was.
That's right. He's a human. My teacher's name is Wang Mingyuan. Have you heard of this name?
Jowen actually only wanted to see if he could obtain any information about Wang Mingyuan. He didn't think Wang Mingyuan was very strong. Wang Mingyuan was indeed very strong among humans, but he had only recently advanced to the mythical stage. In the dimension, the mythical stage was nothing. Jowen used this tone to speak to the Ice Maiden because he wanted to use her arrogance to obtain some information about Wang Mingyuan. However, the Ice Maiden's reaction seemed to exceed Jowen's expectations. She looked at him in surprise and said, You are Wang Mingyuan's disciple? Jowen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. From the Ice Maiden's expression, she didn't show any contempt for humans when she mentioned Wang Mingyuan.
That's right. I'm Wang Mingyuan's most outstanding and most beloved disciple. How do I compare to you, the descendant of the Ice Monarch?
Zhou feigned a proud expression. The Ice Maiden snorted coldly and said,
Wang Mingyuan is indeed capable by defeating the Dragon King of the Octokind and becoming the new monarch of the Dragon Gods. Unfortunately, no matter how strong your teacher is, he won't come here to save you. Your life is still in my hands. Hand over the Fox Core, and I can spare your life. I can also send you to the Dragon Gods.
Zhou was taken aback when he heard that. He originally imagined that something had happened to Wang Mingyuan, but to his surprise, Wang Mingyuan seemed to have done something extraordinary. Even the Ice Maiden, who looked down on humans, was somewhat afraid when mentioning Wang Mingyuan. She didn't have any intention of underestimating him. The dragon monarch that Wang Mingyuan had defeated was definitely not an ordinary dimensional creature. Zhou had no idea that the monarch of the Octokind were all Calamity Grade existences. However, there were differences in strength among Calamity Grade's existences. Among the Octokind, the other monarchs were only average. However, there were two monarchs who were extremely terrifying existences. Even in the dimension, they were famous. One of them was the Dragon King. The former Dragon King was so famous that he was comparable to the 4 demon monarchs. As for Wang Mingyuan, he had actually defeated the Dragon King and become the new king of the Dragon Gods. This matter shocked many dimensional species. For such an expert, even if the Ice Maiden looked down on ordinary humans, she wouldn't underestimate him. Furthermore, in essence, Wang Mingyuan was no longer a pure human. Zhou naturally didn't know about this. However, from the Ice Maiden's tone, he knew that Wang Mingyuan was doing pretty well in the dimension. Nothing bad happened because he took the divine fruit. This made him feel much better. Zhou looked at the Ice Maiden and said,
You dimensional species just don't like studying. Haven't you heard of the saying the color blue is made out of indigo, but is more vivid than indigo? What do you mean?
The Ice Maiden clearly didn't know this human proverb.
It means that the teacher can be very impressive, but the students they teach are even more impressive.
Zhou explained seriously. Chapter 935 Demon God Body. The Ice Maiden laughed happily. This was the first time she had met a human like Zhou. Wang Mingyuan was indeed powerful. No one would deny the strength of a human who could defeat the Dragon King. They would also give him the corresponding respect. However, that was under the condition that Wang Mingyuan had the ability to earn the prestige. Furthermore, Wang Mingyuan had fused with the Guardian, so he was no longer considered a human. After fusing with the Guardian, his body no longer had any human shackles. In essence, Wang Mingyuan was already considered a part of the Dimension Zone and not a human from Earth. Zhou was a pure Earth human who wasn't even at the mythical stage, yet he dared to say such words. The Ice Maiden found it very funny.
Are all the humans on Earth as ignorant and laughable as you?
The Ice Maiden asked Zhou.
I don't find it funny,
Zhou said solemnly.
Then you must be crazy. A human at the epic stage, who doesn't even have the right to live in the dimension dares to be mentioned in the same breath as the Dragon King. You even claim that you have surpassed him. I'm afraid you don't know what kind of existence a Calamity Grade existence like the Dragon King is.
The Ice Maiden paused for a moment before continuing.
That's right. It's impossible for you to have a chance to see a Calamity Grade existence on Earth. On Earth, the Terror Grade is already an unparalleled existence. If a Calamity Grade comes close to Earth, even if it's just an unconscious contact without any hostility, it will cause an unimaginable disaster to Earth. The ignorant are fearless. Your arrogance is understandable.
With that said, the Ice Maiden ignored Zhou and transformed into her terror form. She walked to the bell, picked it up, and shook it. Zhou felt the ice castle shake again, before using Truth Listener to look outside. He realized that it wasn't an ocean outside the ice castle, but he wasn't back at the volcanic area. Outside, there was an endless grassland. He could see many dimensional creatures with human torsos, but the lower body and legs of horses. Some dimensional creatures were even stranger. After putting down the bell, the Ice Maiden slowly turned around and looked at Zhou expressionlessly.
Your jokes are very funny, but I'm not interested in them. Hand over the Fox Core now, and I can send you to the Dragon Gods. Otherwise, even if Wang Mingyuan is really your teacher, you will definitely die today. I haven't died before. I want to give it a try,
Zhou said.
Very well.
The Ice Maiden's gaze turned cold, as her body emitted an ice beam. In an instant, the entire ice castle was enveloped by a terrifying cold aura. The interior space was filled, sealing off all possibilities. The power of the Terror Grade was indeed not something ordinary mythical creatures could compare with. Almost at the same time the Ice Maiden attacked, Zhou's body underwent a change. The speed at which he changed exceeded one's imagination. As the ice castle was sealed, Zhou turned into a blue scallop. This was the ability that the Eyes of Legacy had given Zhou when after it advanced to a perfect body. Demon God Body, perfect body, a carrier of the demon's bloodline. a catalog of the myriad races. In the past, the eyes of Legacy could only scan and transform. Once it switched to other essence energy arts, the transformation would be gone. If he wanted to continue transforming, he could only scan again. However, the present demon god body didn't need to go through that trouble. As long as Zhou Wen had scanned and transformed into the dimensional creature previously, he would be able to store the memory into the demon god body like a picture. He could directly transform when he wanted to use it without spending a lot of time and essence energy scanning. Furthermore, the essence energy expenditure needed to transform was further reduced as a perfect body life soul. With Zhou Wen's current essence energy, he could support transforming into a mythical creature. Mutated demon mother clam? The Ice Maiden's expression changed when she saw the blue crystalline shell that Zhou Wen had transformed into. Her ice beam shone on the blue crystalline shell, but it failed to freeze it. There seemed to be a blue vortex inside the blue shell. When the ice beam shone on it, it was immediately sucked in. Zhou Wen was in a very good mood. After his life soul advanced to the demon god body, he completed the scan of the mutated demon mother clam and turned into it. He finally understood why the snake monster had been unwilling to attack the mutated demon mother clam. It was because it was like a demon's recycling station. It could devour all forms of energy released by demons and convert it into its own energy. Even the power of the Terra grade would be absorbed when it struck the mutated demon mother clam. Of course, this power was only effective against demons. Devouring the energy of other species would instead cause adverse effects to the mutated demon mother clam. It was a mythical creature with obvious strengths and weaknesses. Almost no demon could harm it. However, against creatures other than demons, its combat strength wasn't that strong. This was a typical creature that specialized in disciplining its own kind during any internal strife. After Zhou Wen figured out the mutated demon mother clam's abilities, he was immediately overjoyed. Without a doubt, the Ice Maiden was also a demon. Her Terra grade strength would only be converted into energy, and unable to harm Zhou Wen, who had transformed into the mutated demon mother clam. Zhou Wen's essence energy couldn't sustain the mythical creature transformation for long. However, due to the mutated demon mother clam's ability to absorb energy and convert it for its own usage, he could keep up the transformation for a long period of time after absorbing the Ice Maiden's ice beam. Zhou Wen had deliberately infuriated the Ice Maiden because he wanted her to attack him so that he could absorb her energy and keep the mutated demon mother clam transformation for a longer period of time. It's no wonder there's only one mutated demon mother clam in the spring. It's probably a unique mythical creature, Zhou Wen thought. The Ice Maiden clearly knew the mutated demon mother clam's ability as she looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. The Ice Maiden didn't think much of Zhou Wen's ability to transform into low-level demons. There were many demons who were good at transforming. However, Zhou Wen was at the epic stage, yet he could transform into a creature like the mutated demon mother clam. Furthermore, he had the same ability as the mutated demon mother clam. This was unbelievable. This was because most of the transformations only changed one's physique and couldn't truly transform into that creature. Even if one could completely transform into another creature, they could only go from a higher level to a lower level. For example, a Terra grade demon who was good at transforming could completely transform his body into a mythical creature, but it was very difficult for him to turn into a terror, much less a higher level calamity. This was because the level of energy available ensured that it was impossible to go from a lower life form to a higher life form. However, this wasn't absolute. Among the demons, there was indeed an essence energy art that could turn living creatures from a lower life form to a higher life form. It was the legendary Demon God Catalog. Legend had it that it was the essence energy art progenitor of all demons. Chapter 9, 36 Ice Maiden Suggestion. The Demon God Catalog is a secret heritage of the Demon Sovereign. Only the royal family has the right to cultivate it. Furthermore, among the royal family, there are very few talented demons who have the chance of mastering the Demon God Catalog. As a human, it's unlikely that he has seen the Demon God Catalog, much less master it. The Ice Maiden was suspicious as she continuously struck the mutated demon mother clam that Zhou Wen had transformed into. However, the outcome was the same. Her strength was completely absorbed by the mutated demon mother clam. It's impossible for a human to master the Demon God Catalog. But he's only at the epic stage. How can he turn into the mutated demon mother clam and have its complete abilities? The Ice Maiden looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. From the looks of it, you can only leave an unwelcome guest like me behind. Zhou Wen had absorbed a large number of ice beams and accumulated terrifying energy in his body. He could maintain his transformation for a long period of time. As for the Ice Maiden, she was probably helpless against him. The Ice Maiden calmed down and asked Zhou Wen, "Have you practiced the Demon's Legacy Catalog? So what if I've practiced it?" Zhou Wen didn't deny it when he saw that the Ice Maiden could tell the origins of his ability.
Upon hearing Zhou admit it, the Ice Maiden seemed to find it unbelievable. She asked, "You really mastered the Demon's Legacy catalog? Didn't you see it already?" Zhou said. The Ice Maiden looked at Zhou with a strange expression, momentarily at a loss. That was the Demon Ancestor's Essence Energy Art. Only royalty had the right to take a look at it. It was a cultivation technique that might be a problem to master. Zhou, a human, had actually mastered the Demon God catalog. If news of this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire demon race. Perhaps no demon would believe it. Even the Ice Maiden couldn't believe that Zhou had mastered the Demon God catalog. However, other than that Essence Energy Art, she couldn't think of any other Essence Energy Art that could allow him to achieve such a transformation. Previously, when the Ice Maiden heard Zhou talk about how a student could surpass the teacher, she found it funny. But now, she didn't feel like laughing at all. It was unbelievable that a pure human had mastered the Demon God catalog. "Where did you obtain the Demon God catalog?" The Ice Maiden didn't continue attacking. She even exited her terror form and asked Zhou with a strange expression. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Zhou asked. Although the Ice Maiden didn't obtain an answer, she had some guesses. He's only an epic human. He can't survive in the dimension, nor does he have the chance to mix with the dimension's demons. It's even more impossible for him to see the Demon God catalog that only the demon's royalty has the right to view. The only area he can come into contact with is Earth. Could it be that the legend is real? Earth was in an ancient forbidden area. Even experts as powerful as the demon sovereigns couldn't forcefully descend to Earth. However, in the dimension, there was a legend that said that the ancient sealed land was the birthplace of the dimension. All dimensional creatures were born in the ancient sealed land. However, that was only a legend without any evidence. Furthermore, powerful dimensional creatures didn't believe that mighty existences like them would be born in such a low-level space. Now, the Ice Maiden was beginning to suspect if the legend was real. Otherwise, how could Zhou, a human from Earth, learn the Demon God catalog? Furthermore, if Earth wasn't such a special place, why would the various races of the dimension be so concerned about Earth and constantly vie for control? However, the Ice Maiden thought about it again. There had been several divine wars on Earth. Perhaps the demon sovereign's bloodline that descended on Earth had brought the Demon God catalog to Earth. Regardless of the possibility, it was an unbelievable fact that Zhou could master the Demon God catalog. The Ice Maiden looked at Zhou and suddenly asked, "Are you interested in making a deal with me? Tell me about it." Zhou was somewhat depressed. Although he could now avoid being killed by the Ice Maiden, he would still be trapped here if he couldn't return to the volcanic region. He still couldn't return to Earth. If the Ice Maiden still wanted the Fox Core and could guarantee his return to Earth, Zhou could only give it up. Even if he had to face the wrath of the nine-tailed fox, it was better than being trapped here. However, to his surprise, the Ice Maiden didn't mention the core at all. "Give me the Demon God catalog. I can give you the heaven-shrouding bell and take you to see the Emperor of Shang to help you finish what you need to do." "You want the Demon God catalog?" Zhou was somewhat surprised. He never expected the Ice Maiden to make such a request. "That's right. As long as you give me the complete Demon God catalog, I can guarantee that you will complete the mission. Furthermore, I can also send you to the Dragon Gods," said the Ice Maiden. "How do I know if you will keep your promise?" Zhou constantly thought of various possibilities. He felt that he really had a chance of returning alive. "I can help you finish everything first. When we are near the Dragon Gods, I'll exchange the heaven-shrouding bell for your Demon God catalog before you leave," said the Ice Maiden. Zhou felt that the Ice Maiden's suggestion was pretty good, but the problem was that he didn't want to go to the Dragon Gods. Furthermore, he couldn't produce the Demon God catalog. This was because the Demon God catalog couldn't be imparted with words. It was a picture. One had to look at the picture in order to comprehend the Demon God catalog. It was an essence energy art that could only be understood and not transmitted. Even Zhou, who had mastered the Demon God catalog, couldn't tell others how to cultivate the essence energy art. "All you need to do is give me an essence energy art to obtain the heaven-shrouding bell and return unscathed. Aren't you satisfied? Although you can transform into the mutated Demon Mother Clam, you should know that the Demon Mother Clam's strength can only guarantee that you won't be killed by me. However, you have to know that as long as I leave this place and return to the demons, I can find a creature that isn't a demon to kill you," the Ice Maiden added. Zhou sighed and said, "I also want to make a deal with you. Unfortunately, an essence energy art like the Demon God catalog can't be taught with words." The Ice Maiden became even more convinced when she heard that. Zhou had indeed mastered the Demon God catalog. She asked, "How did you master it? I saw a demonic beast catalog somewhere." "This essence energy art was comprehended from the demonic beast catalog. It can only be understood and not transmitted. If you really want the Demon God catalog, you can only take a look at it yourself, Jowen said. Where is the Demonic Beast catalog?
The Ice Maiden asked.
Earth,
Jowen answered. The Ice Maiden revealed a difficult expression when she heard that.
Even the power of the Heaven Shrouding Bell can only pass through the buffer zone. It can't enter Earth. If you want to go, I have an idea,
Jowen hurriedly said. Chapter 937 The True Dimension.
What solution do you have?
The Ice Maiden stared at Jowen in disbelief.
Since I can come here, I naturally have a way to return. Otherwise, what's the point of coming here to steal? However, this method is somewhat difficult,
Jowen said after some thought.
As long as you can let me see the Demon God catalog, the Heaven Shrouding Bell will be yours,
said the Ice Maiden.
That's not what I mean. As you know, teleporting here is an extremely difficult task. I can teleport back alone, but if I take you along, the energy needed for the teleportation will probably be insufficient. If there's a teleportation deviation, we won't be able to survive,
Jowen said with a solemn expression.
What are you trying to say?
The Ice Maiden could naturally tell that Jowen was up to something. If he really couldn't teleport to Earth, he wouldn't have said anything.
If you really want to go, there's a solution. However, I'll have to trouble you. I have a spatial artifact. You can enter it first. That way, I can take you to Earth,
Jowen said after some thought.
This trick of paying me back in my own coin is pretty good,
the Ice Maiden said coldly. Jowen shrugged and said,
I don't have such thoughts. As a Terra Grade expert, would you be trapped by a tool?
The Ice Maiden looked at Jowen without a word. Clearly, she wouldn't agree to such a condition. Jowen felt his hair stand on end from her gaze. All he could do was continue.
All right, I still have a second solution, but it's more difficult. Tell me about it.
The Ice Maiden looked nasty.
Can't you dimensional creatures sign a contract with humans? Sign a contract with me, and you can be my guardian.
The contract Jowen wanted was naturally not a guardian contract, but the master-slave contract similar to the one Yer had signed with Grim Demon. The Ice Maiden curled her lips and said,
Those who can contract are guardians, not true races from the dimension. Guardians are half pets and half dimensional creatures, different from us. Then I'm out of options,
Jowen said as he shrugged.
Show me your spatial container.
Jowen took out the calabash containing the Dragon King goo. The Dragon King goo had been kept in the calabash, so it hadn't been doing well recently. Tai Sui treated it as food. When it was hungry, it would eat some of the Dragon King goo. Although the Dragon King goo had the ability to reproduce and heal itself, it needed energy. There was no energy supply in the calabash, so it relied on its own stores. The Dragon King goo appeared somewhat weak.
This is it. There's a dimensional creature inside.
Jowen handed the calabash to the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden took the calabash and looked at it before studying it for a while. She nodded and said,
We shall use the first method. I'll enter this calabash. Take me to Earth to see the Demon God catalog. When the time comes, the Heaven Shrouding Bell will be your reward. All right, but before that, we have to return to the volcanic area. The spatial coordinates set by the nine-tailed fox with me are there. Only by using those spatial coordinates as a marker can I contact her to open the spatial teleportation tunnel,
Jowen said.
No problem. I can take you there now,
the Ice Maiden said.
You previously said that you can take me to see Emperor Shang?
Jowen thought of the nine-tailed fox. If possible, he should help her pass the message to prevent himself from returning with nothing to say.
Sure, but are you sure you want to go?
The Ice Maiden asked with a faint smile.
Is there anything wrong?
Jowen asked.
There's nothing wrong with it. However, the place where Emperor Shang resides is the true dimension world. The environment there isn't as comfortable as here. Epic creatures would probably find it difficult to survive there,
the Ice Maiden said.
I can transform into a mythical creature. It shouldn't be a problem, right?
Jowen said after some thought.
Sure.
The Ice Maiden nodded slightly.
How long will it take to get to Emperor Shang?
Jowen was afraid that he would take too long and miss the time needed to return. There wasn't much time left until the 36-hour deadline.
It's not difficult to go where Emperor Shang is. With the Heaven Shrouding Bell's help, if your body can withstand the environment of the dimension, you can return in an hour,
the Ice Maiden said after some thought.
Then let's go. If I don't settle this matter, I won't be able to explain why to the nine-tailed fox when I return.
Jowen actually wanted to meet the legendary tyrant. After all, this tyrant's reputation was too illustrious in the history of the East District. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 tyrant throughout history. If such a tyrant really existed, Jowen wanted to see with his own eyes what he looked like.
All right, it's best you prepare ahead of time. When you reach the dimension, the environment will have a very strong effect on your body,
the Ice Maiden reminded.
I'll head over in the form of the mutated demon Mother Clam,
Jowen said.
All right. The Ice Maiden didn't say anything else as she turned into her terror form again. Then, she walked towards the heaven-shrouding bell, and picked it up before shaking it thrice. The ice castle trembled violently. It was much more intense than the previous 2 times. Joe could clearly sense the energy of spatial teleportation. Unfortunately, the new era life soul had already advanced to a perfect body, so it couldn't continue advancing. Joe floated in the air as a mutated demon mother clam, waiting for the moment he would be teleported to the dimension. When the ice castle stopped shaking, Joe suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from his body. His body seemed to be attracted by a powerful magnet as he fell from the sky. Clang! Joe slammed heavily into the icy ground as though there was a mountain pressing down on him. No matter how much strength he exerted, his mutated demon mother clam body remained motionless. At the same time, he felt his mind tremble. His soul seemed to be oppressed by some unknown force, making him feel extremely uneasy. It was as though a terrifying existence existed in every corner of this world.
How did this happen? Why can't I move?
Joe asked the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden looked at him with a faint smile and said,
I've already told you. The mythical creatures that you humans think of are only the lowest level existences in the dimension. Although the mutated demon mother clam is special, it's only a mythical creature. On Earth, it's a godlike existence, but in the dimension, it's a scallop. Have you seen a scallop that can walk?
Joe was immediately rendered speechless. The Ice Maiden clearly knew of the outcome, and had deliberately wanted to see him make a fool of himself.
It's about 5 kilometers from here to where Emperor Shang lives. Are you sure you still want to go?
The Ice Maiden mocked Joe.
Of course. Why not?
Joe gritted his teeth and cancelled the demon mother clam transformation. In an instant, Joe felt as though his body was a watermelon that was about to explode. His organs were about to burst. Before his body exploded, Joe used the mythical demon dragon true body and transformed into a humanoid demon dragon. At the same time, he got Dr. Darkness to possess him and augment him with strength. Finally, he managed to withstand the terrifying pressure. Joe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. For that instant, he really believed that his body was about to explode. Chapter 938 Emperor of Shang's Place. Now, Joe felt extremely uncomfortable. Not only was he under immense pressure, but he also felt dizzy as his heart raced. Under the protection of the dragon scale armor, his demon dragon true body still felt his skin flush with blood. It was almost about to split the scales open. What made Joe even more uncomfortable was that everything he saw was a mysterious, dazzling light. It was as though he was looking through a kaleidoscope. He couldn't even see the ice castle and the Ice Maiden in front of him, nor could he hear their voices. His senses couldn't be used normally. Only 2 of his senses remained effective. Joe opened his mouth and realized that he couldn't even speak or make a sound. Joe felt as though he had fallen into a space of despair. The feeling nearly made him break down. Could it be that the Ice Maiden wants to harm me? Joe was alarmed. He hurriedly summoned Truth Listener. The ability Truth Listener gave him immediately restored his hearing, and the appearance of the Ice Castle and the Ice Maiden appeared in his mind again. The Ice Castle and Ice Maiden remained the same. In Truth Listener's hearing, everything was normal. However, when he used his senses to listen, he couldn't see or hear anything. He didn't even have a sense of touch. Joe helplessly closed his eyes. As he couldn't make a sound, he could only use his fingers to write in midair.
Why is this happening? It's impressive that you are able to maintain a portion of your bodily functions. This is the dimension, a space of a far higher level than Earth's. Here, if your order in life isn't up to standard, you won't be able to see the existence of this world.
The Ice Maiden was somewhat surprised that Joe could still write with his body.
I've been to the dimension before, but I didn't feel this way.
Joe wrote again. He felt suspicious. He hadn't felt this the last time he went to get the divine fruit.
Then you definitely didn't go to the real dimension,
the Ice Maiden said with certainty.
It was definitely the dimension. I went to the divine tree which teacher was guarding to pluck the divine fruit. Wasn't that the dimension?
Joe wrote. The Ice Maiden looked at Joe in surprise and said,
So the human who took the divine fruit is you. It's no wonder an epic like you could pick up the heaven-shrouding bell without being killed. From the looks of it, you are telling the truth. You are indeed Wang Mingyuan's beloved disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered the pain of lightning smiting just to let you go. Although it was the dimension, the environment wasn't that bad with the divine tree around. You have never experienced the real world of the dimension. What lightning smiting?
Joe was slightly taken aback as he hurriedly wrote.
Don't you know?
The Ice Maiden thought for a moment and continued.
That's right. You left after taking the divine fruit, so you naturally don't know what happened after that. The divine fruit can be taken away, but the human who obtains it has to sign a contract to become the spokesperson of the dimension in the human world. Wang Mingyuan,
didn't let you sign the contract before letting you return to Earth. Naturally, you have to be punished. The pain of the lightning smiting isn't something anyone can endure. Even the closest relatives of the Dimension species might not be willing to suffer in place of others. Yet, he endured so long for you. It's not overboard to say that you are his most beloved disciple.
Zhou Wen didn't know what to feel as he immediately wrote again.
Teacher actually suffered so much for me. Can you take me to him? It's useless even if you go now. He's already the Supreme Dragon King. Even the Dragon King who punished him has been defeated. Who else dares to punish him? Don't worry. He's very well now. You have no idea how respected is,
the Ice Maiden said. Zhou Wen felt a little more at ease, but he didn't know how to repay Wang Mingyuan's kindness.
Are you going to see Emperor Shang or Wang Mingyuan?
The Ice Maiden asked.
Emperor Shang,
Zhou Wen said through gritted teeth. Even if he went to see Wang Mingyuan now, he didn't have the ability to return the favor. Instead, he might cause trouble. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided not to meet Wang Mingyuan.
If you can withstand the burden, follow me.
The Ice Maiden smiled as she walked out of the ice castle. However, Zhou Wen felt as though every step he took was a fight against the world. It was extremely strenuous. Before he walked out of the ice castle, he felt his eyes blur and ears ring. His legs were so weak that he could barely stand.
If you walk like this, it will probably take you days to reach the destination,
the Ice Maiden said to Zhou Wen as she stood at the entrance of the ice castle. Zhou Wen knew that the Ice Maiden was waiting for him to beg her. When the time came, she would definitely raise more conditions. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and wanted to summon Tyrant Behemoth, but after taking a look, he realized that Tyrant Behemoth had been injured by the snake monster. Its injuries hadn't healed yet, so it probably couldn't withstand the dimensional forces. After some thought, Zhou Wen summoned Torch Dragon Youngling. He wanted to see if Torch Dragon Youngling could withstand the dimensional forces, and use it as a mount to take him to Emperor Shang. After Torch Dragon Youngling appeared, although its situation was slightly better than Zhou Wen's, its actions were greatly restricted. It looked like its actions were very slow, completely lacking its usual speed.
Torch Dragon!
The Ice Maiden looked at Torch Dragon Youngling in surprise. Clearly, she recognized Torch Dragon. Furthermore, Torch Dragon was different from ordinary dimensional creatures. It was an existence with the potential to advance to the Calamity grade. Such dimensional creatures were very rare in the dimension. She never expected Zhou Wen to have a Torch Dragon companion beast. Could it be that Earth is really the birthplace of the dimension? Otherwise, how could there be a dimensional creature like Torch Dragon? The Ice Maiden was alarmed. Zhou Wen got Torch Dragon to use World King Transformation. Under the state of World King Transformation, Torch Dragon immediately could move easily. Under the state of World King Transformation, as long as it didn't use the Bright Torch Vision World, it could still maintain its state for a period of time. Zhou Wen rode on Torch Dragon's back and said to the Ice Maiden,
"Let's go! I don't have much time."
The Ice Maiden nodded and led the way. Her footsteps were brisk. As for Torch Dragon, it could only barely follow behind after using all its strength. After leaving the ice castle, Zhou Wen saw a stone staircase, but he couldn't hear what was outside. It was as though he was enveloped by boundless fog. As he followed the Ice Maiden through the fog, Zhou Wen could occasionally hear terrifying sounds coming from the fog. They were very strange, and he couldn't tell what they were from. Here, Zhou Wen couldn't sense the passage of time. He couldn't estimate how long he had walked. When the Ice Maiden stopped, a strange building appeared at the end of the stone steps.
Emperor Shang is inside. Go in yourself. He probably doesn't wish to see demons, so I won't be entering,
the Ice Maiden said as she pointed at the strange building in front of them. Chapter 939 Good Things Are Inbound for You. The building was indeed odd. It looked like a stone temple. The door to the stone temple was open, so it wasn't appropriate for Zhou Wen to ride Torch Dragon in. When he arrived at the door, he summoned Torch Dragon again and walked into the stone temple step by step. What kind of person is Emperor Shang? Zhou Wen was extremely curious. Due to his excessive curiosity, his fatigue decreased significantly. Due to Truth Listener's ability, the range it could hear was very limited. Only when Zhou Wen walked into the stone temple did he roughly understand the situation inside. What's going on? Zhou Wen looked at the scene inside the ancient temple in disbelief. There were many strange things placed in the stone temple. Zhou Wen didn't know what most of them were for, but he recognized the red words Ajoy often found at weddings. Furthermore, on the pillars on both sides of the stone temple, there were words written about a match made in heaven and a happy ending. The layout of the entire ancient temple was completely different from what Zhou Wen had imagined. If he didn't know that Emperor Shang was inside, Zhou Wen would have imagined that this was the ancient version of an Elder Moon temple.
May I know if the Imperial Lord is here? I was entrusted by an old friend in Deer Terrace Pavilion to bring a message.
After Zhou Wen entered the stone temple,
He realized that his senses had recovered significantly. He could see and make sounds. Zhou Wen didn't dare mention the nine-tailed fox's name, so he could only say that it was an old friend. "Come in!" A voice sounded from the hall. Zhou Wen felt that the voice was very deep and masculine, so he walked into the hall. He didn't know what was so special about the stone temple. Even walking felt much easier. After walking into the hall, he saw a man sitting on a stone platform. Typically, that was a spot meant to consecrate deities, but there were no statues there. There was only one person, and he was a real human. Is this the famous tyrant? Has he really lived to this day? Zhou Wen looked at the man on the stone platform in disbelief. The man was completely different from the King Zhou of Shang that Zhou Wen had imagined. He didn't have a tall, stocky figure, nor did he have a domineering aura. He looked like a very quiet man. He was handsome and didn't have a thin figure. He was slender and muscular, giving him a refined aura. If he met this person outside, Zhou would believe that he was a young and promising professor. He definitely wouldn't believe that he was a tyrant. Emperor of Shang sat on the stone platform in a very comfortable posture. One of his hands rested on his knee, while the other held a flask of alcohol. He drank without looking at Zhou Wen and said casually, "What message did she get you to bring?" "Sorry, I need to confirm that you are Emperor Shang," Zhou Wen asked. Emperor Shang looked up at him. "Since you are able to come here, don't you know that I'm the only prisoner here? She told me to pass you the message. Think not." Zhou Wen hurriedly conveyed the nine-tailed fox's words to the Emperor of Shang. "Think not. Think not. Think not indeed." Emperor of Shang suddenly laughed loudly, looking extremely carefree. After Emperor of Shang finished laughing, Zhou Wen said, "The message has been delivered. It's time for me to bid you farewell to report to her." "Wait." Emperor of Shang stopped Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stopped in puzzlement and looked at him. Emperor of Shang extended his hand and threw something at Zhou Wen. "This is my reward for you. Help me pass a message to her as well. Imperial Lord, please speak." Zhou Wen saw that the item that the Emperor of Shang had thrown at him was a palm-sized stone tablet. The stone tablet had the red word, joy, engraved on it. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He didn't know what it was for. "Wait," the Emperor of Shang said. "What?" Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback. "Wait," the Emperor of Shang repeated. Only then did Zhou Wen react. He looked at Emperor of Shang and asked, "You want me to pass her the word, wait? Actually, you can say more. There's no need. Go back. Your human body shouldn't stay in the dimension for too long," Emperor of Shang said indifferently. Zhou Wen had no choice but to leave, feeling extremely puzzled. Emperor of Shang was completely different from what he had imagined. Furthermore, the place he resided was somewhat different from what Zhou Wen had imagined. If Emperor of Shang was a prisoner, the place that imprisoned him was like child's play. There wasn't even a guard. It looked like he was alone, and he didn't see anything that restrained him. Furthermore, an ordinary human like him could enter and leave as he pleased. It didn't seem like a prison. "Is everything done?" the Ice Maiden asked when she saw Zhou Wen come out. "It's done." Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but after leaving the stone temple, he returned to his previous state. He couldn't make a sound and could only write. "What did he say?" the Ice Maiden asked again. "He didn't say anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out so quickly." Zhou Wen didn't wish to tell the Ice Maiden about the message Emperor Shang wanted him to pass. The Ice Maiden curled her lips and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm not trying to pry into his secrets. In fact, he doesn't have any secrets. Then let's go. We have to hurry back. We don't have much time left." As Zhou Wen spoke, he summoned Torch Dragon again. Just as he was about to put away the stone tablet and leave, the Ice Maiden grabbed his hand. "What's this?" The Ice Maiden pulled up Zhou Wen's hand that was holding the stone tablet and stared intently at it. "A stone tablet? What else can it be?" Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, unsure why the Ice Maiden had such a huge reaction. "Did Emperor Shang give it to you?" The Ice Maiden's gaze remained fixed on the stone tablet. "Yes, do you know what this is?" Zhou Wen thought to himself. "From the looks of it, the stone tablet that Emperor Shang gave me seems to be something good. Don't tell me that the Ice Maiden wants to snatch it from me." As Zhou Wen thought about it, the Ice Maiden released her hand and looked at him with an odd expression. "Of course I know. I'm afraid everyone in the dimension knows." "Oh, so this stone tablet has a great background. What's its use?" Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. The Ice Maiden suddenly smiled and said, "Why should I tell you? It's fine if you want to know, but that depends on whether you pay the price. Forget it." Zhou Wen put away the stone tablet and rode Torch Dragon. Since many people in the dimension knew about it, there was no need for him to ask the Ice Maiden. He could just ask the Arch when he returned. Thinking nothing of it,
the Ice Maiden said without head or tail.
Good things are inbound for you.
She led the way and took Zhou back to the ice castle. Zhou kept thinking about what the Ice Maiden meant by
good things are inbound for you,
but he couldn't figure it out. Chapter 940 Imprisoning the Ice Maiden. After returning to the ice castle, the Ice Maiden once again used the Heaven Shrouding Bell. However, after using it, she appeared extremely weak. It looked like she had expended a lot of energy. Even a Terror Grade expert pays such a heavy cost to use the Heaven Shrouding Bell. I wonder if the Heaven Shrouding Bell is the bell that the Arch wants. Zhou was now certain that he hadn't successfully teleported to the place that the Arch wanted him to go, but the Heaven Shrouding Bell was almost identical to the bell that the Arch had described. It could be the same bell. The ice castle came to the volcanic area again. The Ice Maiden shrank the ice castle to the size of a ring, and put it away. Zhou led the Ice Maiden to a volcano and said,
"This is it. Enter the calabash."
The Ice Maiden frowned and said,
"It won't be too late for me to enter after you open the spatial passageway. Although I'm not very smart, I'm not stupid. You could enter the spatial passageway directly once I open it. You would then be leaving me alone behind to await death, so no can do,"
Zhou said with a firm shake of his head. The Ice Maiden thought for a moment and said,
"All right, give me the calabash."
The Ice Maiden was confident that she wouldn't be trapped by the calabash, so she didn't insist. Zhou handed the calabash to the Ice Maiden, who entered it.
"All right, I'm about to open a spatial passageway. Wait a moment, and we will be teleporting to Earth,"
Zhou said as he picked up the calabash and stuffed it into the Chaos Bead. The calabash might be broken, but the Chaos Bead was a legendary treasure of a mighty god. The Ice Maiden probably couldn't break out of the Chaos Bead so easily. The Ice Maiden clearly hadn't discovered that she had been sent into a special space. Zhou didn't explain it either. It wouldn't be too late to release her when she couldn't wait any longer. Of course, Zhou's release meant releasing her from the calabash. Her person would still be in the chaos space to prevent her from destroying the calabash. Zhou didn't know if it was 36 hours yet, so he didn't dare delay any further. He headed straight for the volcanic pool. How could he open a spatial passageway? The bronze tripod spatial passageway had always been open. It was open for only 36 hours. Thankfully, when Zhou returned to the blue liquid volcano, the spatial passageway in the pool was still open. Zhou didn't hesitate to enter. He was still somewhat uneasy. If another teleportation malfunction happened, he didn't know if he could safely return to Deer Terrace Pavilion. After a long teleportation, Zhou saw that he had returned to the bronze tripod cauldron. The nine-tailed fox was staring at him, and he was delighted.
"Did you pass the message I entrusted you?"
The nine-tailed fox asked Zhou.
"Although there were some twists and turns, I finally met the Emperor of Shang. I passed him your message,"
Zhou said as he returned the pearl to the nine-tailed fox.
"Did he say anything?"
The nine-tailed fox asked hesitantly.
"He also got me to pass a message to you, but there's only one word. Wait."
Zhou conveyed the Emperor of Shang's words to the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was slightly taken aback when it heard that. A complicated human expression appeared on its face. After a long while, it opened its mouth and sucked the pearl in Zhou's hand back.
"Leave."
The nine-tailed fox had no intention of killing Zhou. It didn't even suspect the authenticity of Zhou's message. Perhaps she had some doubts previously, but after hearing this word, she no longer doubted it. This was because there were some things that only the person in question could say. Others couldn't imitate it. The simple word wait made the nine-tailed fox understand many things. Zhou didn't dare stay any longer. There were too many horrors in Chess Mountain. Apart from the nine-tailed fox, there were definitely other terror-grade existences. Zhou suspected that the 4 demon general statues he had seen were terror-grade experts that had been sealed. After leaving, Zhou hurriedly walked out of Deer Terrace Pavilion.
"What are you doing? Have we not reached Earth?"
The Ice Maiden in the calabash couldn't sense the situation outside, but too much time had passed. She was already suspicious even before Zhou left Deer Terrace Pavilion.
"We're here. You can come out."
Zhou opened the calabash's mouth. However, the Ice Maiden remained somewhat suspicious. This was because she was a terror-grade dimensional creature. She would be restricted if she descended to Earth. It was impossible for her to maintain her original terror grade. However, she didn't feel any restrictions on her body, so she didn't believe that she had already arrived on Earth. Since Zhou hadn't imprisoned her, she naturally didn't need to destroy the calabash to drill out of it. Just as the Ice Maiden came out of the calabash, she realized that the calabash beside her had vanished. As for her, she was in a void of chaos. There was an endless chaos space around her. There was no sign of Zhou, nor could she see Earth. This immediately made the Ice Maiden realize that something was amiss.
"What did you do?"
The Ice Maiden had already transformed into her terror form.
She shot out a terrifying ice beam, hoping to see where this space was. Her terrifying ice beam shot out without any obstruction, but it failed to reach the end. It was as though the void's chaos space was infinite, making the Ice Maiden's expression turn nasty. This is Earth. We've already arrived on Earth. However, to prevent you from being injured by Earth's powers, I've temporarily found a place for you to stay. Feel at ease and rest here for the time being, Jowen said. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know what will happen to you if I get out? The Ice Maiden said with a cold expression. Jowen wasn't angry as he continued. I've been so good to you, and even arranged such a nice place for you to stay. Shouldn't you pay some rent? I think you should just hand the heaven-shrouding bell to me as rent. You're dead. The Ice Maiden's expression was cold as she summoned the Ice Castle. The Ice Castle constantly expanded in the chaos space, returning to its original size. The Ice Maiden then walked into the Ice Castle and picked up the heaven-shrouding bell. Jowen wasn't too nervous. Even if she could really come out of the chaos space, she and the heaven-shrouding bell had already arrived at Chess Mountain. Jowen could explain to the Darch, so she could deal with her herself. The Ice Maiden shook the heaven-shrouding bell, hoping to teleport out of the mysterious chaos space. However, after shaking it a few times, she realized that the Ice Castle remained in the chaos space and couldn't be teleported out. This immediately left the Ice Maiden alarmed and furious. She didn't know what Jowen's space was. Even the heaven-shrouding bell couldn't break out. Now, she was really trapped inside. Jowen was delighted when he saw that she couldn't come out. He continued, Think about it. Give me the heaven-shrouding bell first. If I'm in a good mood, I can consider letting you out. In your dreams. The Ice Maiden was filled with hatred. She never expected to ultimately fall into Jowen's hands. Chapter 941 Fruit Ripens. Where's the bell? Jowen wanted to say something to the Ice Maiden, when he suddenly heard the Thearka's voice in his mind. The Darch, something wrong happened during the teleportation. I didn't find the tower you mentioned. Jowen answered. Impossible. The bronze tripod can only teleport to one place. You must have been able to see that tower. Although the Darch said so, she seemed to be holding back. She didn't see Dr. Darkness holding the bell, and the bell could only be held by experts at or above the Terra grade. Ordinary storage spaces couldn't store the bell. I'm telling the truth. Jowen immediately recounted his experience. When the Darch heard his description of the volcanic region, she believed him a little. This was because it was very difficult to enter that area from Earth or the dimension. If Jowen had only heard of the existence of such a place, it was impossible for him to describe it in such detail. Strange, how did he teleport there? In the cave, the Darch muttered to herself. She already believed that Jowen hadn't obtained the bell. The place she wanted Jowen to go was in a dimensional space. And with Jowen in that volcanic area, it was impossible for him to enter another dimension, so it was naturally impossible for him to find the tower to obtain the bell. That's not right. If you hadn't entered the dimension, how could you have helped the nine-tailed fox pass her message to the Emperor Shang? The Darch suddenly realized something. When Jowen heard the Thearka's words, he knew that nothing in Chess Mountain could hide from her. Thankfully, he only needed to use his mind to converse with the Ice Maiden in the chaos space. He likely hadn't been discovered by the Darch. All he could do was continue. I'm not done. After I arrived at the volcanic area, I saw a huge mountain peak. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced into the sky. I thought the tower you mentioned was atop that, so I ascended it. To my surprise, I didn't see the tower, but I saw an ice castle. Jowen fabricated some changes filled with half-truths. He didn't mention the heaven-shrouding bell, or the Ice Maiden that he had abducted and brought to Earth. What you want is the bell in the tower. The one I have isn't the bell in the tower. It's naturally not what you want, Jowen thought. He planned on getting the heaven-shrouding bell from the Ice Maiden and monopolizing it for himself. Seeing how detailed Jowen was, the Darch knew that something had gone wrong with Jowen's teleportation. It was already lucky for him to return alive. I never expected such a teleportation mistake to happen to the bronze tripod. How strange. Did you do anything during the teleportation? The Darch asked in thought. What could I do? I was just waiting for the teleportation, Jowen said. The Darch thought for a moment, and felt that Jowen's strength wasn't capable of affecting the spatial teleportation. Furthermore, he wasn't a fool. Why would he deliberately make a mess of the teleportation coordinates? Unable to figure it out, the Darch didn't say anything else. She waited until Jowen walked to the flower outside Chess Mountain before saying, Swear to the flower that you didn't obtain the bell. Although the Darch didn't think there was anything wrong with what Jowen had said, she didn't trust him. Without any hesitation, Jowen raised his hand and swore at the flower on the mountain wall. I swear that I didn't see the tower or obtain a bell from the tower. If there's any falsehood, I'll be condemned by my conscience for life. Boom! A clap of thunder sounded out of thin air. It looked like the power of the oath had taken effect, but Zhou Wen was safe and sound. Only then did the Dharch believe him. The Dharch, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Zhou Wen bade farewell, and left Chess Mountain to return to school. Although the Dharch felt that something was amiss, she couldn't figure out what it was. After Zhou Wen left Chess Mountain, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although this trip to the dimension was extremely dangerous, it wasn't without harvests. At the very least, now that the Ice Maiden was in his hands, he would be able to obtain the heaven-shrouding bell sooner or later. To Zhou Wen's surprise, the Ice Maiden seemed to be completely unaffected by Earth in the chaos space. The taboo power restriction she mentioned didn't appear. The Ice Maiden remained cooped up in the ice castle. It looked like she was thinking of a solution, but with the heaven-shrouding bell useless, the chances of her escaping were almost zero, so Zhou Wen wasn't too worried. Before he arrived on campus, Zhou Wen received a lot of messages from his phone. Some were from Li Xian, Wang Lu, and even Zhang Yuji. Zhou Wen replied to some messages, and also learned of recent events. The most important thing was that another guardian had appeared on the rankings. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised by a guardian's appearance. What surprised him was that the guardian on the rankings was named Burial Immortal. Is Senior Jiang Yan finally taking action? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, Burial Immortal was only ranked 3rd. He didn't challenge the 2 guardians ahead of him. Up to now, there hadn't been any battles between guardians. However, Zhou Wen knew very well that a war between guardians was inevitable. They would fight sooner or later. Recently, Zhou Wen had also figured out some things. The guardians were sent by the dimensional races to vie for control of Earth, so they likely wouldn't want to destroy Earth wantonly. There was a high chance that their battle would be carried out inside the cube. Zhou Wen even felt that this cube ranking battle was actually prepared for guardians, not just meant to rank pets. Unfortunately, I haven't advanced to the mythical stage, so I can't participate in the battle. If I want to kill those guardians, I have to find them in reality, Zhou Wen thought. You're back? A message came over. It was from Yer. Yer had probably seen his account come online, and knew that Zhou Wen had returned. Zhou Wen hurriedly replied, I just came back. I haven't reached the city yet. I'll pick you up now. Waiting for you. Yer replied. Zhou Wen had no choice but to first head to the Yin family to fetch you. As he walked, the mysterious phone suddenly vibrated. Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he imagined that a new dimensional zone had appeared in the city. When he took it out, he realized that the fruit on the dead man tree had ripened. Xia Jiahuang's fruit has finally ripened. Zhou Wen was still looking forward to Xia Jiahuang's fruit. After all, Xia Jiahuang had already advanced to the mythical stage back then. Furthermore, he had fused 9 life providences and 9 life souls. This was something ordinary humans didn't possess. Xia Jiahuang still had all sorts of strange essence energy skills. If all of this could be inherited by the companion beast, the companion beast's abilities would definitely be extremely powerful. Most importantly, the companion beasts born on the dead man tree were unique. Zhou Wen felt that it wouldn't disappoint him, so he looked at the fruit on the dead man tree. Chapter 942 Evil Spirit King. The fruit was unique, like a graphite fruit. Zhou Wen plucked the fruit and immediately checked its stats. Evil Spirit King, Mortal, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence Energy 11. Talent Skill, Spirit Devouring. Companion Form, Soul. It's the same soul state as Dr. Darkness. In other words, it can attach itself to me, strengthen my stats, and let me use its abilities. Unfortunately, it's at the mortal stage. Although it can evolve, it still needs some time to advance to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen studied his only skill, Spirit Devouring, and realized that it wasn't very practical, but it was a skill that was almost like a bug in computer games. Spirit Devouring could only be used on creatures of the same level. Furthermore, the success rate wasn't high. It might not succeed once in 10 attempts. Even if one didn't skip levels, there was a chance of a backlash from creatures of the same level. When used on creatures higher than one's level, it was basically a 100% failure rate. However, the functionality of Spirit Devouring was extremely terrifying. It was like a bug. When used on any creature, there was a certain chance of obtaining one of their skills. In other words, having the Spirit Devouring skill was equivalent to having infinite skills. If one wanted a particular skill, they just needed to devour a particular dimensional creature. If it advanced to the mythical stage and combined with all sorts of impressive skills, it would be amazingly powerful. I wonder what its life providence, life soul, and wheel of destiny are. Can they also be increased through devouring? Zhou Wen felt that it was unlikely. If that was the case, it would be fantastic. Zhou Wen eagerly hatched the evil spirit king, and saw a black puppet wearing a white mask appear in front of him. His black clothes were like a devil's gown. The mask on his face was smooth white, as though it was carved from bones. It looked very strange. Zhou attempted to feed it with companion eggs. The evil spirit king directly used the devouring skill. The palm wrapped in the black glove grabbed the legendary companion egg and sucked it dry. Bam! The evil spirit king's body exploded. Its body was too weak, so it couldn't receive the energy in a legendary companion egg. Thankfully, it's in-game. If it was outside the game, this fellow would already be dead. From the looks of it, I can only use mortal companion eggs to feed the evil spirit king. When he advances to the legendary stage, I can use legendary companion eggs to raise him. Zhou couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of this. It wasn't difficult to obtain legendary and epic companion eggs, but mortal companion eggs were really difficult to find. The chances of a mortal companion egg dropping were too low. If one were to buy them in real life, they needed to pay a high price, and it wasn't easy to obtain them. I hope he doesn't need too many companion eggs to advance to the legendary stage. Zhou didn't continue feeding the evil spirit king, because he didn't have any mortal companion eggs. He could only farm for them in the future, or spend money to buy them. After arriving at the family residence, and Tianzhua and Ensheng weren't around. When Zhou saw Ouyanglan in here, he almost didn't recognize you. She was wearing a pink princess dress, with a huge pink butterfly hair clip. She was hugging a Barbie doll in her arms, as she sat on the sofa expressionlessly.
How is it? She's very cute, right? I spent a lot of effort to dress her up so beautifully. Don't say that she's not pretty, Ouyanglan said smugly. Can I take her back?
Although Zhou didn't find it ugly, it was somewhat different from Yer's usual style. Furthermore, Zhou seemed to know why Yer had sent a message when she saw him online.
What's the rush? Let Yer stay here for a few more days. I still plan on taking her to the amusement park,
Ouyanglan said. Without waiting for Zhou to speak, Yer had already stood up from the sofa and walked to Zhou's side. Clearly, she planned on returning with him.
Perhaps another time,
Zhou said. When Ouyanglan saw that Yer wanted to leave, she didn't force her to stay. However, she got someone to move out all the things she had bought for Yer. She instructed the driver to drive Yer to Zhou's dorm. Zhou didn't know what the bags were. Since they were for Yer, he didn't say anything. After returning to her dorm, Yer changed into her usual clothes.
Did you suffer at the family?
Zhou asked you. Yer shook her head and said,
No, Sister Lan treated me very well. That's good.
Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he heard Yer call Ouyanglan Sis Lan, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How obsessed are women with their youth and looks? Is it that difficult to admit that they are aging? Zhou planned on taking Yer out for a walk. The Glimmer Life Soul needed Zhou to continue visiting unfamiliar places to advance to a perfect body. As for the advancement method of Sword Pill, Zhou hadn't figured it out yet. He was still in the process of absorbing essence energy. Before leaving Luoyang, Zhou planned on learning a few skills. This was because after the Demon God Catalog's Life Soul reached the perfect body, Zhou's constitution finally reached 41 points. He had a few mythical skill crystals to absorb. Zhou roughly sorted out the mythical skill crystals he already had and could absorb. Jade Loot Crystal, Constitution 41, Spatial 21. Great Might Vajra Bull Crystal, Constitution 41, Essence Energy 41. National Cornerstone Goldman Crystal, Essence Energy 41, Constitution 41. Black Armored Gold and Silk Turtle Crystal, Essence Energy 41, Constitution 41. Blue Sky Crystal Beast Crystal, Constitution 41, Spatial 21. Zhou searched and found that there were 5 mythical crystals he could absorb in real life. The mythical skill crystals that dropped in-game had long disappeared from respawning because he couldn't absorb them back then. These were obtained in reality, and his attributes had already met the requirements. Zhou thought for a moment, and absorbed the Jade Loot Crystal. As his stats had reached a certain level, the absorption process was very smooth. The Jade Loot Crystal quickly transformed into essence energy, that formed a new essence energy circulation in Zhou's body. Absorbed Jade Loot Crystal. Attained mythical essence energy skill, String Aural Quake. Zhou also obtained some information. It was as he had expected. It was a spatial skill, not an aural skill. Unfortunately, String Aural Quake needed a string instrument as a weapon to be used. Without a similar instrument, this skill couldn't be used. Ordinary musical instruments naturally weren't sufficient. They couldn't withstand the vibrations of the essence energy, and the strings would snap. Thankfully, Zhou had a golden harp, so he could give it a try. Chapter 943. Zhou wasn't in a rush to try. Instead, he continued absorbing and refining the other mythical skill crystals. The mythical essence energy crystals were absorbed by Zhou as though they were free. Absorbed Great Might Vajra Bull Crystal. Attained mythical essence energy skill, Vajra Drill. Absorbed National Cornerstone Goldman Crystal. Attained Mythical Essence Energy Skill, Body of Gold Essence. Absorb Black Iron Gold Thread Turtle Crystal. Attained Mythical Essence Energy Skill, Grand Turtle Breath. Absorb Blue Sky Crystal Beast Crystal. Attained Mythical Essence Energy Skill, Sky Slash. Absorbing different mythical crystals required different essence energy arts. Zhou Wen switched essence energy arts several times, and finally absorbed all the mythical crystals he could. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the Great Might Vidra Bull's skill wasn't anything interesting because its strongest ability was the Soul Suppression Bell. However, the Soul Suppression Bell wasn't a skill, so it was impossible for him to comprehend it. He never expected the Great Might Vidra Bull to have the move, Vidra Drill. It was rather impressive, and it intrigued Zhou Wen. This move was something the Great Might Vidra Bull used when going all out. It broke its horn and shot it out like a drill. Its might was rather domineering. Zhou Wen didn't have a bull horn, but he didn't need one when using the skill. All he needed to do was find a weapon that could be launched. He could use a spear or sword as long as he could throw them. After the weapon was thrown, it would quickly spin and form a powerful drilling force. It was even better than penetrating pierce. The key problem was that there was something wrong with this move. After throwing the weapon, it would automatically explode after hitting the target, maximizing its might. After using it once, it would destroy a weapon. An ordinary weapon wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful force. It might self-destruct before hitting the target. Therefore, the weapon used for Vidra Drill couldn't be too bad. Otherwise, it was very easy to miss. Body of Gold Essence was a type of essence energy that strengthened the body. It was somewhat similar to Golden Bell and Iron Skin. However, it was of a higher level. It strengthened the body even more. It was a divine skill to suffer beatings. Grand Turtle Breath was a high-level version of Turtle Breath. When he used it, there was no sign of life on his entire body. He was like a dead person. However, he couldn't move when using ordinary Turtle Breath, but for Grand Turtle Breath, he could still move freely. It was a necessary skill for feigning death. Of course, he could also use it to deal with creatures with poor vision, who relied on determining the enemy's life auras to attack. He could also use it for hiding, making it difficult for him to be discovered. Sky Slash left Zhou Wen somewhat disappointed. This was because Zhou Wen wanted a teleportation skill, but this was a spatial attack. It was indeed very powerful. An essence energy skill that could slice through space was even more destructive than Zhou Wen's demonic astral wheel. However, Zhou Wen already had the even more destructive Immortal Slaying. He could use Sky Slash normally, but when he needed to go all out, he had to rely on the might of Immortal Slaying. With so many mythical skills, Zhou Wen's combat strength increased significantly, especially with Vidra Drill. It was like an essence energy version of a missile. Its destructive power was rather shocking, provided that Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of sacrificing his weapon. If he used it in-game, he wouldn't have any qualms about using it. When the mythical light concealment sword was thrown out with Vidra Drill, its offensive strength was upgraded by a whole level. Furthermore, the final explosion was even more shocking. Zhou Wen planned on using it in-game to kill bosses. In real life, to use such a move made the person a super tycoon. Zhou Wen wasn't that rich. The Body of Gold Essence was also very useful. Furthermore, it didn't clash with the Demon Dragon True Body. Zhou Wen first used the Demon Dragon True Body before using the Body of Gold Essence. He looked like a humanoid golden dragon with a terrifying body. He could even clash head-on with Tyrant Behemoth 2 or 3 times without being killed. Of course, the essence energy expenditure was rather huge. Sometimes, he needed to switch back to Slaughterer to replenish it. Sky Slash wasn't as useless as Zhou Wen imagined. After Zhou Wen tried it, he realized that the expenditure of Sky Slash wasn't high. It could be used continuously. It wasn't like Immortal Slaying in which he would lose his combat strength after one strike. It was a form of compensation for its weaker strength. Finally, Zhou Wen tried String Oral Quake again. The golden harp only struck once before the harp snapped. Thankfully, it was in-game, so there wasn't any problem. String Oral Quake was an area of effect attack skill. If a group of monsters needed to be cleared, this move was almost invincible. I hope some useful skills drop in-game. Zhou Wen really wanted to stay at home and grind dungeons, but the Glimmer Life Soul needed him to walk out to advance. It left him helpless. Zhou Wen looked at maps online and planned on which direction he should take. He wanted to advance Glimmer to a perfect body as soon as possible. This was a critical step in advancing to the mythical stage.
Why are you going out again?
Ouyang Lan asked when Zhou Wen told her that he was leaving Luoyang.
It's beneficial to go out and broaden my horizons. Now that the dimensional zones in the Federation are becoming more and more unstable, I wonder if I'll have the chance to leave again in the future.
Zhou Wen said.
That's true. Send her over. I'll help you take care of her.
Ouyang Lan said.
I plan on taking her out for a walk with me this time.
Zhou Wen said. She is still so young. What if you encounter danger?
Oh, Yanglong said worriedly. It was obvious that she really liked Yer.
I'll take routes I'm confident in. Besides, you should be able to tell that Yer isn't an ordinary child,
Zhou said.
Alright, be careful. Stay away from taking risks.
Oh, Yanglong exhorted again. After informing the others, Zhou was about to leave Luoyang when he suddenly heard a piece of news. Someone had challenged the first-ranked Great Skyfiend. Zhou hurriedly switched on his phone and couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the challenger. The challenger also looked like a human, but he was wearing clothes that resembled a cloak. Beneath the cloak was an airtight armor, making it impossible to see what the creature inside looked like. However, his clothes and armor weren't guardian armor. Furthermore, there was a white "Ya" embroidered on the back of the cloak. And the name on the cube only had one word, Ya. What surprised the Federation citizens was that Ya held an ancient sword in his hand. Ya wasn't famous, but the ancient sword was very famous. In the previous ranking battle, Primordial Sword Immortal, who had been invincible against everyone overseas, was now in Ya's hands. Zhou was also alarmed, but what shocked him wasn't the Primordial Sword Immortal in Ya's hand, but that Ya looked like someone to Zhou. Don't tell me it's Zhong Zia. Zhou prayed inwardly. If it was really Zhong Zia, he might have already taken Wang Mingyuan's path. This was because Ya's condition was clearly different from the Guardians. Chapter 944 See Return. Zhou phone suddenly rang. He looked at the number, and saw that it was from Hui Haifeng. After the call connected, Hui Haifeng's solemn voice sounded.
Zhou, are you looking at the cube's challenge? Yes,
Zhou answered.
Don't you find that Ya a little familiar?
Hui Haifeng asked again.
You also think he looks like Zhong Zia?
Zhou said directly. Hui Haifeng fell silent for a moment before saying,
He seems to have teacher's shadow on him.
Zhou originally believed that he was reading too much into it, but now, even Hui Haifeng thought so. It looked like there was a high chance that Zhong Zia had chosen an extremely difficult path.
Perhaps we are reading too much into it. Perhaps that isn't Zhong Zia at all,
Zhou said. Hui Haifeng said with a bitter smile.
The possibility of us making a recognition mistake at the same time is slim. It's best we make plans early. Running away won't solve the problem. What do you have in mind?
Zhou asked. He didn't even know where Zhong Zia was, nor could he think of any solutions.
Do you still remember the question teacher asked us back then?
Hui Haifeng asked.
Yes, 2 paths.
Zhou answered.
I want to try the first one,
Hui Haifeng said.
How?
Zhou asked.
In the dimensional zones, we discovered quite a number of strange materials. For example, common materials like essence gold and essence crystals. There are also some that aren't common. I want to try and see if I can figure out something that can fight dimensional creatures. Humans have used their intelligence to become the masters of Earth for thousands of years. Perhaps this time, we can still rely on our intelligence to win,
Hui Haifeng said.
This path isn't easy.
Zhou knew how difficult this path was. The Yin family had invested so many resources, but the things they had researched weren't very useful against mythical creatures.
Someone has to walk over to the edge to see if that's the end of the world,
Hui Haifeng said with a smile.
Then walk the path. Perhaps there's a new world ahead,
Zhou said.
I don't care if there's a new world. I just want to keep the past.
Hui Haifeng paused before saying to Zhou.
1. Don't take that path.
Zhou knew which path Hui Haifeng was referring to, but he fell silent. He didn't know if he would take that path. If the Lost Immortal Sutra didn't work, he had to choose between a guardian and spirit casting. Zhou felt that he might choose the spirit casting path, so he couldn't answer Hui Haifeng. After a long silence, Hui Haifeng finally broke it with a soft sigh.
Alright, if you really take that path one day, I hope that you can still see me when you want to turn back.
Zhou forced a smile and said,
You make it sound like I'm walking on a path of no return. I have my own path. If my luck isn't too bad, I probably won't choose that path. Don't worry. Come to See Return to visit me when you have the time. I'll treat you to some rare seafood. Alright, I plan on traveling soon.
The two of them tacitly stopped the previous topic and agreed to meet at See Return. Although See Return and Sea Gazing City's names were similar, their positions were very different. Sea Gazing City bordered the East Sea, while See Return bordered the South Sea. Zhou remembered that Feng Qiuyan came from See Return. Furthermore, the Feng family was rather famous there. Zhou wondered if he should inform Feng Qiuyan and see if he wanted to return with him. That way, he could have a guide. Now was clearly not the time to think about this. Zhou watched the livestream again. Great Skyfiend didn't accept the challenge. The countdown to accepting the challenge was only 24 hours. After waiting for half an hour, he still didn't see Great Skyfiend accept the challenge. Zhou called Feng Qiuyan and told him that he was heading to Sea Return soon. He asked if he wanted to go with him.
Coach, it's not very peaceful over at Sea Return. There are often breakout creatures coming ashore. Many people have moved inland. Why are you going to Sea Return?
Feng Qiuyan asked in surprise.
I have a senior over there. I want to visit him,
Zhou Wen said.
Those who remain in Sea Return now are basically those who have family businesses there. That senior shouldn't be an ordinary person, right?
Feng Qiuyan asked.
Hui Haifeng.
Zhou Wen said his name.
As expected, the Hui family has quite a number of mineral mines in Sea Return. They are also most determined to defend Sea Return.
Feng Qiuyan explained the situation to Zhou Wen in detail. The situation was worse than Zhou Wen had imagined. Apart from the cities guarded by humans, most of the areas had breakout creatures. It was almost impossible to distinguish between dimensional zones and non-dimensional zones. There were many breakout creatures that came out of the sea. Furthermore, they were very difficult to deal with. Sea Return had 3 relatively large families taking the lead. Together with more than 10 small families, they formed the forces of Sea Return City that had been fighting the breakout creatures all this time. The Hui family and the Feng family were 2 of the bigger families. Feng Qiuyan came from the Sea Return Feng family. Feng Qiuyan got Zhou Wen to wait. He wanted to apply for leave from school before accompanying Zhou Wen back to the sea. As the 2 of them were talking, there was a sudden commotion on the cube. Great Skyfiend accepted the challenge and descended into the cube arena in the void. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted by Great Skyfiend. The scene of Great Skyfiend destroying heavy armored titan with one strike surfaced in many people's minds. He stood in the arena and calmly looked at Great Skyfiend as though he didn't know how terrifying it was. Yusuji now had been in a bad mood recently. Her progress in Luoyang hadn't been smooth. She had already tried many solutions, but she was unable to obtain any information regarding the essence energy weapons from the Yin family. Although she had seen Tianzua a few times, he never talked shop at home. Back in the Yin family residence, Tianzua wasn't as domineering as the rumor said. He was no different from an ordinary young man. Not only was there no progress in the mission, but she was also continuously challenged. This made her somewhat vexed. Although Yusuji now chose to accept the challenge, she didn't dare let her guard down. She had already seen Primordial Sword Immortals might the previous time. It was an existence even more terrifying than Orochi. Now that someone had entered the rankings with Primordial Sword Immortal, this person was likely similar to her, someone who had contracted a guardian. However, Yusuji now couldn't tell if he was someone who had used a guardian. Typically, when people with guardians fought, guardians would fuse with humans. They would be donning guardian armor, but Yu was wearing a companion beast armor. Yusuji now accepted the challenge because she wanted to know the origins of Yu. Chapter 945 Purgatory Fiend Flames. Apart from knowing that her opponent was the owner of Primordial Immortal Sword, Yusuji now knew nothing about Yu, so she didn't dare to be careless. She summoned the Kusanagi no Tsurugi formed by Orochi. With the augmentation of Great Skyfiend's power, a terrifying demonic aura appeared over Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Yu didn't say a word. He held Primordial Immortal Sword and didn't pull it out. Instead, he slashed at Yusuji now with the sword sheathed, making it appear like a heavy sword. Yusuji now was not to be outdone. She brandished her Kusanagi no Tsurugi to meet Yu's Primordial Immortal Sword. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, and the 2 terrifying forces collided, producing a terrifying explosion and shockwave. However, neither of them retreated as they quickly brandished their swords again. Fast? It was just too fast. The 2 of them had reached the peak of the mythical stage. They were so fast that ordinary humans couldn't see their battle. All people could see were streams of light crisscrossing, like sudden bolts of lightning. They flashed and vanished. Their figures couldn't be seen, much less the sword moves. Only a very small number of epic experts with special sight-type skills, or people with high-level sight-type companion beasts, could see their battle clearly. When Zhou Wen saw Yu's sword technique, he was even more certain that he was Zhong Zia. His sword technique was unrestrained and unbridled. Only someone with Zhong Zia's personality could master such a sword technique to its limits. Yusuji Nao's sword technique was actually more like a saber technique. It was also a model of swiftness, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Although Zhou Wen had previously fought her, it wasn't a real battle. Now, he finally understood her strength. She undoubtedly had the standards of a top mythical. Of course, this was under the premise of fusing with Great Skyfiend. Without Great Skyfiend, Yusuji now was only at the epic stage just like him. However, a guardian was a part of one's strength. Just like how humans used pistols in the past. If one had good marksmanship, they could also be considered one of the strong. Companion beasts and guardians shared the same principle. One's own strength and external strength weren't differentiated. Be it one's own strength or external strength, as long as one could use it well, they were experts.
Yasuji Nao's ability to perfectly control Great Scythian's power meant that she was indeed very strong. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Primordial Immortal Sword constantly clashed. No one had the upper hand. Their techniques were mainly focused on attacking. There was basically no defense. Every strike looked abnormally perilous. It was pure offense that only allowed for one outcome. One of them had to die while the other lived. After a while, Yasuji now realized that she was at a disadvantage. It wasn't because her strength and technique were inferior to Ya's, but because Ya's speed was getting faster and faster. His strength was also getting stronger. The continuous battle didn't seem to consume his strength and stamina. Instead, it made him even more ferocious and domineering. The other party is good at prolonged battles. Yasuji now immediately realized that she couldn't delay any further. People who were good at prolonged battles would definitely become stronger the longer they fought. If this dragged on, it would be very disadvantageous for her. Without any hesitation, Yasuji now gathered her strength and slashed out Great Scythian's infinite fiend abyss. Black demonic aura transformed into darkness as it tore out and slashed at Ya. Wherever the black demonic aura went, everything turned into darkness. In the blink of an eye, the cube screen turned black and nothing could be seen. Zhou hurriedly got up and ran towards the cube in the city. This was because the broadcast didn't allow him to see through the darkness. He had to reach the cube to see what was happening inside the darkness. The cube arena in the void was completely enveloped by darkness. As for Ya, his vision, hearing, and sense of smell in the darkness had been stripped away. Even when the blade slashed at him, he couldn't feel anything, much less feel pain. Looking at Ya, who was standing in the arena with a sword in hand, Yasuji now mercilessly slashed with her blade. She knew that in the infinite fiend abyss, her opponent's senses would be stripped away. However, she wasn't sure if her opponent had the ability to nullify infinite fiend abyss. Therefore, she had to kill her opponent as quickly as possible. Clang! However, Ya moved in the darkness. Primordial Immortal Sword accurately blocked Yasuji Nao's Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The blades constantly clashed. The infinite fiend abyss wasn't cracked, but Ya didn't seem to be affected at all. He didn't make any mistakes. He has an ability that transcends the normal senses. Yasuji now immediately guessed the reason. In the infinite fiend abyss, only people who had extra sensory perception could be unaffected. Unless Yasuji now could make Great Scythian break through to the Terror grade, infinite fiend abyss was almost useless against people with extra sensory perception. After figuring this out, Yasuji now no longer wasted her essence energy and directly deactivated infinite fiend abyss. When Zhou had arrived above the cube, Yasuji now had already dispelled infinite fiend abyss, revealing their figures again. Zhou wore the invisibility cloak and floated in the air as he watched the battle on the cube's arena. Such a battle was already the pinnacle of humanity. The only pity was that they weren't fighting purely with human strength. Ya's offensive was like a tidal wave. He didn't have many tricks, nor did he have any complicated skills. He was just one man and one sword. He was presumptuous and arrogant. He relentlessly attacked, as if the word defense didn't exist in his dictionary. Seeing that infinite fiend abyss didn't have any effect, Yasuji now didn't hesitate to use another of Great Scythian's mythical technique, Purgatory Fiend Flames. The moment the sword slashed out, the demonic aura on the sword burned and turned into terrifying fiend flames. Yasuji now had used this move to instantly kill Heavy Armored Titan. It's finally here. Zhou stared at Yasuji Nao's strike. He naturally knew that it was this move that had killed Heavy Armored Titan. However, no one knew what the exact function of this move was, nor did they know how to crack it. If it were Zhou, his movement technique was excellent. He wouldn't need to take the risk and could directly dodge before counterattacking. That would prevent Yasuji now from hitting him. However, he clearly did not share Zhou's habits. His sword didn't seem to have the option of retreating or dodging. Primordial Immortal Sword continued advancing crazily. The 6 families and many wealthy families stared intently at the two combatants. Even the great devils overseas were somewhat nervous. Everyone wanted to know if Great Scythian's one-hit kill of Heavy Armored Titan could kill Ya. Clang! The Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Primordial Immortal Sword collided fiercely. The Purgatory Fiend Flames on the Kusanagi no Tsurugi immediately spread to Primordial Immortal Sword. Besides that, even Ya's clothes, armor, and body began to burn with fiend flames. Chapter 946 Top Rank Changes. Oh no, he didn't block it. Zhou was alarmed. Will the same thing happen again? Zhang Chuanqiu looked at Ya, who was burning with fiend flames, and muttered to himself with a frown. Many people in the 6 families were very disappointed. Although they didn't know who Ya was, there was no doubt that Yasuji now was from overseas. Most people still supported Ya. However, Ya's body didn't explode like the Heavy Armored Titan. Although his body was burning with fiend flames, he was still brandishing his sword to attack. The terrifying fiend flame seemed like an illusion that didn't exist. They failed to damage his body. After blocking a few more strikes, Yusuji now realized that Ye hadn't exploded. Even his clothes and armor weren't burned. She was filled with puzzlement. How can there be no reaction? Could there really be a sinless person in this world? No way. He must have the ability to restrain the purgatory fiend flames that prevented him from being killed. Yusuji now felt depressed. The purgatory fiend flames were extremely powerful, but there was a condition. That person had to commit a sin before the purgatory fiend flames could be effective. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, and so on were all original sins. No one in the world had no original sin at all. Therefore, the purgatory fiend flames were practically invincible against humans. The heavier the original sins, the stronger the damage target received. Back then, Heavy Armored Titan had been killed by the purgatory fiend flames because its owner had committed too many massacres. Furthermore, it had also committed the sins of wrath and gluttony. This led to its explosion. However, Yo was completely unaffected. Yusuji now found it impossible. Soon, the people from the Federation and overseas realized that Great Scythian's attack didn't seem to have any effect on Yo. The people from the Federation were naturally overjoyed, but the Great Devils overseas had solemn expressions. The battle continued. The situation was already somewhat disadvantageous for Yusuji now. She knew that she had to defeat Ye as soon as possible. Time wasn't on her side. From the looks of it, I could only use Great Scythian's Wheel of Destiny. Yusuji now made up her mind as she stared at Ye through her visor. The demonic aura on her body quickly converged. Suddenly, Yusuji now's figure vanished. When she appeared again, she was already behind Ye. Crack! Ye's body had been sliced apart at the waist at some point in time. Everyone was horrified. Even Joe couldn't tell how Yusuji now had killed Ye. It wasn't a matter of speed. No matter how fast a mythical creature was, it was impossible for Joe, who had powerful eyesight, to not see its trajectory. Joe really didn't see anything. Yusuji now's body seemed to vanish when she completed the strike. It wasn't teleportation either. This was because attacks could only be delivered after completing the teleportation. As for Yusuji now's strike, it was completed when she disappeared. This was different from teleportation. Many experts from the Federation felt their hearts turn cold, as they felt a chill run down their spines. If Yusuji now used this strike against them, few had the confidence of dodging it. Yusuji now's expression didn't look good when she saw Ye's body split into two. This was because she felt that something was amiss when she killed Ye. She quickly retreated. Suddenly, the two halves of the corpse turned into a broken puppet. The other Ye appeared where he had been standing when he first entered the arena. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Ye, who had fought with Yusuji now for so long, was actually a puppet. Yusuji now's expression turned nasty. She had already used her strongest strike, so it was impossible for her to deliver a second strike in a short period of time. Now, she understood why the purgatory fiend flames were useless against Ye. It was because it wasn't Ye, but a puppet. Primordial Immortal Sword automatically returned to the true Ye's hand. He held the Primordial Immortal Sword and stared at Yusuji now like a devil. At that moment, everyone felt that Ye was as powerful as a devil. This wasn't a feeling brought about by strength, but a psychological pressure. Regardless of whether Ye's true strength could defeat Yusuji now, his ability to toy with his opponent was even more terrifying than his true destructive power. The unknown was most terrifying. Once a certain power was known by others, and had psychological expectations, the horror instilled would decrease. The present Ye felt unfathomable and terrifying. Yusuji now didn't hesitate and chose to forfeit. She knew very well that she had lost this time because of the unequal intelligence between them. If she continued fighting, there was only death. If she wanted to defeat her opponent, she had to first figure out her opponent's abilities. She no longer had that chance. With Yusuji now's withdrawal, the first name on the ranking became Ye. As for Great Scythian, it retreated to second place. All the guardians and companion beasts on the ranking automatically dropped by one. Ye's entire body was covered, and no one could tell what expression he had. After obtaining victory, he left the Void Arena. He's really too strong. As expected of the owner of Primordial Sword Immortal. Just a puppet made Great Scythian retreat. He's practically invincible. Primordial Sword Immortal is powerful, but its owner is even more terrifying. I don't think there will be any more surprises in this ranking battle, right? The citizens of the Federation were amazed at Ye's strength. This name quickly spread throughout the Federation. Some people viewed him as a hero. Joe didn't think so. Ye was indeed very strong, but the combat strength displayed by Yusuji now was also very terrifying. It could only be said that Ye won because of his successful strategy. However, the same strategy might not succeed a second time. Therefore, it was difficult to say if he could maintain first place. After returning to campus, Joe saw many reports regarding Ye. As Ye was likely from the Federation,
The various media outlets of the Federation touted Ye as a hero. They held him in high esteem, raising the enthusiasm of the Federation citizens. They kept guessing who Ye was. After Zhou Wen read the report, he smiled bitterly to himself. If Ye is really Zhong Zia, it's hard to tell if he's a hero or a devil to the Federation. The battle between the two pumped zeal and ardor through Zhou Wen's vessels. He had the urge to fight personally. However, Zhou Wen quickly regained his rationality. He felt that grinding dungeons was more practical. Unfortunately, he couldn't find opponents like Ye and Great Skyfiend in-game. If only I could scan them into the game, Zhou Wen thought to himself. After Feng Qiuyan applied for leave, the three of them were prepared to set off. To their surprise, after hearing of the matter, Li Xian joined them. They set off as a group of 4. After watching Ye and Great Skyfiend's battle, I feel like getting a guardian to play with. On the way, Li Xian mentioned the battle. Guardians are external forces after all. It's not good. Feng Qiuyan clearly rejected guardians. He wished to become stronger by himself. Old Zhou, what do you think? How does it feel to have a guardian? Li Xian asked Zhou Wen. I don't know. I've only killed a few guardians and never had one. Zhou Wen said. Chapter 947 Unable to walk straight. Coach is indeed coach. You've already killed so many guardians? Can you teach me how to kill guardians? Feng Qiuyan said in admiration. Is this even a normal chat? Li Xian was somewhat speechless. The 4 of them set off together. Zhou Wen had already walked the first part of the journey, but now it felt different from before. Not only were many roads destroyed, but after leaving the city, the chances of encountering breakout creatures increased significantly. Many breakout creatures were only at the legendary stage. The reason they could break out was clearly because the dimensional zone seals had weakened, not because they were strong enough. The further away they were from the city, the denser the plants grew. The environment that had been destroyed by humans in the past had not only recovered, but it had also become terrifying. The plants had mutated. Although they hadn't reached the standards of dimensional creatures, they had become extremely huge. Large trees that were dozens of meters tall and flowers that were more than a meter in diameter were rather common now. Most of the paths were awash with plants. Furthermore, new dimensional zones were constantly appearing. It was very possible that a spot he passed this time was fine, yet it could become a dimensional zone the next time he came here. Li Xian, what are you up to? Zhou Wen saw that Li Xian had suddenly turned odd. I didn't do anything. Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement, unsure what he meant. If you aren't doing anything, why are you walking so weirdly? Zhou Wen stared at Li Xian. I'm not walking weirdly. I'm walking very normally, Li Xian said as he took another step. However, this step immediately made Li Xian's expression change. This was because he clearly wanted to walk straight forward, but to his surprise, he took a diagonal step and blocked Zhou Wen's path. That's impossible. I'm not senile. It's impossible that I can't even walk straight. Li Xian refused to believe it as he took a few more steps. However, every step he took was diagonal. None of them were straight. What the hell? There's something strange here. Try walking. There's no way to walk in a straight line here. Li Xian's expression turned nasty. He checked himself but didn't discover any problems. Feng Qiuyan and Zhou Wen took 2 steps. They walked very straight without any signs of walking diagonally. It's completely fine, Zhou Wen said. I don't believe it. Seeing that Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan were fine, Li Xian took 2 more steps. Li Xian tried his best to control his footsteps. He had already used his essence energy, but after he stepped out, he went diagonal again. He couldn't walk straight. President, stop teasing us. We still have a long journey ahead of us, Feng Qiuyan said. Li Xian felt like crying. What's wrong with me? I really can't walk straight. But we have no problems, Feng Qiuyan said as he took a few steps back. He walked very straight. Li Xian suddenly stared at Feng Qiuyan as though he had discovered something. He said loudly, Wait, little Yin Yin. Don't walk in a straight line. Walk diagonally. What's wrong with walking diagonally? It's very easy, Feng Qiuyan said as he took a step forward diagonally. However, when he took the step, his feet walked straight ahead. This step was so straight that even a ceremonial guard standard marching wasn't as straight as his. What's going on? Feng Qiuyan was somewhat dumbfounded. He gathered his essence energy and attempted to take a few more steps, but the outcome was the same. No matter how hard he tried to walk diagonally, he ended up walking in a straight line. I knew it. There's definitely something odd here, Li Xian shouted. The 2 of them looked at Zhou Wen at the same time. One of them could only walk diagonally, while the other could only walk in a straight line. Now, they wanted to know how it was with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tried walking, but he could only walk in a straight line. If he wanted to walk diagonally, he couldn't walk out no matter what. He walked forward the moment he moved his feet. Zhou tried walking backward again, but he soon realized that he couldn't.
Take a look at the map. Where is this place?
Zhou had already realized that something was amiss, but he was even more certain now. Li Xian was already looking at it on his phone. This was an old map he had downloaded. It wasn't for navigation, but to see if there were any legendary scenic spots on the map.
There doesn't seem to be anything special nearby. It's just an ordinary mountainous area. Could it be that an unknown dimensional zone has appeared here? Or has some dimensional creature affected this place?
Li Xian looked at the map for a while, but didn't discover any problems. Zhou tried switching to the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder before taking 2 more steps. He realized that he could now retreat and walk diagonally.
How are you able to walk diagonally again?
Li Xian asked in surprise when he saw Zhou take 2 steps diagonally.
I have an ability that can restrain the taboos of dimensional zones. From the looks of it, this place has transformed into a dimensional zone. However, I wonder where we entered.
Zhou sized up his surroundings and saw mountains and rivers. The scenery wasn't bad, but he didn't discover any dimensional creatures.
Since it's a dimensional zone, let's walk forward. It just prevents me from walking straight, so it's not a big deal,
Li Xian said. His strength didn't rely on movement techniques to begin with, so the restriction of movement was nothing to him.
What about you?
Zhou asked Feng Qiuyan.
It shouldn't have much of an impact,
Feng Qiuyan said.
All right, let's continue walking forward,
Zhou said as he summoned a poison bat, hoping to get it to scout ahead. However, after the poison bat was summoned, it fell to the ground, unable to fly no matter how hard it struggled.
There's a taboo here that prevents flight,
Li Xian said in surprise. Zhou had no choice but to unsummon the poison bat before summoning a runic heavy armored warrior to scout ahead. The runic heavy armored warrior didn't have any problems, but he could only walk in a straight line. He couldn't walk diagonally. The runic heavy armored warrior walked far ahead while Zhou and company followed behind. Zhou and Feng Qiuyan were fine, but Li Xian could only walk diagonally. It was extremely awkward. They walked for quite some time without discovering any dimensional creatures. The runic heavy armored warrior had already walked to the river in front of them, and was about to cross it. As they couldn't fly, they had no choice but to cross the river. Zhou was afraid that there would be something odd in the river, so he got the runic heavy armored warrior to head into the river as they watched by the edge. The river wasn't deep. The deepest part only reached the waist of the runic heavy armored warrior. There wasn't any problem when the runic heavy armored warrior crossed the river. However, just as he reached the opposite bank, a bang was heard. Chapter 948 Chinese Chess Dimensional Zone. The runic heavy armored warrior's body shattered into pieces. At the same time, a dimensional creature that looked like a squirrel landed and stood in the wreckage blasted open by the runic heavy armored warrior.
Holy sh*t, that little squirrel is so strong.
Li Xian's eyes nearly popped out. He had seen runic heavy armored warriors before. Although they were only at the epic stage, their defense was extremely powerful. It wasn't easy for mythical creatures with weaker offensive strength to break through their runic heavy armored armor, much less shatter them directly. Only a powerful mythical creature like Tyrant Behemoth could do so. However, this tiny squirrel looked inconspicuous. He never expected it to have such terrifying strength. Zhou found it unbelievable as well. He immediately used Truth Listener to observe the tiny squirrel. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a dimensional creature that could kill a runic heavy armored warrior with one strike.
Something's amiss. Perhaps it's not that the squirrel is strong, but the taboo of this dimensional zone,
Zhou said as he stared at the squirrel on the opposite bank. Li Xian suddenly thought of something and suddenly said to Zhou,
Old Zhou, your reconnaissance abilities are strong. Look behind that squirrel. Are there any other dimensional creatures in a straight line?
Zhou nodded and extended Truth Listener's ability. Indeed, he discovered a gray rabbit squatting further away. It was in a very straight line from the squirrel. Zhou told Li Xian this outcome, and Li Xian immediately exclaimed,
I understand. This dimensional zone's taboo might be related to Chinese chess. Chinese chess?
Zhou didn't know how to play Chinese chess, so he asked Li Xian what he meant. Li Xian explained,
You don't know how to play Chinese chess. Otherwise, it would be easy for you to figure out that in the rules of Chinese chess, different pieces have different ways of motion. Horse moves in an L shape, while elephant moves in a shape similar to an L, but with both sides equal in length, like 2 sides of a square. They are the most representative. For example, I can only walk diagonally. I'm guessing that it might be one of the two or another type of advisor. Little Yan Yan can only walk in a straight line, so he might be a chariot or cannon. You can only walk in a straight line and can't retreat. You should be a soldier in Chinese chess. You can only advance but not retreat.
Feng Qiuyan thought for a moment and said,
President, What you said makes sense. If this is really a dimensional zone following Chinese chess rules, it can explain why a tiny squirrel can instantly kill a runic heavy armored warrior. This is because in Chinese chess, all the pieces have single lives. Regardless of whether one is strong or weak, one will die if they are hit. I don't know the rules of Chinese chess. Do you have a solution?
Zhou asked the two of them.
I only know a few rules. I'm not good at it. How about you, little Yin Yin?
Li Xian asked Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan thought for a moment and answered.
My grandfather likes to play Chinese chess very much, so I learned it from a young age. However, I'm only average. Furthermore, there is no chessboard here, only rules. It's still a little different from real Chinese chess. I wonder if it will work. Let's try using companion beasts first. Tell me what to do.
Zhou summoned another runic heavy armored warrior. When Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan saw the spot where Zhou summoned the runic heavy armored warrior, they shouted at the same time.
Quick, dodge!
The runic heavy armored warrior that Zhou summoned was in front of him, forming a straight line with the squirrel. Boom! The squirrel tore through the air and struck the spot where Zhou had been standing. Thankfully, with Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian's warning, Zhou had dodged in advance. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable.
What happened?
Zhou asked in surprise.
This little squirrel should be a cannon in Chinese chess. It needs a chess piece to be in the way to launch an attack.
Feng Qiuyan explained. With that said, Feng Qiuyan moved to a spot that was a straight line away from the little squirrel and attacked. Just as his saber touched the little squirrel, its body exploded.
From the looks of it, I represent Chariot.
Feng Qiuyan thought for a moment and said to Zhou.
Coach, we need some chess pieces now. Summon more companion beasts. They don't need to be too strong. Legendary ones will do. Let's first determine what they represent in Chinese chess before figuring out what chess pieces are on the other side of the river.
Zhou had many companion beasts, but he really had very few legendary companion beasts. As they weren't of much value, he seldom hatched them. Typically, he directly fed them to pets. Zhou summoned some epic companion beasts and Li Xian said,
Old Zhou, there's no need to be so extravagant. Just a few worthless legendary companion beasts will do. These are already my most worthless companion beasts. Feel free to use them. It's useless to keep them anyway. I still have plenty.
Zhou said as he summoned some companion beasts. They were also at the epic stage. However, after summoning 12, Zhou realized that he couldn't summon any more companion beasts.
I suddenly realized that we aren't on the same frequency,
Li Xian said with an aggrieved look. Feng Qiuyan counted the number of companion beasts and said,
From the looks of it, there's nothing wrong about this dimensional zone following Chinese chess rules. There are 16 pieces for each side. 12 companion beasts plus the 4 of us make 16. Now, we have to figure out what pieces these companion beasts represent. Coach, try getting them to walk.
Zhou made the companion beasts move. According to their movement, Feng Qiuyan quickly determined what pieces they represented.
If my judgment is right, you might very well represent the general. Coach, you have to protect her no matter what. If the general dies, it means game over. No one knows what the outcome will be,
Feng Qiuyan said to Zhou.
All right.
Zhou nodded. Although he had roughly understood the rules, chess was a skill. Knowing the rules wasn't enough.
Now, we need to know what's on the other side. Coach, look at what dimensional creatures there are,
Feng Qiuyan said as he looked across the river. Truth Listener played its role. Zhou told Feng Qiuyan about the various dimensional creatures that had appeared across the river. However, they were all small animals like rats, sheep, cats, and dogs. They didn't look very strong. Feng Qiuyan thought for a moment and said,
Now, we don't know what chess pieces those dimensional creatures represent. We can only test them in actual combat. When the time comes, it's inevitable that some chess pieces will be sacrificed. It's fine. They are all unimportant companion beasts,
Zhou said. Feng Qiuyan nodded. Just as he was about to get a companion beast to cross the river, he suddenly heard a voice from the other side of the river.
Interesting. I never expected there to be someone proficient in the way of Chinese chess among the youth these days. How rare.
The three of them were slightly taken aback as they looked towards the opposite bank. They saw an old man sitting on a boulder that was more than 10 meters tall. He was staring at them with his eyes glowing.
Human?
Zhou was somewhat surprised. Chapter 949 Cheating. It wasn't strange for a human to appear in such a place. The strange thing was that the dimensional creatures on the opposite bank didn't show him any animosity. Furthermore, Zhou had a vague feeling that the dimensional creatures were mainly led by the elder.
Grandpa, why are you here alone?
Li Xian shouted. The elder ignored Li Xian and looked at Feng Qiuyan.
Since you know Chinese chess, play around with me. You can leave alive if you win. Grandpa, you are also a human. Why are you making things difficult for your own kind?
Li Xian shouted again. The elder sneered and said,
Whether you are human or not has nothing to do with me. Since you are here, you only have two choices. Win or die. Why is this old fellow so inhumane?
Li Xian muttered. The elder continued,
The rat is elephant, the fox is advisor.
He told Feng Qiuyan which chess pieces were represented by which various dimensional creatures before saying,
I'm the general. The rules are somewhat different from the old Chinese chess. There's no limit to the number of steps. As long as you have the ability, you can simultaneously move as many pieces as you can.
With that said, the dimensional creatures moved according to the elder's orders. Unlike real Chinese chess, they didn't take a step turn after turn. When the elder gave the order, many dimensional creatures moved at the same time. As the companion beasts weren't Feng Qiuyan's, Feng Qiuyan could only inform Zhou when to get him to control the movement of the companion beasts. This naturally slowed things down. But even so, Feng Qiuyan wasn't at a disadvantage. Their chess pieces kept decreasing, and it looked like they were evenly matched. However, Feng Qiuyan's side suffered a hidden danger. Apart from himself, all the old man's chess pieces could be sacrificed. However, Feng Qiuyan had 4 chess pieces that could not be sacrificed. In late game, it would spell a greater disadvantage. Feng Qiuyan wasn't anxious at all. Seeing the number of chess pieces decreasing, he remained as calm as still water. He constantly communicated with Zhou Wen and directed the remaining companion beasts to fight. As Zhou Wen took in the orders to move the companion beasts, he had gained a deeper understanding of the rules of Chinese chess and knew Feng Qiuyan's disadvantage. Soon, most of the companion beasts on both sides were sacrificed. Apart from the 4 of them, there was only one Qi that represented horse. As for the old man, other than his general piece, he also had a horse, a cannon, and 2 chariots. In terms of lineup, Feng Qiuyan was clearly at a disadvantage. Furthermore, other than the Qi, they couldn't make any sacrifices. The elder said sinisterly,
It looks like you need to decide which one to sacrifice next.
Apart from the elder, the horse, cannon, and 2 chariots attacked Zhou Wen in company. The 2 chariots were the most powerful. As long as one stood in a straight line with them, they would be instantly killed. The horse and cannon were equally shocking. If one stood in a straight line with the horse in front of the cannon, they would be hit by the cannon. If one took a diagonal path, they might be killed by the horse. As for Zhou Wen, he was in a somewhat miserable state. Although Li Xian represented advisor, meaning he could walk diagonally, he could only walk 1 unit of distance each time. No matter how fast Li Xian was, he couldn't speed up due to the restrictions of the dimensional zone. His damage range was much shorter than horse. Zhou Wen was a soldier, a pawn, who could only take 1 step at a time. Furthermore, he could only advance and not retreat. At most, he could move horizontally. He was almost no threat to the elder. Only Feng Qiuyan's chariot posed a greater threat to his opponent. However, because he couldn't take the initiative to stand in a straight line with his opponent, he hadn't found an opportunity. Soon, the Qi that represented the horse was killed. The 4 of them could no longer continue making any sacrifices.
From the looks of it, your skill in chess is only so-so. How disappointing.
The elder held the absolute advantage, and wasn't in a rush to continue attacking. Feng Qiuyan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the elder and said,
My chess skill is inferior to yours. If this was a real game, I would definitely lose. However, this isn't a real chess game, so I will definitely win. Everything in the world can be distilled as chess. This is a true chess game,
the elder said.
Everything is chess, but chess pieces are different,
Feng Qiuyan said.
It's no different. No matter how powerful a creature is, it's just a chess piece in this game. It can be killed easily,
said the elder.
That might not be the case. Sometimes, a chess piece can influence the chessboard.
Feng Qiuyan turned around and said to Zhou Wen and Li Xian,
Coach, President, this is all I can do. I can only weaken my opponent to such an extent. All of you are already very clear about the rules. What's next is the battle, not the game. You are all experts in combat, so there's no need for me to command you.
With that said, Feng Qiuyan drew his saber and charged forward. Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't say a word as they followed Feng Qiuyan. Previously, Zhou Wen hadn't known the rules, but now he knew them like the back of his hand. Furthermore, Feng Qiuyan had eliminated most of the chess pieces, simplifying the complicated chess game and minimizing the possibility of being accidentally killed. Just as Feng Qiuyan had said, they only needed to fight under the restrictions of the rules. They didn't need to think about how to play chess. Apart from their movements being restricted and having to be careful not to be instantly killed, it was no different from normal battles. The 3 of them moved together. Feng Qiuyan was very fast,
But Zhou Wen and Li Xian were very slow. They could only take one step at a time. One horse, one cannon, and two chariots attacked the two of them, but the two of them made use of their positioning and judgment to avoid being killed. Instead, Feng Qiuyan used the opportunity to quickly kill a horse. The remaining two chariots and one cannon could only move in straight lines. The threat was immediately reduced. Hence, the three of them ignored the chess pieces and charged towards the elder. Just as Feng Qiuyan had said, if it was a real game, he would have lost. However, this wasn't a real game. In a real game, it was impossible for Ye and Li Xian's chess pieces to cross the river. Even their movement range was limited, but it was different in reality. Seeing Zhou Wen and company coordinate with each other, and how the remaining three chess pieces failed to kill any one of them, the elder's expression turned nasty. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. That's not how chess is played. Anger appeared on the elder's face. You no longer have a chance of winning. It's best you admit defeat and let us pass, Feng Qiuyan said. The other party was a human, so he wasn't willing to really kill the elder. Lose? It's impossible for me to lose. No one can defeat me on the chessboard. No one. As the elder spoke, he stood up and let out a long roar. Many dimensional creatures rushed out and replenished the dead pieces. As for Zhou Wen and company, they immediately fell into a hopeless situation as they fell into the attack range of many pieces. Holy **T, you are cheating, Li Xian shouted. So what? As long as I win, all of you can die. I'm number one in chess. No one can defeat me in chess, the elder shouted with a ferocious expression. Chapter 950 Chess Soul. The four of them were deep into the enemy's formation, and there was no room for them to dodge. All the straight routes were locked. Even if they could kill a few chess pieces, the other chess pieces would kill them instantly. You cheated when you lost. You call this being number one in chess? Li Xian said. The world is like chess. The victor is king. As long as you can win, you are number one in the world. The elder was already confident of victory, so he didn't immediately take action. Zhou Wen looked at the elder and asked, How can a human like you control dimensional creatures in a dimensional zone? Zhou Wen wasn't worried about his safety. He was only curious how the elder had done it. I'm the chess king. This is a chess dimensional zone. The heavens have chosen me to be the king here, allowing me to revitalize the way of chess, the elder said fervently. What a joke. Is this how you revitalize chess? You rely on cheating to defeat others, yet you still call yourself the chess king. What a joke, Li Xian mocked. Ignorant people like you know nothing about chess. A win is a win. Die! As the elder spoke, he ordered his chess pieces to attack. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen activated the heaven-opening scripture and broke through the dimensional zone's taboo. Instantly, he summoned tens of thousands of musical note sprites. Bam! Bam! The elder's 15 pieces killed a few musical note sprites, but the endless number of musical note sprites had already occupied the entire space. They blotted out the sky and enveloped the entire chessboard. No! Impossible. How can you summon so many chess pieces? There are only 16 chess pieces on one side of the chessboard. The elder was horrified. Every musical note sprite that filled the sky was a chess piece. Even someone who didn't know how to play chess could instantly kill him. The rules here are useless to me, Zhou Wen said. You are cheating, the elder shouted with a ferocious expression. Li Xian burst out laughing. Weren't you the one saying that cheating doesn't matter? Who was the one who said that the victor is king? Tell me, why can you control the dimensional creatures here? Zhou Wen stared at the elder and asked. The elder didn't answer. He suddenly roared and ordered his chess pieces to attack again, but it was useless against Zhou Wen's sea of musical note sprites. With a thought, all the elder's chess pieces were instantly killed. As for the elder, he charged at a musical note sprite, but Zhou Wen didn't give him a chance to die. He controlled the musical note sprite to spare his life. There's something wrong with this elder. Li Xian also realized the problem. He should be controlled by a dimensional creature. Zhou Wen couldn't tell anything with his naked eye as he retracted his companion beasts. Then, he switched to the Hell King Life Soul and sized up the elder again. This time, he finally saw the problem. There was a soul-shaped dimensional creature on the elder's body. It looked like an ancient chess player. I'm number one in chess. I'm the chess king, the elder shouted crazily as he charged at Zhou Wen and company. What should we do? Feng Qiuyan looked at Zhou Wen in a dilemma. He had no problem killing the enemy, but there was clearly something wrong with the elder. He wasn't willing to kill him. Let me do it. Zhou Wen walked towards the elder. When the elder rushed in front of him, he waved his hand and slashed out Supreme Hell King's in flames, burning the soul attached to the elder to ashes. With the soul gone, the elder immediately collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The madness in his eyes quickly faded. With the soul-shaped dimensional creature dead, Zhou and company felt their surroundings return to normal. There were no taboo powers to restrict their movements. They could walk horizontally and diagonally as they wished. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The elder regained his consciousness and said helplessly. He looked like an honest old man. He was no longer as crazy as before. We know it's not your fault. You were controlled by a dimensional creature. Tell us, what happened here? Zhou pulled the elder up and asked. The elder heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhou. Then, he recounted the situation. This place wasn't very famous. In the past, there was a small village on the mountain. The elder was a villager. The village lacked water and electricity, so there wasn't much entertainment. Therefore, chess became the hobby and entertainment of many villagers. Later, after the dimensional storms, many villagers were afraid that dimensional zones would appear here. Therefore, they moved to large cities. The elder's grandfather was a nostalgic person who didn't wish to leave his hometown. Furthermore, there weren't any dimensional zones nearby back then. Therefore, their family lived a peaceful life in the remote mountain village. It wasn't a big deal in the beginning. As there weren't any dimensional creatures appearing, they lived rather comfortably. However, after more than 10 years, after the elder's grandfather died, the surroundings gradually began to change. The elder's father was prepared to take him to a large city, but he realized that they couldn't leave. This was because a dimensional creature called Chess Soul had appeared nearby. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to play chess with Chess Soul. If he won, he could pass. If he lost, he would be possessed by the Chess Soul and become an elder. After the elder's father lost to the Chess Soul, he was controlled by it. His mother didn't dare take him out again. Therefore, the mother and son lived in the small mountain village. Apart from being unable to leave, there were no other problems. Later on, the elder's mother passed away. The elder slowly aged. He had been practicing chess all these years, hoping that he could one day rush out. As he had never had the courage, he only plucked up the courage to play chess with the Chess Soul when he was about to die of old age. The outcome was the same. He had lost to the Chess Soul and ended up in this state. In that case, there's more than one Chess Soul? Zhou asked. In the beginning, there were only a few Chess Souls that sealed the nearby paths. Later, more and more Chess Souls appeared, and the range of control increased, said the elder. From the looks of it, there are still many Chess Souls ahead. Should we continue forward? Li Xian asked. Zhou looked at the map and said, Let's continue. I'll lead the way. It shouldn't be a problem. Although he could choose other routes, Zhou had already taken them. That didn't bring any benefits to the Glimmer Life Soul, so he decided to continue taking this path. When the elder heard that they wanted to continue walking forward, he pleaded to take him along. If he could meet his father, he begged them to save him. Since it was just a matter of convenience, Zhou agreed to take him along. As they walked forward, they realized that there were indeed many crisscrossing rivers. They were like lines on a chessboard. When they walked to a river in front of them, they realized that a creature had appeared opposite them. However, this time, it wasn't a human, but an ancient chess player in a spirit body state.